Lord of Mystery, Lucky by author Nan Haiyu Xing Chen. Chapter 521 to 540. Chapter 521 Chapter 99 Direction. Klein showed no reaction. Although he knew about the matter, and in fact, he was the one who did it, the fool clearly shouldn't react to it, unless he intended to admit that it was done by his blessed. But that was impossible, so the fool showed no reaction. Instead, Alice slammed the table and glared at the others who had glanced at her and then looked away, saying, "What do you mean? Why does it look like I did it? Do I look like that kind of person? Miss Fate, you don't look like her, you are her." Justice, Audrey withdrew her gaze, not daring to speak. "You don't look like it, World," commented sincerely, "we can all tell you're not human." Quote. Alice glared at him. Justice, Audrey and the others, who had anticipated this, managed to stifle their laughter in time. Even the most guileless, Moon, Emlyn bit his lip to keep from laughing. World coughed lightly to cover it up, then said to the others, "This matter wasn't done by Miss Fate. She has no need to do such a thing. Some of you might have received the news, she is now a saint of the Night Church." This was not a secret. The Night Church's new holy book had already spread, and the new saint was no longer a secret. The Tarot Club members were just not used to Alice's identity and often forgot about it. They nodded, accepting the matter, and no longer directed their suspicions at Alice. Justice, Audrey even probed. "Miss Fate, do you know why this person did this? Has the church investigated and found any results?" Alice smiled, glancing at Mr. Fool at the head of the bronze long table, then tapped her right chest 4 times, drawing a scarlet moon symbol, and softly said, "Praise the goddess." The Tarot Club members quickly realized that this action was actually an answer, meaning it was a secret, but this act was blasphemous. No matter what Alice was like in the past or what she would be like in the future, they knew that Miss Fate was currently just an angel, and the fool, in the impression of the Tarot Club members, the fool was an existence even more mysterious and powerful than the 7 deities. Even knowing that Miss Fate had an ambiguous relationship with both of these existences, and having witnessed Miss Fate offend Mr. Fool more than once, they still looked towards the head of the bronze long table. Klein knew why they were looking at him. At this moment, in this situation, Klein, who had recently realized he might be a blessed of the night, sighed softly. "Your fool also praises the goddess in private," he muttered inwardly, but on his face, he merely twitched his lips, smiling as he glanced at Alice. Klein said nothing, but that glance was enough. Everyone realized that Mr. Fool didn't care about this matter. Hanged Man, Alger even recalled Miss Fate's comment about betting on both sides, from a long time ago. Miss Fate seemed to have chosen Mr. Fool because he was the most reliable choice. Hanged Man, Alger's mind stirred, and new questions arose. Was it because Fate chose this option that this option became the most reliable, or was it because this option was the most reliable that Fate chose it? Hanged Man, Alger sighed, then thought of the suicidal soothsayer Alice had mentioned. Before Fate, similar questions seemed destined to be misunderstood. However, Miss Fate, at this moment, she shouldn't be able to represent Fate yet. Hanged Man, Alger looked at Alice uncertainly. Unfortunately, he ultimately lacked understanding of the domain above angels and could not continue to ponder. He wasn't even a demigod, after all. In the silence, Hermit, Cattleya turned to World, and said, "The intelligence you wanted, I'll give it to you this week." "Good." The dummy, World, nodded. This indicated that the exchange session had reopened or resumed. Hanged Man, Alger thought for a moment, then turned to son, Derek and asked, "Have you figured out the matter of the former chief's mausoleum?" "Son," Derek said somewhat shamefully, "I've only made 2 friends." As a Beander of the Sun pathway, he engaged in pure combat with people in the training ground, winning less than once out of 10 times. By getting beaten, he finally re-established contact with old acquaintances, but only 2 could be called friends. Before Hanged Man could respond, he quickly added, "However, I've heard that the Council of 6 wants to open that mausoleum. No matter what, they at least need to recover the Beander characteristic." In the City of Silver, no one thought such an act was wrong, because for them, waste was a crime. Hanged Man, Alger nodded gently, changing the words of admonishment on his lips. "Well done. It's not just friends who can offer help. When you establish connections with enough people, you will naturally gather certain intelligence. Son, Derek, having received approval, was stunned for 2 seconds. The shame in his heart faded, and he said somewhat awkwardly, I will further clarify this matter. I will try to make 2 more, no, 1 more friend before the next tarot gathering. Derek quickly set another goal in his heart. Seeing this, Klein had, World, Gehrman Sparrow speak in a low, hoarse voice. If it involves the death domain, you can consult me. Alice looked at Klein thoughtfully, recalling his, blessed, of the, death, pathway. Thank you, Mr. World. Son, Derek responded gratefully. Alice turned to look at, son, Derek. She also wanted to say something on this topic, but it seemed difficult to find a suitable one. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she suddenly had a good idea and asked, World. How's that mushroom doing? Klein immediately recalled his experience in the secret town. Without thinking, he shook his head and said, it's very dangerous, extremely dangerous. What mushroom? Dangerous. The Tarot Club members exchanged glances, their subtle gazes falling on World and Alice, but World showed no intention of explaining, and Alice merely said disappointedly, all right. After this matter, there were no other exchanges in the Tarot Club. After learning some mysticism knowledge from each other, the Tarot Club ended. There was nothing significant in Rosal's diary this time. After Alice finished reading, she returned to the real world. In the empty room, Selwyn Magridge was once again awakened by a nightmare. She hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. Nightmares, insomnia, babbling, and headaches severely interfered with her sleep quality. Her eyes were bloodshot, and there were heavy bags under her eyes. Selwyn's face was extremely haggard. If not for the bonus of being a demoness, her complexion would have been even worse. She exhaled, using meditation to slightly alleviate the pain, then opened the dark blue-covered book and asked unwillingly, is there really no way to solve this situation? I can't take it anymore. As she spoke, Selwyn instinctively grabbed her thick hair and scratched it vigorously. Before long, he pulled off a piece of scalp still attached to hair. This bloody scene did not make Selwyn feel uncomfortable. She revealed a relieved smile, then her expression turned ferocious. She fiercely threw the clump of hair on the ground, stomped on it forcefully, and shouted at them savagely. I'll let you run. I'll let you run. As a book, Cassandra had no emotions about this. It merely calmly displayed a line of silver text. There is one thing that might help you. Selwyn, who had finished stomping on the hair, raised her head, looking at Cassandra with a ferocious and savage expression. After seeing the line of text, her lips curved upwards, her mouth widening greatly. His bloodshot eyes were filled with pathological excitement. He pounced onto the desk, eagerly asking, what method? Cassandra answered without hesitation, a perfect ritual can alleviate this situation. A perfect ritual. Selwyn repeated in a daze, a perfect ritual, a perfect ritual, a perfect. I want a perfect ritual. Selwyn's eyes lost focus, then refocused, becoming excited and crazy again. Cassandra seemed to think the time was right and continued its previous statement. Give them joy, then grant them despair. Let them burn you in their anger, and you will advance in the most perfect pain. I'm going now. Selwyn's eyes lit up instantly. I'm going now, I'm going right away, I'm going right away. Her eyes quickly lost focus again, and she left the room in a daze, not forgetting to take the closed Cassandra with her. Alice, back in the real world, was bored. She sat at her desk, sighing helplessly. This was pretty much her state for the past week. After sending that letter to Eamon, Alice's attention never left Tingen City. This was much more attention than she had given to Klein. Klein's side was just keyword alerts, while Tingen City's side, she was watching the entire process. The good news was that Eamon didn't seem interested in doing anything, or rather, Eamon didn't seem to trust Will Ossepton that much. His main concern was to send Will Ossepton back to his main body. But as a veteran angel who had survived from the 4th epoch until now, even if there was an element of luck in becoming a Sequence 1, he was still somewhat powerful, though not as lucky as Alice. Although compared to Eamon, he would definitely be annihilated without a trace, and even against a clone, he wouldn't stand a chance. Eamon seemed to genuinely be unable to do anything about him for the time being. Of course, Alice suspected that a major reason here was that Eamon did not want Will Ossipton to actually be forced into losing control. Therefore, Amon's main goal so far was indeed to contend with Will Ossipton, at least this clone's goal was such. Alice did not lie in the Tarot Club. Amon's focus had shifted away from Backland, and certainly not Tingan City, because he himself had already left Tingan City. Alice suspected that, just as Eamon once wanted to kidnap her, Eamon might now be trying every possible way to transport Will Ossipton into his main body in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. It was clear that at this stage, Will Ossipton would have absolutely no room to escape. Putting aside other things, just the outer pathway alone would be enough to push Will Ossipton one step forward. Alice sighed, just about to focus and think about what she should do next, when suddenly, she heard a chaotic chorus of calls in her ear. No, they weren't calling her. Alice's thoughts stirred, her soul ascended, but her body fell back into sleep. In her dream, Alice glimpsed a strange future. She first saw a tall, wooden cross, with a person tied to it. The person's expression was ferocious and crazed, with many bloodshot veins in her eyes, looking as if she hadn't slept well in a long time. Alice inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with this face. She frowned and looked down. Below the cross was a pile of unlit dry wood, and around the cross, a crowd had gathered. Alice heard the noisy sounds, which came from these crowds. After listening carefully, Alice heard them shouting, "Burn her! Burn her!" Alice blinked blankly, then the firewood on the ground was lit, and fierce flames shot up, engulfing the woman on the cross. Alice woke up with a start, blinked gently, and frowned in thought. She first thought of that familiar face. Divining to find the source of the familiarity was easy. Alice closed her eyes for a moment and found the corresponding memory source. Selwyn Magridge, who was still a man at the time, appeared before her. Alice pinched her brow, recalling that encounter a few months ago, and Cassandra, in Selwyn's hand, realizing the source of this trouble. Alice's mind stirred, and an idea suddenly formed in her heart. For others, the auxiliary materials for the Chayaswalker, Beander potion, the difficulty lies in finding prophecies, and they must be failed prophecies. This is very difficult to ascertain. Most Beyonders at this level, without the help of a high-sequence Beander of the same pathway, would probably only be able to struggle with the consumption method of dreams like her. But for her, she herself was a soothsayer. She could make prophecies herself. Her dreams came from the revelation of fate itself, and they inevitably contained the power of fate, but her prophecies also actually contained power. It's just that these prophecies have either come true or are still in progress, at least that's what she remembered. But she actually didn't only have dreams as a path, stealing from others doesn't count, I can completely make prophecies myself, and then break my own prophecies. Although this might make me seem like a charlatan. This wouldn't affect my acting as a soothsayer, would it? Never mind, at worst, I'll just change to a new group of people to gather my digestion. So, I first need to find a suitable carrier for the prophecy. Chapter 522 Chapter 100 A painting. This is easy to find. Nothing is more common and suitable than a painting. Alice took out a drawing paper and painted the last scene of her dream. Alright, what I need to do next is find the place in my dream and spread the message in a ridiculous way. Alice struggled for a moment, deciding to try harder tomorrow. Joy, Selwyn paced around the room. Give them joy, bestow upon them despair. How exactly can I achieve such a thing? She had been pacing like this for a while. Yesterday, after hearing Cassandra's reminder, she excitedly rushed out, only to realize she had no idea how to proceed. Selwyn actually knew the general direction of how to operate, help others, then destroy their hope. It was nothing more than that. But Selwyn found that simply knowing this wasn't enough, because she didn't know how to find enough people who needed help, nor how to make these people spontaneously want to burn her. In comparison, another problem was quite simple. A Beander characteristic melts instantly in the mouth. As long as she wrapped it in something and put it in her mouth, she could bite through it on the stake. Her troubles seemed to be noticed by Cassandra. The dark blue book opened silently without a breeze, and a line of silver text slowly appeared. Perhaps, I have a way. Selwyn looked over as if sensing something. The silver text on Cassandra extinguished, and new text reappeared. I've heard some stories where witches were often mentioned. Not the witches from the demoness pathway. The witches here often possess magical powers. They provide various kinds of help to the protagonist, while taking one of the protagonist's possessions as the price of exchange. You can also try to help people this way, but don't tell them you're taking something, nor what you're taking. Or, perhaps you want to add a bit of credibility. You can take something insignificant, or tell them that payment will be deferred, acting as if you're just doing a good deed. Most people will believe this. Afterwards, you can take your true reward once the deed is done, bringing them despair. Selwyn's eyes lit up little by little. Without Cassandra needing to say more, she already understood the brilliance of this method. This way, as long as I'm effective enough, many people will come to me for help. Some will even promote me, and there's no need to worry about those who die, they won't be able to promote me. Exactly, Cassandra agreed with this guess. However, remember to leave enough people to perform the ritual for you. Of course, Selwyn smiled confidently, I'll go prepare right away. At once, Selwyn, seeing a hope for survival, felt the whispers in her ears grow louder. Everything around her seemed full of hope. She indulged herself, forgetting the days she was currently enduring. The next day, after waking up, Alice decided to ask Klein if he had any experience with similar matters. Above the gray fog, Klein listened to Alice's description, frowned, and asked. You said you want to spread the message, but it's best if no one believes it. Why do you want to do that? Alice hesitated for 2 seconds among the many plausible reasons she could fabricate, then spoke. This is the guidance of fate. Klein's movements paused for a moment, then he questioned back in confusion, when did you start talking to me like this too? Alice spread her hands and replied as if it were obvious. I didn't want to tell you this, but if you ask why, I really can't explain it to you, it just seems to be the guidance of fate. Klein had no choice but to accept this, then replied. All right, but why do you think I would know this? Alice gave a rather aggressive answer. Perhaps because your sequence 8 is called clown. It must be admitted that this statement was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Klein, upon hearing Alice's reply, felt a desire to ignore her. But he held back. He thought for a moment and said to Alice, how about, you publish this painting? Alice looked at Klein in confusion. Klein pondered and said, first, it's a painting, right? Why don't you just let it be a painting? Publish it as your work, don't mention the meaning behind it, and then no one will think about it. Alice nodded thoughtfully, accepting the suggestion. Oh, by the way, Klein glanced at Alice and suddenly added, if there's a chance, help me ask for Leonard's contact information. I mean, if I were to write to him, where should I send it? Alice nodded, noting the matter. Klein had not provided a complete solution. Back in the real world, Alice pondered for a moment, realizing that she first could not publish the painting under her own identity, otherwise, anyone would overthink it. She needed an inconspicuous identity, or to place the painting in an inconspicuous yet busy location. Alice blinked, remembering Ian, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. This child, who had long stayed at Braveheart's bar, was undoubtedly a suitable candidate. She only needed to place the painting in the room where he was, and surely every old customer of his would take an extra look. And as long as Ian casually offered a perfunctory explanation, the matter would be bypassed. Alice's eyes lit up, and she immediately went to find Ian. Arriving at the door of billiards room number 3 at Braveheart's bar after a long absence, Alice pushed open the door, and the sound startled the person inside. The boy with crimson eyes turned to look. Alice's first glance noticed Ian's clothes. The last time she saw Ian, it was still winter, and the weather was very cold. At that time, Ian always wore an old overcoat and a fake beard, disguising himself as an adult. Now, perhaps because of the hot weather, Ian had changed into a linen shirt. This made him look much younger. Alice walked in and closed the door, looking at Ian's smileless and bloodless face and said, seriously, wearing this outfit with a beard is a bit too fake. Ian silently took off his beard, stood up, and said, is there something you need, sir? I can't come if I don't need anything. Alice asked back in surprise. Ian didn't retort. His feelings for Alice were mainly composed of fear. He lowered his head and said, no, you can certainly come. Alice shrugged, walked over, placed the painting in front of Ian, and said amidst Ian's confused gaze, Put this painting in the most conspicuous place in this room. If anyone asks, just pick an inconspicuous answer. Don't worry, this won't cause you any trouble. I just need more people to see it and not take it seriously." Ian blinked his eyes in confusion and replied, "Oh, all right." Alice spread her hands and smiled at him. "Good luck." After saying this, she disappeared from the spot. The atmosphere of the night church had not yet recovered from someone breaking into the church. The number of nighthawks and red gloves in St. Samuel Cathedral was not large, especially as fewer people were playing cards. Alice searched around but couldn't find Leonard. This was normal, Leonard couldn't possibly come to play cards every night. Alice sighed, realizing the importance of a fixed contact method. After looking around and confirming there were no other gains, Alice fell asleep. On Wednesday evening, Klein transformed into the appearance of Sherlock Moriarty, with black hair and brown eyes. His height instantly changed from 185 to 172. He lowered his head to look at his trailing trouser legs, remained silent for 2 seconds, then bent down and rolled up his trouser legs one by one. "Be optimistic, at least I'm taller than Alice. Alas, next time I prepare clothes for a disguise, I'll have to consider height." Klein took a deep breath, comforted himself, finished rolling up the last trouser leg, and stood up straight again. After doing all this, he appeared outside Braveheart's bar in the Backland Bridge area, pulled down his hat brim, and pushed open the wooden door. After asking the bartender, he took a glass of South Wales beer and went outside billiards room number 3, gently tapping on the locked door. Thump, 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 to the rhythmic sound, the door creaked open a crack. Ian, with crimson eyes, peeked out and immediately smiled. "Sir, please come in." His emotional state was much better than when he faced Alice. Klein nodded with a smile, flashed into the billiards room, and quickly took in all the scenes inside. Klein immediately noticed the painting directly opposite the door. The flames naturally rising in the painting and the indistinct woman on the stake clearly told the story of the painting. Klein watched for a few seconds and couldn't help but ask, "What is that?" Marich, with slightly messy hair, wearing a white shirt, black vest, and black trousers, was holding a cue stick, bending over to play billiards. Seeing Klein, he straightened up. At the same time, Sharon, wearing a small black soft hat and a matching court dress, appeared on the other side of the billiard table, sitting on a high stool, and answered Klein's question. "I heard that was a thank you gift from one of Ian's customers." Klein turned to look at Ian, who nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. Although I can't quite appreciate the elegant art of painting, that customer told me that if I wanted to, I could also sell it for some money. After all, she can't sell her own paintings." Klein looked at the painting again in surprise. He had to frankly admit that he also lacked the ability to appreciate paintings. This was clearly a field that required a certain threshold. After a few glances, Klein shook his head and said, "This is very normal. You know, usually, only after an artist dies do their works become more valuable." "I don't think that lady would be happy to hear that," Marich said in a deep, slightly hoarse voice. Klein shrugged and greeted the two of them. "Good evening, both of you." Sharon nodded politely in response, while Marich was much more direct. "Did you bring that puppet Beander characteristic?" This was something they had specifically mentioned in their letter, and Klein hadn't forgotten. He took out his iron cigarette case and retrieved the puppet. He hadn't really touched it since Alice gave it to him. "Have you saved enough money?" he asked. Marich nodded and looked at Ian. Ian didn't say a word, immediately stood up, and left the room with decisive movements. After Ian closed the door, Marich took out a briefcase from under the billiard table, opened it, and said to Klein, "You can count it." A sequence 4 Beander characteristic was something that had a price but no market. For the sake of friendship, Klein's asking price wasn't too exaggerated, barely reaching market price, but it was still very high for a sequence 5 and a sequence 4. After counting the money, Klein closed the briefcase, looked at the two of them with some surprise, and then asked, "You said in the letter that you had something to ask me. What is it?" Marich replied, "The day after tomorrow, a ship from the southern continent will arrive at Pritz Harbor. It has a close relationship with the Loan military. This ship carries many treasures and artifacts plundered from the Star Plateau, Pass River Valley, and Haigati grassland. Among them is a mummy, the 19th king of the ancient Highland Kingdom, Tutansis II. The original language of the southern continent did not originate from ancient Fosak. It had its own structure. In ancient Highland language, a king was called Kadif, which was a special term that Emperor Rosal translated as pharaoh. I don't know what he was thinking, and he also named mummy. In short, pharaoh means son of God, king of men. Tutansis II was once a high-sequence Beander, but after his death, the corresponding characteristic was already retrieved, leaving only his body, which was made into a mummy. For other Beyonders, this is a material full of spirituality, an excellent object for making zombies. But for us, it has an additional, very important meaning. Our goal this time is to obtain this mummy of Tutansis II. Additional meaning. A high-sequence Beander corpse without a Beander characteristic, besides being used as material, what other additional meaning could it have? Is it needed for the ritual for a Sequence 5 Wraith to advance to a Sequence 4 puppet? Miss Sharon already has the formula and has digested the Wraith potion. No, then she should already have a Beander characteristic. Is it for Marich? Sharon sat there quietly, intently watching Sherlock Moriarty and Marich, listening to their conversation. If it's just a high-sequence mummy without a Beander characteristic, the level of protection wouldn't be too high. Even with just the two of you, it should be relatively easy to steal, Klein mused, posing his question. End of this chapter. Chapter 523 Chapter 101 Luxury. A demigod is, after all, rare. Most of the time, a Sequence 5 Beander is already a powerful figure. If the target is just a mummy without Beander characteristic, Klein believed it would be difficult to form an effective obstruction. This time, it was Sharon who provided the explanation. Her answer was as brief as ever. I'm worried this is a trap set by the Rose School of Thought against us. If it's not, £1,000. If it is, we'll be responsible for attracting attention, and you'll take the mummy. Depending on the danger, it could be anywhere from £5,000 to £10,000. So that's it. Klein didn't respond immediately. After thinking for a moment, he changed the subject and asked, "Do you know about the Spirit World Plunderer?" Sharon nodded slightly and said, "I can offer gold pounds combined with information about the Spirit World Plunderer as compensation." Klein hummed, "I'll consider it and write back to you before dawn." He decided to make a decision after divination. However, this is definitely not a trap targeting him, because I have no need for a mummy, not even mummy powder. All right, Sharon said with an unchanging expression. Klein didn't immediately take his leave. He walked to the door, called Ian in, and casually asked, "Any noteworthy news recently?" Ian didn't mention any noteworthy news. Klein listened for a while and found that everything was less appealing than the painting in Ian's room. He then shook his head and left. Alice still remembered Klein's instructions. At dawn, she struggled awake from her bed and glanced at St. Samuel Cathedral again. The timing was a coincidence. Leonard was about to step into the cathedral's underground when he saw Alice's figure appear before him. He stopped in confusion. Alice exhaled and said to him, "He wants to ask you, if there's any news to pass on to you, how should he contact you?" Alice didn't say Klein's name, but they both understood such things. Leonard understood, then replied in silence. "The letter should be sent to 7 Pin Street." Alice nodded, about to leave, when Leonard hurriedly called out to her. "Wait, what if I need to contact him?" Alice blinked. Klein hadn't mentioned this, but it was easy to answer. Alice taught Leonard the summoning spell for Klein's messenger, then asked, "You know the messenger summoning ritual, right?" "I know," Pales's hoarse voice sounded, "but does your former colleague actually have 2 messengers?" "What?" Leonard asked subconsciously. After a pause, he added to Alice, "I'm not talking to you." Alice nodded, indicating she understood, then asked curiously, "What are you two talking about?" Alice had noticed Pales speaking when Leonard was talking, but the specific content of their conversation was clearly beyond her comprehension. Leonard didn't answer, because Pales was answering his question. "Isn't she your former colleague's messenger?" Leonard swallowed at that remark, looking at Alice with difficulty. Alice, sensing something, asked, "Are you two talking bad about me?" "No," Leonard said calmly, "we're talking bad about someone else." "You know who I'm talking about." "What is it?" Alice pressed. Leonard smiled and said to Alice, "We're saying he's completely unlike his old self now." I remember he used to say he was very frugal, but now he lives quite luxuriously. Exactly. Alice remembered Dwayne Dantes' wealthy life and nodded vigorously, then became puzzled. Wait, how did you know? Leonard replied as if it were obvious, he's even using a messenger now, isn't that luxurious? Alice remained in place, pondering. Seeing this, Leonard bid farewell and walked in after Alice gave a random nod. Something feels off. Alice frowned, feeling that Leonard's words had a deeper meaning, but she couldn't figure it out. In the end, she could only go home to sleep. At dawn, inside the Bravehearts bar, Marich was already waiting in billiard room number 3 as agreed. After gulping down some beer, Marich ran a hand through his hair. His pale face was devoid of color, and the faint madness that usually showed through was much lighter than before. Just then, his heart stirred. He looked up to the side and saw a figure in a top hat and formal wear quickly materialize. It was Sherlock Moriarty. Teleportation. Marich's heart tightened, his eyes narrowed, and he instinctively heightened his guard. This had nothing to do with trust, it was merely an instinctive vigilance towards those higher up the food chain. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Sharon's doll-like figure appear on a high stool. Klein pressed his hat, bowed to the two, then smiled and said, "What I care about most is, how much information have you two gathered? The more information, the higher the chance of success, and the lower the danger. A simple example, can you confirm that the Tutansis II mummy has no problems? Can you confirm which coffin it's in? If so, I can teleport directly there before the guards react, take it, and travel to the spirit world, and the problem will be solved." Marich was about to recall when he heard Sharon's calm voice say, "We can confirm which coffin, but we cannot confirm if there are any problems." Klein nodded, pulled up a chair, and sat down. "Besides that, what else do you know?" Sharon's azure eyes flickered, saying, "It might be a trap from the Rose School of Thought, or it might be a trap from the Loan military." Immediately after, Marich elaborated on the situation regarding the mummy. After some discussion, Klein thought of a good idea for confirmation. He smiled and said, "Would you be willing to try a divination? I imagine you've heard news of Gehrman Sparrow, and know that I have an angel. Or a grade 0 feat sealed artifact by my side." This was indeed no secret. The scandalous news about Gehrman Sparrow and the underage girl had spread like wildfire across the seas, until everyone discovered that the underage girl was a genuine angel, and her temper didn't seem to be very good. Only then did the news's popularity fade. Sharon and Marich were both experienced beyonders. They didn't inquire about the specific relationship between Klein and Alice. After some thought, Marich questioned, "Can you guarantee that she won't do anything and will truthfully provide the results?" "As far as I know, this lord's personality is very capricious." Out of respect for an angel, Marich chose a more neutral adjective, but the doubt in his eyes was very telling. Klein had to defend Alice. "She's actually not like the rumors say. Most of the time, if no one provokes her, she actually won't go too far." Marich's gaze became even more doubtful, and even Sharon subtly frowned. Klein was about to say something else when Sharon suddenly spoke. "Perhaps she can be trusted. Do you have a way to contact her?" Klein breathed a sigh of relief at the words, nodded, then said to the two of them, "I'll go call her. She should be sleeping right now." Klein bowed his head and prayed to Alice, while Marich turned to Sharon and asked his question. "Why?" Sharon looked towards the door and briefly uttered a single word. "Her." Marich recalled briefly and understood Sharon's meaning. What played a decisive role was Klein's address, not to mention that the rumored Gehrman Sparrow's attitude towards Miss Fate was not exactly polite. If it weren't for the fact that one of them was only a sequence 5 and the other only a sequence 6, if their sequences were a bit higher, they might actually seriously consider the possibility of Gehrman Sparrow being kept. As for now, they didn't quite dare to think further on that question. Alice was lying in bed, and before she could close her eyes, Klein's prayer sounded in her ears. How strange, he was actually praying today. The content didn't say what it was about, only asking her to come over and help. Alice thought about it and decided to go see. Her figure appeared in billiard room No. 3. Seeing this somewhat familiar scene, she looked around in surprise, finally noticing the painting. After pausing for 2 seconds on the painting she had made, Alice turned to Klein and asked, "What's wrong?" Then, She turned to look at the other two people. This is Sharon and Marich. Klein replied. Alice had heard these two names, Klein had mentioned them to her. She retrieved the relevant memories from her mind, then realized with a sudden understanding. It's you two. Hello. She raised her hand and waved. Sharon and Marich paused, looking at Klein. Klein was much more direct, he simply turned his head to Alice and said. Help us with a divination. Alice raised an eyebrow, and Klein turned back to Sharon and Marich. Tell her the situation again. Marich paused, and after glancing at Sharon, took on the important task of socializing, telling Alice the information they knew and several conjectures. Alice finally realized with understanding. So, you want to confirm if this is a trap targeting you, and to get more information about that mummy, right? Right. Marich nodded. Alice held out her hand to him. Marich didn't understand the purpose of this action. He turned to look at Klein, who then looked at Alice. Alice blinked and said, Give me a coin, preferably a gold coin, I like gold. Marich was slightly stunned, still not understanding the purpose of this action. Sharon looked on thoughtfully. A gold coin appeared in the air, spun twice, and landed in Alice's hand. Alice looked at Sharon. The wraith miss met her gaze and still asked without much expression. Is this okay? Alice thought for a moment and asked, Whose request is this? Sharon replied, This is our joint request. All right. Alice nodded, reluctantly accepting the answer, then flicked the coin. The golden coin spun several times in the air and finally landed back in Alice's hand. Alice didn't look at the coin, she had already known the answer during the process. She said to Sharon and Marich. The Tutansis II mummy is a trap set by the military against the Rose school of thought. It is full of curses, an embodiment of curses, and there is a possibility of it spontaneously becoming a zombie. An angel or a grade 0 feat sealed artifact might appear at the scene. It's very dangerous, and I was worried about being discovered, so I didn't look too much. Sharon quietly met her gaze. A few seconds later, she turned to Klein and said in an unquestionable tone. This matter is abandoned. Klein, however, shook his head and smiled slightly, no need to rush a decision. Let me ask you a few more things. Perhaps there's still an opportunity that doesn't require too much risk. Alice turned her head, looking at him in surprise, and sincerely praised, You are a true braveheart. What things? Marich asked directly. Klein glanced at Alice, a smile appearing on his face. No, I am currently a circus performer with multiple roles, striving to create my own circus. Quote. Alice's expression became strange. Klein stopped talking to her. He turned back to Sharon and Marich, answering Marich's question. Tell me the detailed process of making a pharaoh mummy in the ancient Plateau Kingdom. Alice thought for a moment and decided to watch the show. Marich glanced at Sharon, then thought and replied. The first step is to leave it for 3 to 5 days, using certain auxiliary methods to allow the Beander characteristic to naturally precipitate without combining with any part of the pharaoh's body, forming a sealed artifact. The second step is to hold a purification ritual, placing the body on an altar and praying to the bound god, hoping that half of the deceased spirit energy remains within the body. This neither affects the return of the Son of God nor prevents the resulting mummy from maintaining its spirituality for a long time. The third step is to use Beander abilities and practical techniques to remove the brain, internal organs, and bodily fluids from the corpse, retaining only the heart. The fourth step is to fill the corpse with spiritual spices and medicines, and perform a thorough dehydration process. The fifth step is to refill the previous season's spices and medicines, perform some ritualistic arrangements on the surface of the corpse, then wrap it with linen bandages and place it in the coffin. The sixth step is to treat the removed internal organs similarly to the fourth step, using them as ritual materials and placing them separately in the 4 corners of the coffin. The brain and bodily fluids are treated the same way. The former is mashed into a pulp and mixed with the latter, circulating through pre-reserved channels inside the coffin, mimicking the deceased state in life. This can absorb spirituality gathered from the surroundings in the spirit world, ensuring that even after being buried for thousands of years, the pharaoh mummy remains a highly spiritual material capable of creating quite powerful zombies. Klein listened carefully to Marich's narration, pondering the intrinsic connection between mummy powder and aphrodisiacs. Could it be some kind of mystical connection? He couldn't figure it out. Sharon and Marich were still waiting for his next question, and Alice was also watching curiously, so he stopped dwelling on it and asked again. What is the maximum effective range of your mirror flash? End of chapter. Chapter 524. Chapter 102. Eamon did it. After Sharon's answer, Klein asked a few more questions. Alice racked her brain but couldn't figure out the connection between these matters. She could only rest her chin and listen to Klein analyze the problem. To Alice's disappointment, Klein didn't offer any analysis. After establishing his dominant position, he simply said, "How to do it specifically, I'll tell you two when we're on site." Quote. Alice glared at Klein, who was being evasive, and didn't look away even after Sharon and Marich agreed. Klein then turned to her and said, "Children should go to bed early and wake up early." Alice gritted her teeth, glared at Klein, and went back to sleep. Watching Alice's figure disappear, Klein turned to bid Sharon farewell, but Sharon suddenly asked, "Why didn't she ask you for money?" What? Klein was stunned for a moment. Marich was also stunned when he first heard this. Beyonders of the door pathway rarely acted in groups or had close relationships with others. He and Sharon didn't have any close beyonders of the door pathway, but simple contact, communication, and even transactions were common. The sequence of Miss Fate in the rumors was unclear. They could only confirm that she was an angel, but no one disagreed that she belonged to the door pathway. And Alice's earlier act of demanding gold coins precisely illustrated this point. She needed an exchange. Most Beyonders who had dealt with the door pathway were aware of equivalent exchange. Compared to other Beyonders they had only met occasionally, Sharon and Marich knew more. They knew that this equivalence was actually quite arbitrary. But even if it was arbitrary, there was no reason to give nothing at all. Even if one pulled a blade of grass from the roadside, something should always be given. But Sherlock Moriarty seemed to have given nothing at all. Marich looked at Klein with Sharon, frowned, and asked, "Did she ever ask you for compensation for helping you?" Did she? Klein felt that she had. Although the accounts between him and Alice were already a mess, it was generally still a give-and-take relationship, just that the taking might have been relatively less. A cold sweat suddenly broke out on Klein's back. He remembered the words he most often used to warn himself. He had always believed that every gift from fate had a price marked behind it. But, what exactly was the price marked on Alice's gift? Klein froze for 2 seconds, then suddenly recalled Alice's mom. He suddenly felt that he might know what the price was. He swallowed hard and said with difficulty, "I think so." His expression was really not optimistic. Marich turned to Sharon. Sharon was silent for a moment, then said, "That's good." Then there was silence. Neither Sharon nor Marich were talkative, and Klein felt a bit strange after being silent with them for a while. He bid farewell and then disappeared. Watching Sherlock Moriarty's figure gradually become transparent and finally disappear, Marich withdrew his gaze, looked at Sharon, and hesitantly asked, "Do you think I need to make up for a gold coin?" Sharon turned to Marich, her gaze fixed on him for 2 seconds before she said, "That was our shared reward." Alice only remembered that she had forgotten to give Leonard's address to Klein after she got home. She relayed this through prayer, then continued to sleep. After 2 uneventful days, the time came to Friday evening, which was when the mummy with the long name was due to dock. Alice didn't bother going to Pritz Harbor. The excitement she would see there wouldn't be comprehensive enough. She focused her vision on Pritz Harbor, so she could see the full panoramic view. Klein and the other two appeared on the top floor of a warehouse. After some preparations, Klein began to assign tasks. When she saw the iron cigarette case containing Ojik's copper whistle, Alice suddenly understood something. He was going to make the mummy run over by itself. Alice patted her head, believing she still had much to learn. She continued watching. Klein took the lead in putting on a mask. Alice was stunned. She knew the Faceless's disguise ability. If Klein didn't want to expose himself, he could have transformed into a strange face, for example, with 2 nostrils where the eyes should be, 2 eyes on his cheeks, and a mouth on his forehead. If that was too distinctive, he could also just change into a very common face. In short, a mask had no value here. Alice realized this was a reverse way of thinking. After putting on a mask, others wouldn't consider the possibility that the face under his mask was actually fake. If he then put on a fake face, that would be a double disguise. Alice was astonished, feeling like she had learned new knowledge. What followed was a melee. Although she knew Alice was actually paying attention, Klein's actions could be described as cautious. He did not rashly provoke a demigod. After all, Alice had reminded him that there were angels and grade 0 sealed artifacts present, and in Klein's impression, at the angel level, Alice was not exactly a strong fighter. She might be better at calling for help. The protagonist of this night was probably not Klein. Alice saw the Loan military and the Rose School of Thought fighting, and suddenly realized what a grand thing they were about to do. They were going to steal the mummy right under the noses of two factions with angels. After realizing this, Alice blinked, and suddenly had a new idea. She had always regarded the Key of Light as an enemy she must defeat, but actually, could the Key of Light have other enemies of the same rank? She didn't necessarily have to achieve a true victory. As long as she decisively restarted after becoming a god, and then directly fell into a long slumber, waking up after Klein ascended to Lord of the Mysteries, this was actually very easy. The real difficulty was actually in the step of becoming a god. The Wheel of Fortune was like a huge bait placed there. Alice was sure that everyone who bit it would not have a good outcome, otherwise, the Key of Light wouldn't bother forcing her to take the bait. And her previous line of thinking was to let Aemon steal her ritual, and then she would seize the opportunity to become a god. Or, more accurately, she needed the Key of Light to be unable to pay attention to her at the moment of becoming a god. But, was one Aemon really enough? Alice's contemplative gaze fell on Klein, then she smiled again. One Aemon was certainly not enough, but he was a born mythical creature. He was the product of the error uniqueness fused with humanity. He was the Lord of the Mysteries' revival contingency left in the past by God Almighty. Besides disrupting God Almighty's revival, could Aemon have a second function? For example, to become part of a certain revival contingency of the Lord of the Mysteries. But that sounds too unreliable. If that's the case, I've been kidnapped by the Lord of the Mysteries. Didn't he already merge with me? How could this be? Alice thought of Amon's avatars and Klein's marionettes, and recalled her discussion with Klein about figurines, and suddenly fell silent. Key of Light, you didn't really used to be a figurine for the Lord of the Mysteries, did you? No, I need to determine the relationship between the Key of Light and the past Lord of the Mysteries. Who do I ask about this? Alice suddenly fell silent. Among the people she knew, there was clearly no one who had lived from the time of those two existences until now, not even the dead. This was something she knew she couldn't do just by hearing about it. Alice sighed, then comforted herself. It doesn't matter, things will sort themselves out when the time comes. If they don't, then we'll see. And, if worst comes to worst, I'll also take a gamble. No, maybe I don't need to gamble at all. She frowned then relaxed, suddenly realizing a problem that she, Aemon, and Klein had never thought of before. No matter what the situation of the Key of Light is now, its rank is real. Aemon, where did he get the confidence to steal the ritual of becoming a god? If this was truly a gamble, perhaps the outcome was already decided the moment Aemon stole the ritual. As for now, it seemed that the chips prepared by both sides were still entering the game one by one. Alice pinched her brow, thinking that using her brain was really not suitable for her, and decided to focus on watching the show. She shifted her attention from the struggle between the two sides' demigods and focused on Klein's performance. Then Alice noticed that at a critical moment of the fierce battle, a hand wearing a transparent glove reached out from the void near Tutansis II's golden sarcophagus and grabbed a clump of mud soaked in dark red liquid. Those liquids were a mixture of Tutansis II's brain matter and bodily fluids, ritual materials that maintained spirituality, and the latter included blood plasma. Alice's eyes narrowed slightly, and she suddenly realized something. She stared intently at that spot, and sure enough, a figure in a formal suit and top hat outlined itself. It was Klein. Alice saw Klein's right hand pressing against his left chest, as if bowing to the several demigods, then maintaining the posture, he looked up, revealing a face wearing a gray iron mask, and quickly faded to transparency, disappearing. By this point, Alice had understood what Klein was going to do. She knew about the existence of Grozel's travels. This was a magic show that could be called stunning. Alice's eyes, which had just been forced to use her brain, instantly lit up, and she decided to give this magic a name as a form of relaxation. The Great Mummy Transformation. No, perhaps I should first applaud the best actor and screenwriter of this performance. When Klein returned to the two-bedroom apartment they had rented in advance in Backland's East Borough with Miss Sharon and Marich, Alice was already waiting there. She looked at Klein in surprise and offered him a compliment. I saw it all. What a wonderful magic show. I bet those two demigods you bowed to must be furious. Sharon and Marich didn't understand the intention of these words. They had initially thought the matter had failed, but Alice's expression really didn't seem sarcastic. They could feel the excited joy, and Alice's choice of words was full of praise. She seemed to truly believe she had watched a wonderful magic show. But how could a failed magic be called wonderful? Sharon and Marich suddenly had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They looked at Klein, and Klein, he had just opened his eyes. This couldn't be blamed on him. Although as early as the magician stage, Klein knew that audience feedback could boost his digestion progress. The influence brought by an angel-level audience seemed to be enormous. He had just finished digesting the marionettist potion. Of course, perhaps not all angels could do this. Alice's situation was very special. Klein exhaled, a joyous expression not very hidden on his face. He happily looked at Sharon and Marich and said to them, "Gentlemen, please wait in the other room outside. Give me 5 more minutes." At the same time, he extended his hand. Sharon and Marich immediately had the answer in their hearts. Even though they were full of doubts, neither of them asked any questions. Sharon handed over the copper whistle, then floated out of the room. Marich followed her, opened the door, and left, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Alice then turned and asked, "Do I have to leave too?" "Suit yourself," Klein said, taking out the book Grossel's Travels. The cover of the book was already smeared with dark red mud, the traces still not dry. Klein ignored Alice. After putting down the travelogue, he began to set up the ritual. Alice watched for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "Can I enter the world within this book?" Klein, who was setting up the ritual, paused and frowned, saying, "To be honest, I don't know." This wasn't to fob off Alice. Many things couldn't be generalized once one reached the angel level. Klein really didn't know if Alice could enter, all of it could only be known through trying. Worried that Alice might impulsively want to try now, Klein didn't bring it up proactively. Fortunately, after hearing this answer, Alice frowned, looked thoughtfully at Klein, who was setting up the ritual, and then said, Maybe I should wait for you to finish your business first." Klein nodded in agreement. Alice could only stay put and watch Klein busy himself. Half a minute later, Alice found it a bit boring and decided to go admire the expressions of the two demigods. Although the two demigods from the Rose School of Thought were angry, they had already left the scene after the mummy disappeared. When Alice looked over, she only saw the two remaining military demigods. She arrived just in time. The two demigods were discussing the investigation results. Alice heard the lady among them analyze, perhaps taking the mud containing Tutansis mummy's bodily fluids was a ritual. "This is a very cunning and deceptive fellow. A very cunning and deceptive fellow." Alice's mouth twitched, recalling the Storm Church's donation box stolen by Eamon. End of this chapter. Chapter 525 Chapter 103 Sincerity. Alice didn't listen any further. She averted her gaze, concentrating on waiting for Klein to complete the ritual and hand over to Sharon and Marich. After watching Sharon and Marich leave, Klein's gaze turned to Alice. Although he had intended to use the opportunity to digest the potion when he agreed to help Sharon and Marich, Klein truly hadn't expected Alice's presence to have such a significant impact. So much so that Klein had even felt a bit of regret earlier that he hadn't included Alice in his previous performance. It would have been perfect, both making Alice happy and helping him digest the potion. Of course, it wasn't too late to put it on the agenda now. While planning to try scaring Alice after advancing to Bizarro Sorcerer, Klein brought up the matter with Alice. "My potion is fully digested." Alice was stunned for a moment, then looked at him in surprise and asked, "Then you must be preparing to advance to Sequence 4, aren't you?" The existence of a demigod was a threshold for all Beyonders. Alice had initially thought Klein would be stuck on potion digestion for at least a few months, and then another period for ritual preparation and material collection. Although there was some overlap, it still amounted to several months. Now, a rare sense of urgency rose in Alice's heart. She sat up straight, feeling a little nervous. Seeing her like this, Klein immediately understood what she was thinking. He didn't try to persuade Alice. In his opinion, a little urgency was a good thing for her. After all, he had always felt Alice was too lax. After nodding, Klein looked at Alice and smiled. Yes, besides collecting materials, I'm afraid I'll have to start considering the ritual. I was just thinking, what do you say, if a spectator of exceptionally high standing were to watch my performance, would it be able to compensate for quantity with quality? Alice was slightly startled, remembering how Amon's avatar had ascended from sequence 3 to sequence 2 after reclaiming Beander characteristics in the manner. She said thoughtfully, it should be fine. Wait, are you referring to me? Alice suddenly realized that the spectator Klein was talking about was actually herself. She looked up in surprise, and after seeing Klein nod, she mused. No, I think the best spectator is someone else. Who? Klein's brow twitched, feeling as if he already had the answer. Alice replied without hesitation, Adam. As expected. Klein exhaled, pinching his brow and saying, I can't guarantee that Adam will definitely be watching. I guess you can't either. Alice frowned. The Bizarro Sorcerer Advancement Ritual was a performance, and a performance had a duration. Although shouting Adam's name before the performance began might attract Adam to take a look, Adam might avert his gaze at any time. Perhaps after that one glance, he wouldn't continue watching, unless. Alice asked Klein with a serious expression, have you considered continuously shouting Adam's name during the performance? This suggestion left Klein dumbfounded. He looked at Alice and replied seriously. I believe that might bring divine wrath upon me. Alice regretfully abandoned the idea and instead said, actually, I'm not just limited to being a spectator in your ritual, I have another role. Don't forget, I'm also a demigod. Klein looked at her with an expression usually reserved for lunatics. Are you serious? Alice shook her head. Klein's mouth twitched, and he responded coldly. Then why did you say that? Alice spread her hands, defending herself. Even if I were serious, it wouldn't be useful, would it? For a death where one can revive immediately, I don't think the ritual would acknowledge it. And true death. Are you going to kill me for a demigod's ritual? At least it would have to be a true god's ritual. Klein subconsciously finished the sentence in his mind. Then, considering that he currently needed Alice's help, he quickly suppressed that thought, preventing himself from speaking it aloud. He calmly changed the subject. If what I needed was that kind of easily revivable death, would you really have intended to help me? Alice frowned. When she mentioned to Klein that she could be the demigod who died, it was originally just a joke. Alice hadn't thought about actually becoming a ritual material, she wasn't that generous. But if Klein really had such a need. Alice scratched her hair and replied. I think, perhaps my answer is similar to when I asked you to be my mother. In other words, if I really had such a need, and there were no other options, she would actually agree. Klein looked at Alice with admiration, and said to her with a sincere expression. Don't worry, I won't be polite then. Alice subconsciously frowned. She instinctively felt that something was wrong, as if she had said the wrong thing just now, and something had connected between her and Klein. But after glancing at Klein, Alice gave up trying to find the source of this feeling. Klein wouldn't harm me. Alice shook her head, shaking off that strange feeling, and tried to make the conversation serious again. Never mind. Do you have a suitable target? I mean, a demigod who needs to be killed. Perhaps perhaps you can start collecting information and planning this performance now. Of course, Klein suddenly showed an extremely brilliant smile. There's no one more suitable than him. He killed me to advance to a demigod, and I will kill him to advance to a demigod. This will be a perfect closed loop. Alice was stunned for a moment, taking some time to remember who Klein was referring to. She exhaled and spoke a name. Ins Zangwil. Exactly. Klein replied with an extremely brilliant smile. Alice pursed her lips. The experience in Tingen City left her with an impression that was both profound and faint. Everything seemed to have receded after she left, and after the captain shouted, Your Excellency, it seemed to finally come to a close. Unlike Klein, Alice initially didn't harbor much intense hatred for Ins Zangwil. She had almost completely forgotten about him along with Tingen City. When she remembered him again after a long time, her first reaction was one of offended anger. She had never placed Zhangwil on the same level as herself. But now that she thought about it, Alice felt that she should hate him, not because he killed her, but because he was the beginning of a series of subsequent events. Perhaps if there hadn't been Zhangwil, she wouldn't have stayed in Tingen. She would have eventually died and left for some other reason, but now, with everything attributed to Zhangwil, perhaps she should hate him. She smiled at Klein and softly said to him, "You can call me before you act. I probably won't help you, that would have too great an impact on the battle, and I'm not sure if you could still be considered the main orchestrator then. However, if you need it, I can give you a bit of luck, either then or later. In any case, it's a thank you gift." Klein was startled for a moment, then smiled and said, "I thought you had almost forgotten him. It's pretty close, actually." Alice spread her hands. Klein made no comment. Mindful of the time, he didn't say much more to Alice, leaving after a few instructions. Alice also didn't linger, disappearing from the spot. Saturday, within the Lowen Charitable Education Foundation. Although Alice hadn't mentioned payment, in recent times, Audrey had felt from the good fortune in her daily actions that she had already received payment for Hazel's treatment. Thus, Audrey treated Hazel even more diligently. After learning that Hazel would be at the Lowen Charitable Education Foundation today, Audrey waited there. Audrey, who had some understanding of Alice, knew that Alice wouldn't have the patience to listen to detailed treatment plans, so Audrey didn't explain them, only giving a few precautions. In fact, during the initial treatment, after soothing Hazel's spirit body, Audrey chose to make her forget the incident. Audrey planned to gradually help Hazel recall the relevant events later on, which would require long-term continuous treatment. In Audrey's plan, it would be best if she could become friends with Hazel. This was not difficult for a psychiatrist. Audrey only lacked opportunities to talk with Hazel. Fortunately, the Lowen Charitable Education Foundation helped greatly. To highlight their benevolence, every noble would come here to visit. Audrey met Hazel in her capacity as a board member of the Lowen Charitable Education Foundation. She guided Hazel on a tour of the Lowen Charitable Education Foundation, introducing it to her while using conversational skills and meander abilities to foster a closer relationship. By the time they paused their tour to enjoy afternoon tea, they were already good friends. They sat opposite each other. Hazel picked up her coffee and brought it to her lips. The rich aroma filled her nostrils. This familiar scent, however, caused her to gag today. Seeing Hazel's expression, Audrey quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "This coffee." Audrey's gaze swept over the cup of coffee. Nobles valued decorum and etiquette. Even if the coffee was truly awful, they wouldn't show it too obviously on the spot, let alone start gagging before even taking a sip. Audrey would rather believe there was something wrong with the coffee. Thinking this, Audrey picked up her coffee and sniffed it, but smelled nothing amiss. She looked at Hazel, who weakly clutched her lower abdomen and whispered, "I don't feel well." Audrey was startled, her gaze fixed on the position of Hazel's hand. She suddenly recalled what Alice had told her about the events. She remembered that some women seemed to experience symptoms like nausea during pregnancy. Audrey's gaze froze for a moment, then she quickly suppressed the absurd speculation in her heart, believing it was probably just a sequela or something similar. After all, Eamon had already stolen the child. How could Hazel be experiencing pregnancy symptoms? On an unfamiliar street, Eamon muttered to himself, quite perplexed. How do you all know this trick? But it's not quite the same. Both she and Ouroboros completely empty their minds, while you, in your mind, thoughts are mixed together. I can't even steal a complete thought, it's made up of many thoughts. That foolish snake of fate, Ouroboros, and she both take crooked paths. Will Osepton replied unceremoniously, especially her. I still can't figure out how fate chose her. Oh. Eamon raised an eyebrow in surprise. That sounds like, have you already conceded? Will Osepton was silent for 2 seconds, then stubbornly replied. No, of course not. But she. If you can become the Lord of the Mysteries, perhaps I won't be entirely without hope. Eamon laughed. He twirled the monocle over his right eye, his voice soft as he said. Since that's the case, why don't you tell me Klein Moretti's current identity? Will Osepton replied directly. I'm not her, I experienced the fourth epic. You were very active in the fourth epoch, and there are many rumors about you among Beyonders, most of them not good news. I don't believe you would choose to help me after becoming the Lord of the Mysteries. Betrayal is a common occurrence for you. No, or to put it another way, you would indeed help me. You might make me your favored one, your avatar, an inseparable part of you. Am I right? There's one small inaccuracy, Eamon corrected, she actually knows how bad my reputation is too. This time, Will Ossepton was silent for a long time. He asked hesitantly. Although there's nothing wrong with her knowing these things, but why would she dare to cooperate with you knowing your reputation? Isn't that seeking death? Eamon didn't mind Will Ossepton's bluntness. He seemed to enjoy such harmless verbal attacks, smiling as he said. Perhaps that's my charm. Will Ossepton remained silent for a long time, seemingly speechless at this. Silence was not the result Eamon wanted. He curved his lips, and asked with a slightly more serious expression. All right, in that case, what should I do to make you believe in my sincerity for cooperation? Will Ossepton replied nonchalantly, generally speaking, the best way to express sincerity to someone is to help them defeat their greatest enemy, or to present them with a gift they have long desired. Eamon nodded thoughtfully, analyzing seriously. I think your greatest enemies should be Ouroboros and her. And what you desire most are the two Snake of Fate Beyander characteristics from Ouroboros, and the Wheel of Fortune uniqueness from her. I understand. I just need to kill Ouroboros, or give you the Snake of Fate Beyander characteristics from Ouroboros, right? After a long silence again, Will Ossepton asked in an uncertain tone. Are you serious? End of this chapter. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 526 Chapter 104 New Week. Not necessarily, Eamon said, adjusting his monocle. But, you know, I do have a grudge against Ouroboros. A dark vortex swirled in the monocle. Eamon casually lowered his hand, a smile playing on his lips as he said. Besides, with Ouroboros already out of the game, isn't it reasonable for the two of you to stand, one with the fool and one with me? Reasonable my foot. Alice, who happened to witness this, widened her eyes. Eamon turned his head with a smile, his gaze falling on Alice as if to explicitly tell her that what he just said was meant for her. But Alice couldn't understand the point of telling her this. She could guess it was likely related to the final ritual of becoming a god. But that was the problem, she didn't know the exact relationship. But Eamon would definitely not tell her the answer, that was beyond doubt. After repeatedly trying and failing to figure out the answer, Alice chose to give up. Anyway, if his goal wasn't achieved, he would just try harder. Alice shifted her attention back to the immediate matters. Time had cycled to Sunday, the end of the week. Several days had passed since she gave the painting to Ian. Alice thought she should perhaps start focusing on the place mentioned in the prophecy. Lest the prophecy already come true, and she still wouldn't know where it happened. Thinking this, Alice tried to use divination to find the detailed location of the incident, which was the simplest method she could think of. But the divination unexpectedly failed, she fell directly out of a gray-white dream. This made Alice, who had no clues about it, frown, because she had lost the most reliable condition to confirm whether the prophecy had come true. Should I divine whether the prophecy was successful? A strange thought flashed through her mind, and Alice decided to try. She silently chanted, "The prophecy has failed," and tossed a coin. The coin landed on tails. Alice looked at the coin in her hand with surprise, realizing that this divination had indeed received a response. She decided to toss a coin for this every day from now on. Thump, thump, thump. A knock on the door startled Selwyn, who was leaning on the sofa with her eyes half closed. She struggled to open her bloodshot eyes, her voice hoarse as she said, "Come in." No one opened the door, but the soundproofing of the door wasn't very good. Selwyn heard cheers from outside. Great. The witch from the newspaper is really here. Then, Selwyn heard the doorknob turn. She squinted towards the door. 4 or 5 children, around 10 years old, opened the door and surged in, exclaiming joyfully, "Oh my goodness, are you the amazing witch who can grant wishes, like it says here?" Selwyn looked at the paper the leading child held out, recognized it as her own casually scribbled advertisement, and nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. After discussing with Cassandra, she believed that actively going door to door to grant wishes was ultimately a lesser approach. She wanted people to come to her. This kind of graffiti-like advertisement targeting children was Selwyn's experiment. So far, it seemed she had succeeded. The leading child excitedly said, "That's great. Can I make a wish then?" "Of course," Selwyn smiled. "What wish do you want to make?" "I should warn you first, making a wish with me comes with a price. You need to consider if you can accept the price." So the leading child asked, "What is the price?" Following Cassandra's instructions, Selwyn replied, "You'll probably only know after your wish comes true. Don't worry, the price won't be too severe." But the child was not appreciative. He neatly put away the advertisement and said to Selwyn, "Then I won't make a wish." With that, the child turned to leave. Selwyn immediately became displeased. She regarded the children as her prey. How could she let them leave now? She said sinisterly, "Leaving." The children's footsteps paused, as if sensing some dangerous aura. The leading child turned back and said to Selwyn, "That's right, it's getting late, we should go home for dinner." Selwyn interpreted this as a threat, roughly equivalent to, "There are people waiting for me at home, and if I don't go back, you'll be in big trouble." He didn't like threats, especially now. Selwyn's tolerance for threats was not high, almost zero, one could say. After hearing that sentence, he instantly became enraged. Hard spider silk, black flames, and frost appeared at once. The children were scared stiff on the spot, but Selwyn, who had already acted, didn't pay attention to this scene. He pressed on, leaving only the child holding the flyer. Stroking the 4 children lying beside him, Selwyn also smiled faintly, her bloodshot eyes making her look like a malevolent ghost. This successfully scared the captured child, who frantically shook his head and said, "I don't have any, no more, no other wishes." Losing interest, Selwyn unhesitatingly dealt with this child. The families of several children who didn't return from playing outside realized something was wrong that day. They immediately called the police. After the last child's family also left, the on-duty police officer put down the file. 5 people, he flipped through his notes. They knew each other, went out to play together, and didn't come back. This police officer quickly defined the incident in his mind. He believed it was a missing persons case, and after recalling the family information and attitudes of the 5 children, the police officer shook his head, deeming the matter unprofitable. Just search casually. With this thought, he put down the file again. Time came to Monday afternoon at 3 o'clock. Above the gray fog, after answering another question from Hermit Catlia, Klein nodded and said, "You may begin." Hanged Man Alger immediately looked towards Gehrman Sparrow, the world, at the bottom of the bronze long table, and chose his words carefully. "I apologize, your mystical item might have to wait a while longer." Before the other party could speak, he quickly offered an explanation. That artisan strangely fell ill, and suspicious snoopers appeared around him, which caused a delay. "I will personally go there to see if I can resolve his troubles and help him recover as quickly as possible, striving to have the mystical item you need made within these 2 weeks." He spoke very sincerely, expressing his apology and seriousness, but Alice read a hint of fear in his words. After pondering for 2 seconds, she sincerely reminded Hanged Man Alger. "Do you know, Mr. Hanged Man? Generally speaking, when there's an intermediary, if the other party doesn't deliver on time, our target for accountability is the intermediary, not the transacting party." Hanged Man Alger stiffly looked towards the world. Klein's mouth twitched in the gray fog, and he quickly had the world speak. "I agree to this delay, but there will be no next time." He spoke very blandly, but Hanged Man Alger, recalling Alice's words just now, only felt that there was a hidden murderous intent within, utterly terrified. "Thank you for your understanding," he said, outwardly composed. Hermit Catlia, who was listening to their exchange, looked at the hanged man, a slight curve to her lips, and pushed up her glasses, taking the initiative to speak. "If you can't solve that problem, I can help." In her opinion, if the problem wasn't big, she might even do it for free, as this would mean she bypassed the hanged man and established a direct connection with that artisan. How could Hanged Man Alger not understand Hermit Catlia's true intention? He only felt that the other party was displaying strong aggression, putting a certain degree of pressure on him. He paused and responded calmly. Then I will thank you on his behalf, in advance, for your kindness. On one hand, he showed that he had a close relationship with the artisan, and on the other hand, he did not directly refuse, leaving himself a fallback option. Compared to being troubled by Gehrman Sparrow, sacrificing some profit was not unacceptable. But the trouble caused by giving in was not just one. Alice cordially said to Hanged Man Alger, "I can help too." Hanged Man Alger was silent for a moment, then also responded, "I also thank you on his behalf for your kindness, Miss Fate." Klein found it amusing and controlled the world to join the conversation. "I can help too." This was truly terrifying. Hanged Man Alger saw this as a warning from the world that his patience was running thin. He quickly promised, "If there is a need, I will definitely tell you." The world nodded, while Hermit Catlia seized the opportunity to ask, "Are you satisfied with that Seberang intelligence?" She had already collected and organized the Seberang intelligence Gehrman Sparrow needed last Thursday and delivered it to him via a messenger. After all, using Mr. Fool as a messenger is something most people find hard to accept. "It cost me a full £300. If it's not up to standard, I'll return it on the spot." Klein muttered, then had Gehrman Sparrow, the world, grunt in response, which counted as an answer. Then, the puppet's gaze turned to Miss Magician. Furs immediately felt uncomfortable, like a mouse being stared at by a cat. She couldn't help but wonder if she had done something wrong again, and asked somewhat timidly, "Mr. World, is there something?" Gehrman Sparrow, the world, nodded and said, "A commission. Obtain intelligence on Calderon City in the spirit world from the Abraham family. The most important thing is its location." This question made Alice unable to help but cast her gaze over. She frowned and asked Klein, "Why didn't you ask me?" Hermit Catlia's confusion rose and fell. She realized that it wasn't that Miss Fate couldn't do it, but that the world hadn't asked. You rarely find an angel who cannot move freely in the spirit world, it's just a matter of degrees of freedom. Of course, as a pathway that focuses more on spirituality, the Fate pathway's connection with the spirit world is undeniable. Klein, of course, knew about this. She turned to Alice and asked unceremoniously, "Have you been there?" Alice replied frankly, "I have not." Klein then manipulated the world to refocus its attention on Magician Furs. Hermit Catlia and other members began to consider the world's purpose in going to this city, while Magician Furs forced a smile. "No problem, I will help you inquire. How much reward is needed?" Gehrman Sparrow, the world, asked in a flat tone. Magician Furs's thoughts raced. Out of fear of the world, she finally gritted her teeth and quoted a price. £350. Alice looked at Magician Furs in surprise and blurted out, "Oh, is this actually a piece of information that's easy to obtain?" Magician Furs's smile became even uglier. She stiffly turned to Alice and replied politely, "I think this might have something to do with people. For specific individuals, this is indeed easily obtainable information." Alice nodded thoughtfully, and the world also nodded along, saying, "Deal." Seeing that the world had no other matters, Moon Emlyn looked eagerly towards the sun. "Do you have the Beander characteristic of a Sequence 5 artificial vampire yet?" "I haven't accumulated enough merit yet." Son Derek wasn't ashamed this time, instead, he felt that Mr. Moon was too impatient. How could the merit needed for a Sequence 5 Beander characteristic be accumulated so easily? Moon Emlyn quickly turned his head back, suddenly remembering something, and hurriedly said to Magician Furs, "There are clues about the cursed item and residual spirituality of the ancient wraith. I am waiting for the specific details. This might not be giving you the item directly, but rather providing intelligence, telling you where an ancient wraith is active near Backland." Speaking of this, Emlyn thought for a moment and said, £300. In other words, I need to hunt that ancient wraith myself. In various occult legends, this is quite a powerful monster. After hearing Mr. Moon's words, Furs's first reaction was difficulty, and her second reaction was, why not entrust the hunting mission to Mr. World? He could definitely complete it quickly and smoothly. But then, realizing that the cost of hiring Mr. World would certainly far exceed the value of the ancient wraith, she thought it might be better to try it herself, or, should I buy some fortune charms from Miss Fate? Recalling Alice's previous quote, Magician Furs hesitated for a moment, believing that the quote was more likely a prank. She tentatively asked Alice, "Miss Fate, do you still have any thoughts of selling fortune charms?" Alice turned to look at Magician Furs, asking her with a sympathetic expression. Although I sympathize with you greatly, the reason I wanted to sell fortune charms back then was because my financial situation was similar to yours at the time. As for now, well, actually, compared to a wealthy person like Miss Justice, I probably still don't have much money, but money doesn't seem to be very useful to me either. End of chapter. Chapter 527 Chapter 105 Looking for Someone. Hearing this, Magician Furs had no choice but to abandon her previous idea. Afterward, the Tarot Club members confirmed a few more things with each other, and then, World proposed a new commission. I'm looking for someone. After drawing everyone's attention, World feigned requesting the Fool's help to materialize Ince Zangwill's appearance, then said. His name is Ince Zangwill. He was once an Archbishop of the Night Church, originally a Sequence 5 gatekeeper of the Death Pathway. After failing to advance, he defected, stole a relic from a saint of the Night Church, and attempted to advance. He should currently be a demigod of the Darkness Pathway, possessing a Grade 0 sealed artifact. For providing his specific location, £1,000. For clues, the payment will be determined by the effectiveness of the clue. There had been precedents for missing person commissions in the Tarot Club. Alice had placed similar commissions more than once. Additionally, Hanged Man, Alger had also left a missing person commission, though his commission has yet to receive a response, and Alice's targets were all encountered by herself. But, World's commission still drew the attention of the Tarot Club members. Magician Furs even blurted out, Mr. World, is he your next hunting target? Regarding this speculation, Hermit, Catlia and Hanged Man, Alger, who understood the gap between a Sequence 5 and a demigod, expressed dissenting opinions. However, to be frank, their first reaction was indeed the same. World is finally going after a demigod. Yes, Alice answered the question for World. He carefully selected him before settling on him. Magician Furs gasped. On the other side, Hermit, Catlia and Hanged Man, Alger began to look at World with horrified eyes, trying to discern something from him. Even Justice Audrey couldn't suppress her unusual reaction and couldn't help but observe, World. Miss Fate must be talking nonsense again. As for Moon, Emlyn, his feelings were similar to Magician Furs, both respectful and fearful of World. Only son Derek in the entire Tarot Club had normal feelings, looking at World with adoration. As expected of Mr. World, I must also work hard. Amidst everyone's gazes of adoration, doubt, or reverence, World calmly nodded and said, That's right. That's right. Hermit, Catlia and Hanged Man, Alger fell completely silent. Justice Audrey swallowed, feeling she understood Magician Furs' fear. Moon, Emlyn began to wonder if he had offended World in any way. Son, Derek continued to look at World with admiration. Alice looked at them and asked in confusion, Why aren't you speaking? Hearing her voice, Hanged Man, Alger turned his head. He recalled the rumors at sea about World and Miss Fate, and then remembered that the Bishop of the Night Church possessed a Grade 0 sealed artifact. He calmly confirmed with Alice, Miss Fate, will you intervene? After a moment of stunned, Hermit, Catlia and the others also looked at Alice, as in their opinion, if Miss Fate intervened, then this would be quite normal. But Alice denied it. No, this is his own business. This was a rare display of indifference from Alice towards Klein. After all, in their past impressions, Miss Fate seemed unwilling to let World encounter any enemies beyond his scope. A demigod clearly fell into this category. The way she said it, for a moment, Hanged Man, Alger even suspected she and World had fallen out. However, Miss Fate's attitude towards World was as usual. Hanged Man, Alger couldn't infer much more from it. After pondering for 2 seconds, he suddenly had a guess. He already knew that from Sequence 5 onwards, Beander's advancement not only required consuming a potion but also undergoing a ritual. World had previously been collecting demigod potion ingredients, and he couldn't help but speculate about the possibility of this being World's demigod ritual. No, that would be too difficult. Hanged Man, Alger frowned. Even if this was the most likely guess at the moment, he couldn't believe it. He couldn't imagine any pathway whose advancement requirement was to hunt a demigod, surely no one would be willing to take such a pathway. Or rather, are all demigod rituals this difficult? Hanged Man, Alger looked at Hermit, Catlia. It was no secret that this pirate general had been at Sequence 5 for many years and should also be in the stage of preparing for the ritual. If one were to refer to the difficulty standard of hunting a demigod. Hanged Man, Alger recalled that drop of mythical creature blood. Clearly, this was also not a simple requirement. Hanged Man, Alger frowned, and couldn't help but start worrying about his own demigod ritual. If I can advance to a demigod. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, his expression returning to calm. Hermit, Catlia withdrew her gaze from him. She had made a similar guess, but deep down, she believed that the ritual description would definitely not be as direct as hunting a demigod. There were probably other elements that could reduce the difficulty. However, that would also be very difficult. Hermit, Catlia exhaled and asked, World. Mr. World, you mentioned that Zangwill possesses a grade 0 sealed artifact. Can you tell us about its abilities? World didn't speak. He looked at Alice. Upon receiving his gaze, Alice answered for him. For your level, not knowing the information about those sealed artifacts is the best protection for you. If you must know, you only need to pay attention to one thing. When a large number of coincidences appear in your life, please immediately pray to Mr. Fool and find a way to leave the city you are in. Besides that, do not listen, do not ask, do not think, do not understand. That sealed artifact once caused the death of an angel. The last sentence was something Alice had seen in church documents. Alice didn't actually know which angel it was or how they died, she hadn't seen more detailed information. Of course, as a warning, this was enough. Most of the Tarot Club members raised their guard because of it. Justice, Audrey also thought of that secret organization and the Son of God Adam from Alice's description. She looked at Alice, wanting to ask something, but then remembered Alice saying that not knowing anything was the best protection, so she gave up asking. As she delved deeper into the Beyonder world, she had learned to restrain her curiosity. Looking back at World Justice, Audrey promised. If I find anything, I will inform you immediately. The others also expressed their agreement one after another. World nodded, and the trading session ended. It was time for free communication, and the first to speak was again, World. I've conducted a preliminary investigation into the Karen suicide case in Backland. Alice looked over in confusion. She had read about this in the newspaper, but the newspaper hadn't mentioned the unusual aspects, and Alice herself wasn't interested in it, only glancing at it. She had only just realized that there was more to it than met the eye. The first to ask was, Magician, Furs. She spoke out 1 or 2 seconds after World finished speaking. What's the truth? Klein had already rehearsed how to describe it in his mind, and without any hesitation, he had the dummy, World, say. The mastermind is very likely the royal advisor, Herwin Rambus. He most likely has another identity, a committee member of the Psychology Alchemists Council. Alice tried to recall this name in her mind. She found she had no impression of it at all, so she looked at the only great noble present, Miss Justice, and asked her. Miss Justice, have you heard of this person? Or do you know him? Justice, Audrey opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened it again, repeating this several times before finally answering stiffly. Mr. Herwin Rambus comes from a noble family, graduated from Perth University, possesses profound knowledge and excellent insights, and has served as a royal advisor for over 10 years. He is a recognized scholar, good person, and gentleman. After hearing this, the members of the Tarot Club fell silent. Compared to Justice, Audrey, who was still lamenting the darkness of politics, Hermit, Catlia and Hanged Man, Alger keenly smelled the gunpowder in Backland, anticipating that something big was about to happen. Hanged Man, Alger trembled slightly with excitement. His lifelong dream was nothing more than this: if Mr. Fool could achieve victory in this struggle, he might even dare to dream of an angel's throne. Magician, Furs found it hard to feel much about this. She didn't know this Mr. Herwin Rambus, but while marveling at the terrifying nature of high-sequence spectators, she quickly outlined a novel in her mind. For my next book, I want to write a story about a pathological female protagonist who falls in love with a gentleman and uses hypnosis to make him fall in love with her too, only to discover at the end that the gentleman is actually a master hypnotist. Alice stroked her chin, only feeling that adults were too complicated. She shook her head and asked, Justice, Audrey. The royal advisor is a committee member of the Psychology Alchemists Council. So, the current situation in Loan, or rather, the laws and regulations over the past decade, have they all been instigated by the psychology alchemists? I don't know. Justice, Audrey said dejectedly. Alice, however, frowned. She murmured softly, psychology alchemists. Spectator. Atom. As a high sequence influencing low sequences, Alice had no doubt about the connection between Atom and the psychology alchemists. The only difference was whether the members of the psychology alchemists were aware of it or not. She speculated that Atom's goal was to instigate a world war, and Herwin Rambus's appearance proved this to some extent. She realized that the king of Loan seemed to be merely a puppet, a tool to start a world war. Alice's expression was strange for a moment. Someone looked at her because of her words, but, World, didn't give them a chance to ask and instead said. There's one more thing. Please keep an eye out for Chen as Colgate. He's a brigadier general and deputy director of MI9. On the surface, he's only sequence 5, but he's actually a demigod of the Black Emperor pathway, possessing extremely strong spirituality and very sensitive to being watched. Everyone's attention was drawn to this name. They recalled the information they had about this name in their minds and realized that the information they knew was not enough to answer World's question, so they decided to pay attention next time they met. Seeing that no one else spoke, son, Derek voluntarily began to talk about his experiences. I've made a new friend. He paused before getting to the point. His patrol area includes the former chief's mausoleum. He told me that the Council of Six hasn't opened the gate to the underground yet. However, dense and strange plants, very much like human hair, have grown in the cracks of the outer stone layer of the mausoleum. Is it edible? Alice asked subconsciously. Son, Derek paused. Hanged Man, Alger, who was about to ask, also decided to temporarily keep quiet. After carefully choosing his words, Derek replied. We still have dry rations with us, and we haven't tried that yet. World's mouth twitched. He offered Alice a suggestion. Miss Fate, perhaps you can try it yourself. Alice nodded seriously, then shook her head and said. No, his description reminded me of someone. In the gray fog, Klein's movements paused. He realized Alice was probably referring to Frank Lee. After a moment of silence, he manipulated World to look at Hermit Catlia. Hermit Catlia also fell silent. She quickly realized who they were thinking of and could only remain quiet. Hanged Man, Alger didn't quite understand this secretive exchange. He looked around suspiciously, and finally asked, Son, Derek. Besides these, are there any other abnormal situations? Is it Elder Lovia, the shepherd, who is responsible for opening the mausoleum? It's not just her, the chief is also there, and 2 other elders are also there. Son, Derek answered seriously, there's nothing else abnormal for now. Alger nodded. Very good, maintain your current state, establish connections with more people, and closely monitor the changes in that mausoleum. Derek, praised, nodded repeatedly. Alice glanced at Derek, then at Alger, seriously considering whether she could add the stories of these 2 to the future Holy Book of the Full Church. After exchanging some other matters, the members of the Tarot Club entered the mutual learning session, until Klein, seeing that the time was about right, spoke up. Let's stop here. End of this chapter. Chapter 528 Chapter 106 Fermentation. As the others' figures dissipated, Alice suddenly remembered something she had mentioned to Klein before, trying to see if she could pull someone up when it was time for the Tarot Club. Alice blinked, realizing that if she wanted to understand the past relationship between the Lord of the Mysteries and the Key of Light, this might indirectly reveal something. After all, it's possible the Lord of the Mysteries in the past really intended to use the Key of Light as the key to the Saphira Castle's door. Emperor Rosel's diary contained nothing, or rather, nothing new. Alice put it down after reading it and brought up the matter again to Klein, a matter neither of them had taken seriously. Klein, next time at the Tarot Club, let me try pulling someone up, there are some things I want to confirm. This was one of Alice's rare serious moments. Klein frowned, looking at her, but Alice made a shush gesture. Seeing her like that, Klein understood and didn't ask further, only telling her. I'm leaving for Dissy tonight. This was the itinerary decided after learning Eamon had come to Backland. Unfortunately, he only set off after Eamon had already left, but considering he had no reason to stay in Backland, Klein didn't change his mind. Alice's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she said to Klein, like anyone whose friend is going on a travel. I want to eat local disi pie and sweet iced tea. All right. Klein accepted this request, which would be somewhat difficult for others. Alice became happy. She then asked Klein about Zangwill. Haven't you tried divining Zangwill's location? Klein glanced at Alice, reminding her. I would like to divine, but I have neither his personal belongings nor any clues. Alice fell silent. She gave Klein a look of, take care, another missing person case. The officer on duty asked his colleague while flipping through files. Yes, his colleague replied with a frown, and the missing person is the mother of one of the children. The officer on duty said nothing. He looked through the things his colleague had organized and recorded. The statement was very clear. This poor mother remembered the wish which the child had asked about before going missing, and she sighed to her husband, wishing such a wish truly existed. That way, she could wish to get her child back. Her husband didn't take it seriously. Most people wouldn't take such legends seriously, and this mother had only mentioned it casually. But she never expected to pick up a flyer about a wish while grocery shopping. Up to this point, the matter seemed like a ridiculous scam, or a prank by some child. In any case, no one would take it seriously, except for the mother desperate to find her child. This mother had actually shown her husband the flyer, but he advised her not to believe such things, suggesting that instead of wasting time, she should inquire around, find a reliable detective, or earn money to hire one. He didn't have much hope for the police either. So this mother gave up on persuading her husband, but she didn't give up on the matter itself. In her opinion, any possibility was worth trying, and she insisted on finding the witch mentioned on the flyer herself. Her husband couldn't dissuade her and eventually didn't bother to stop her. The next day, this mother took the flyer and went to look for the witch, and after that, she never returned. The brief description made the two police officers feel that something was wrong. They exchanged glances, and one of them asked, "You think, is it those people who did it?" He didn't name names, but the other officer clearly understood him and nodded with a solemn expression. "It's not impossible, report it and see." Selwyn's eyes snapped open. She looked at the book on the table. The dark blue covered book slowly opened, and lines of silver text appeared. "The police have noticed you." Selwyn immediately frowned. Unwillingness and anger made her complexion look rather poor. As her mood became agitated, headaches and whispers once again entanglement her. She had to calm herself down temporarily through meditation, then asked, "How so fast? I haven't even had time to do anything." She indeed hadn't had time to do anything, merely killing 5 children and a mother out of impatience. But Cassandra didn't want to comfort its owner, only calmly offering advice. "Change places." Selwyn frowned irritably. She asked, "Must I change? I just managed to distribute those flyers." Cassandra ignored Selwyn's expression, which was once again distorted by irritation. It only calmly displayed lines of silver text. "Unless you intend to be found by official beyonders." At the mention of this, Selwyn was naturally unwilling. She wasn't stupid. Knowing of the existence of official beyonders, she knew that a wild beyonder like herself would never come to a good end, especially since she had also killed people. "I understand," she replied. "Dissy's pies use more ingredients than Backland's, but they like to add some locally produced spices. The first few bites might feel a bit strange, but once you get used to it, you'll find it uniquely flavorful." Klein sat in his hotel room, occasionally biting into a greasy pie and sipping some cool, refreshing sweet iced tea, living quite comfortably. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, he sighed, cleaned up the mess, and went out to buy a second Dissy pie and sweet iced tea. Then, he used a ritual to transport the Dissy pie and sweet iced tea above the gray fog, and then notified Alice above the gray fog. "Alice, I've bought you the local Dissy pie. Hurry up." Klein had informed Alice of the approximate time in advance. Alice, on the other side, had already set up the altar. Upon receiving Klein's message, she immediately initiated the ritual and obtained the Dissy pie and sweet iced tea Klein had prepared. After throwing the items into the bestowal channel, Klein watched the channel close, rubbing his temples with a headache, and couldn't help but mutter, "Why can't she come and buy it herself?" Shaking his head, Klein closed his eyes and returned to the real world. In Byam, the city of generosity, Alger circled several times, shaking off imaginary trackers and observers, before arriving at the artisan's house and ringing the doorbell. When Alger first heard that the artisan had inexplicably fallen ill and strange peepers had appeared around him, his first suspicion was the demonist sect. But after thinking carefully, he felt that with the artisan's preferences, he wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of beauty at all. The demonesses wouldn't need to make things so complicated. A simple beckon and a display of charm would make the other party confess everything and agree to anything. Therefore, Alger believed there was another reason for the matter, and he felt it necessary to come and see for himself, to avoid the delivery of mystical items being delayed again, and to prevent characteristics and materials from being inexplicably lost. Otherwise, even if the world let him go and focused on the artisan, Miss Fate would probably incite the world not to let him go. As for whether the world would listen to Miss Fate, Alger didn't ponder deeply. In his opinion, it wasn't important at all, because the more the world disagreed, the more Miss Fate would not give up. No, from this perspective, the world had best agree right away. Amidst the ding-dong sounds, the artisan's door opened, and a lean, slightly dark-skinned middle-aged man looked at Alger and said, "Why are you here?" This was Sharf, the artisan who had cooperated with Alger for several years, his specific origins unknown. "Didn't you write a letter saying you were sick?" Alger asked casually. Sharf yawned and said, "I'm better now." Alger was startled, looked left and right, and said, "What about those strange peepers?" Sharf's eye bags were a bit swollen, and his brown eyes showed some fatigue and impatience. "Who knows? They haven't appeared again anyway. In short, I'll be moving soon. It's not too safe here." Alger breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that nothing's wrong." He paused and added, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a drink? A fellow like you, who only seeks intensity, can't appreciate good wine." Sharf scratched his flaxen hair and stepped aside to let him in. Alger walked in steadily, and with just a glance, he took in most of the scene. Sharf's residence wasn't messy and dirty like most bachelors'. Everything was neatly arranged, and there was no dust on the windowsills. After all, as an artisan, he wasn't short of money. It was simply inconvenient to hire a large number of permanent servants due to the need for secrecy in many activities, so he had to hire people by the hour. With a quick glance, Alger found that there was no significant difference from his last visit. The furnishings were extremely simple, with no valuable ornaments, oil paintings, or sculptures, just like a place where ordinary commoners would live. Of course, Alger knew very well that Sharf could be considered a rich man. He simply didn't care about so-called propriety. He could spend hundreds of pounds on a limited edition fine wine, or give away a house for keeping a mistress, but he wouldn't waste a single penny on expensive carpets, bone china tea sets, gold-rimmed cups and saucers, or famous oil paintings. A glass of Sonia blood wine. Alger's expression remained unchanged, but his words and body language conveyed that he had come in only to catch a drink. Sharf shrugged and said, "You should be glad I don't have a habit of keeping strong liquor." He walked to the small bar in the living room, took out a beautifully bottled Sonia blood wine, and turned over 2 glasses. Alger, who had found a sofa and sat down, took the opportunity to raise his hand and pinch the back of his neck, seemingly to relieve discomfort in his cervical spine. Using this action as a cover, he naturally glanced left and right, quickly surveying the areas he couldn't see before. Because Sharf was too lazy to decorate and hadn't placed any ornaments, Alger quickly completed his attempt, his gaze lingering for a second on the glass window of a distant cabinet. Through the glass, he saw some dried withered grass and flowers. Among them were red-edged flowers, blood moon grass, and monkey-faced leaves, all common in the southern continent but virtually non-existent in the northern continent. Alger withdrew his gaze and calmly watched Sharf approach with the wine bottle and glasses. Taking the glass, he chatted with the other party about various maritime matters until the half-empty bottle of Sonia blood wine was completely finished. Seeing this, Alger smiled, bid farewell, and left. 5 minutes after he left, Sharf, who had been sitting quietly, experiencing a slight tipsiness, suddenly stood up, went to the stairwell, and opened the wooden door leading to the basement. Did he suspect anything? No. No matter what, this place is no longer suitable for you to live in. Move to our place as soon as possible. I still have some commissions unfinished. No need to finish them. Anyway, you won't be contacting them again. You have gained a new life. Okay. 4 houses away, Alger sat on a garden bench in someone's yard, pinching his earlobe with his right hand, listening to the words carried by the wind. Something is indeed wrong. Alger released his hand, his eyes darkening. From the conversation he overheard, Sharf even had the intention of reneging on his commitments. Alger understood that this matter couldn't be delayed any longer, but the other party didn't seem to be someone he could handle alone. He probably needed help. Who should he ask for help? Alger first ruled out the world. Although theoretically, the most reliable person to commission within the entire tarot club was probably the world, Alger worried that if he asked the world for help, the world would not only solve the problem but also solve him. The second person excluded was Alice. Alger had no doubt that an angel had the power to solve problems. Even if this angel seemed to know nothing, she could still call for backup. Clearly, Alice's problem wasn't with her strength. Her problem was that she probably wasn't aiming to solve the problem. Without hesitation, Alger chose Hermit Catlia. However, he could ask Miss Fate to be a witness. She could relay the message to the world. If the delivery still couldn't be made next week, the world should also be mentally prepared. Having made his decision, Alger closed his eyes and began to pray to the Fool. Alice didn't refuse the matter, nor did she directly agree. She planned to go watch the excitement if she had time then. In this regard, Alger understood Alice relatively well. She might not help and might even deliberately cause trouble, but if invited to watch the excitement, she would truly just watch the excitement. As long as you can manage yourself and don't accept her bizarre suggestions. Selwyn had no ideas of her own, so Cassandra simply took her to a small city. There were at least a dozen similar cities in Loan. Having only experienced one city, she wasn't particularly conspicuous. Upon arriving in the new city, Selwyn rented a house as before. After confirming that Cassandra had no other reminders, she began reprinting the Wish Witch flyers. She happily told Cassandra, "With the experience from last time, I'll definitely be able to spread the word faster this time." End of this chapter. Chapter 529. Chapter 107. The child is already there. On Tuesday evening, at Harmon Port, on the passenger ship bound for East Balam. Klein boarded the ship in the afternoon, and after responding to Sun, Derek and Hanged Man, Alger, he finally had time to focus on his journey. Currently, the passenger ship was docked at Harmon Port, but Klein did not disembark. He found a window seat in the upper deck restaurant, observing the port and deck scenes through the window while enjoying his dinner. The night view of Harmon Port wasn't among the best Klein had seen, but he was still engrossed in it until his spirituality suddenly pulsed. Klein frowned and looked in the direction his spirituality guided him, just in time to see a suspicious figure preparing to board the ship. The man was wearing a black overcoat and a tall top hat, completely concealing his physique. He had also wrapped a scarf around his face multiple times, leaving only his eyes visible. Not only that, Klein noticed the man kept his head down, staring at the ground, making it difficult for others to see what his eyes looked like. He frowned. Without the need for his spirituality's reminder, he knew there was definitely something wrong with this man. What could it be? Klein turned his head, looked at the mostly uneaten Dissy grilled fish in front of him, elegantly and quickly finished his dinner, then swiftly returned to his room to divine. Beyond the gray mist, the dream showed a black and white photograph. The person in it wore a double-breasted pure black clerical robe and a soft hat. He had a high nose bridge, tightly pursed lips, and features like an ancient sculpture, without a single wrinkle. The most striking feature was that he was blind in one eye. Below the photo was a description of the person's appearance. Klein knew without looking that this man had dark golden hair and eyes so blue they were almost black. This was Ince Zangwill. Waking from the divinatory dream, Klein clenched his fists and remained silent for a long time. After a while, he relaxed his body, slumped into the high-backed chair, and muttered. Who is he hiding from? Knowing that Ince Zangwill possessed 008, Klein did not act rashly. He thought for a moment, then extended his spirituality towards the crimson star belonging to Alice, sending a message. Tell Leonard that Dwayne Dantes discovered Ince Zangwill's whereabouts on an intermediate island in the raging sea. When she received the message, Alice was still eating dinner. The local Dixie pie from the morning had pleased Alice greatly. Not knowing what to eat for dinner, Alice simply opted for Dissy. Although the June weather meant food wouldn't cool too quickly, the process of transporting it from the gray fog still affected the taste of the Dixie pie. After tasting the local Dixie pie, Alice decided to eat fresh ones next time. After hearing Klein's request, Alice also finished her last bite of Dixie pie. She licked her lips, muttering to herself with a hint of confusion. Strange. Doesn't he have a messenger? He can't possibly be trying to save that one gold coin, can he? Although it sounded like an attempt to defame him, it was indeed Alice's first thought. She shook her head, deciding to switch to a slightly more normal line of reasoning. Soon, Alice found the reason from Ins Zangwill's personal belongings. If Rini Tinekar were summoned to send a letter to Leonard, it would likely be discovered by 008. As for Ins Zangwill, without 008, she could just throw talismans at Klein and smash Ins Zangwill to death. Alice shook her head, stepped into an inconspicuous alley, and then silently disappeared within it. Back home, Alice wrote Klein's exact words on a note, then unhesitatingly appeared at 7 Pin Street, dropping the note into the mailbox. She thought for a moment, not leaving immediately, but staying put. She knew Leonard had already left Backland under Pales's persuasion, taking on a mission in East Balam. But what was strange was that Leonard had not changed his mailing address. Alice suspected he had another way to check the mail at 7 Pin Street. She wanted to observe, and if she could learn it, even better. The person inside seemed to have no intention of hiding it from her. An invisible pair of hands opened the mailbox at 7 Pin Street, taking out newspapers, bills, and letters from unknown senders. Then, they floated in midair, flew towards the door, and slipped through the gap in the door. A door couldn't stop Alice. She didn't go in, she only looked at the scene inside the door. Inside the house, in the foyer, the newspapers unfolded themselves, flipping rapidly until the last page. Then, they casually dropped onto a chair, stacking with their predecessors. The bills and letters continued to fly inward, entering the living room. The former quickly stopped, shook a few times, then floated gently onto the coffee table, neatly spread out. The latter, if they had envelopes, shed them. If not, they quickly opened themselves, displaying their contents in midair. After a long while, some of these letters flew onto the shelves in the first-floor study, while others rushed towards scissors, assisting them in tearing themselves into pieces, then streamed in lines into the washroom and were thrown into the toilet. Whoosh! The toilet's mechanical button automatically depressed, flushing the paper fragments into the sewer. Alice's mouth dropped open in surprise. She saw all of this being done by a ghost. Combining this with Pales, who was parasitic on Leonard, Alice thought, this ghost was possessed. So, a high-sequence Beander of the Marauder pathway could be used as a smart home device. Alice blinked, suddenly feeling a bit regretful about Flora Jacob's death. This wasn't a problem, because Flora Jacob also had a student named Hazel Matched. Alice recalled this girl she had almost forgotten, then frowned. She's a bit too clueless. Alice mumbled, thinking that instead of looking for Hazel, she might as well go to Pales and suggest he move. Southern Continent, East Balam, Gulane City. Leonard Mitchell, who had just arrived, was resting in the accommodation arranged by the local night church. Suddenly, the slightly aged voice in his mind rang out, "Boy, you have an important letter." "What letter?" Leonard asked in a low voice, while already having a guess in his heart. Sure enough, Pales confirmed his guess. "A letter from your goddess's illegitimate daughter. She says your former colleague asked her to tell you that Dwayne Dantes discovered Ins Zangwill's whereabouts on an intermediate island in the raging sea while en route to the southern continent." Leonard took some time to connect the two nicknames with the person, then he asked in a confused tone. "Why Alice?" He couldn't figure out why Klein decided to have an angel help relay the message, nor could he quite understand why Alice seemed to listen to Klein so much. "That's quite normal," Pales replied calmly. "Isn't it common to have one sealed artifact or messenger send letters?" Question mark. Leonard was stunned for a moment before realizing this referred to Alice. He dared not respond, changing the subject. Anyway, he really hasn't forgotten his revenge. "What can I do?" "What can you do? You are only sequence 6. Even if Zangwill hasn't mastered 008, you don't have the qualifications to seek revenge against him. He only needs to partially reveal his mythical creature form to make you lose control on the spot or turn into a lunatic." Your probability of successful revenge is 0. This is the qualitative change brought by divinity. Pale's Zoroaster said with a very serious tone. He paused, then chuckled. Fortunately, you are better at recognizing yourself than before. If it were in the past, you would definitely say, I want to pass in Zhangwil's intelligence to the church and join the tracking and capture team, but now, you know to ask what you can do. Leonard wanted to refute several times but didn't speak. Pale's Zoroaster continued, what you can do now is give Klein Moretti some information, wait for him to reply to you, and then cooperate accordingly based on the arrangements within. Not find an excuse to inform the church of Zhangwil's whereabouts. Leonard asked in a low, slightly astonished tone. Pale's Zoroaster chuckled. No need to rush, do that at the critical moment. Although 008 loves to kill its owners, it dislikes returning to a sealed state even more. As soon as you inform the church of Zhangwil's whereabouts and initiate the corresponding pursuit, it will immediately know and make sufficient arrangements. You need to hint this to Klein Moretti. Leonard froze for a second and said, Old man, you seem very familiar with 008. He had never shown it before. Pale's slightly aged voice chuckled. Of course I'm very familiar. In the fourth epoch, 008 caused the fall of angels. I cannot tell you too much, because if you know it, it will know you. The more you understand it, the more likely you are to become part of the story. From the old man's vague words, Leonard truly tasted the terror of 008, this already surpassed the mysticism he could comprehend. After pondering for a moment, Leonard habitually asked, then how should I hint to Klein Moretti without 008 knowing, or, even if it knows, it's only a superficial understanding, just letting me be a passerby in the story. Before he finished speaking, Leonard clenched his hands, gritted his teeth, and without waiting for the old man's reply, he spoke to himself. A subtle hint. Tell him I won't hand over Zhangwil's whereabouts to the church for now. I think he should be able to understand from this situation that there's a certain problem here, realizing that we must be more cautious than cautious. And even if he can't decipher it, his secret organization has members knowledgeable enough about the fourth epoch to provide help. Also, write a normal sentence, if you know it, it will know you, without mentioning 008, using pronouns to let Klein guess what it specifically refers to. Also, does Alice have a way to block this characteristic of 008? She does have the Evernight goddess's favor, after all. Pale's Zoroaster listened quietly, then chuckled softly. People, only grow under pressure. Leonard exhaled, sat up, found paper and pen, and put his thoughts onto the letter. Then, he looked at the envelope in front of him, suddenly stopped, and asked hesitantly. How do I contact Alice? Pales slowly replied, for beings above angels, the honorific name is the best way to contact them. But this still didn't solve the problem. Leonard slowly replied, but I don't have her honorific name. You have the fool's honorific name, Pales replied casually. Leonard was stunned for a moment. As a member of the Red Gloves, he knew the consequences of praying to unknown deities all too well. Although the states of Alice, Klein, and Dwayne Dantes all suggested that the fool's condition should be quite good, and he seemed very benevolent towards believers and favored ones, Leonard had never actively entertained this thought. But this was Pales's suggestion, and Alice had also told him earlier that if he wanted to know more, he should go to the fool. Leonard hesitated for 2 seconds, deciding to confirm first. Why? Pales clearly knew what he wanted to ask and gave his reason. The Evernight goddess has hidden the girl's fate very tightly, but the news from the sea is enough for me to guess her origin. Although I'm not sure of her exact relationship with, it's enough. Since she chose to stand by the fool, then choosing the fool won't be wrong. Leonard keenly caught the word Pales had skipped. He frowned and asked, her relationship with what? Pales chuckled and replied, boy, that's a secret only those above angels can know. Leonard, who had been trained in confidentiality levels, wisely did not ask further. He voiced his final concern. I am a believer of the Evernight goddess, a Nighthawk, a Red Gloves. No church would accept believers of other deities as beyonders of their own church. At best, they would only be accepted as informants. And usually, a believer of one deity would not actively pray to other deities, especially official beyonders like them, who would be even more wary of this, and he was even under the nose of the Evernight goddess. Alice's situation, where she seemed to be a favored one on both sides, was extremely rare. Normally, true gods would not share favored ones, this would be an insult to both parties. This was also what Pales had told Leonard. Before stubbornly calling Alice the Evernight goddess's illegitimate daughter, Pales had once mentioned this possibility to Leonard. She was probably a symbol of some cooperation. Pales didn't elaborate on this matter because he himself wasn't too clear, but regarding Leonard's question, he indeed had something to say. Goddess. Hey, your goddess and the fool, they might even have had children. A few breaths later, Leonard, who had processed the meaning of the sentence, instantly turned pale. End of chapter. Chapter 530. Chapter 108. Meeting. Old man. Leonard swallowed with difficulty, uttering a single word, but then had nothing more to say. It wasn't hard for him to realize that Pales's words about the child referred to Alice, but not everyone had the courage to openly discuss gossip about a true god. This wasn't even entirely talking behind her back. Perhaps the goddess was watching them just now. The mere thought of such a possibility, even knowing the probability was almost non-existent, gave Leonard a significant fright. Perhaps blasphemy was most shocking only the first time. Pales, who seemed to have grown accustomed to it, scoffed. Look at how spineless you are. Leonard dared not speak. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Leonard sat alone on the bed. After a long while, his breathing finally calmed down a bit. He asked Pales, "Should I pray to the fool now?" After a pause, he whispered, "No, that's not right. Shouldn't I first ask about the ritual for praying to the fool?" Pales asked in a strange tone, "Who would you ask?" This made Leonard silent. He knew of only 3 people who might know the ritual. 2 had no contact information, and the remaining one was suspected to be inconvenient to contact. Leonard opened and closed his mouth, finally gritting his teeth and saying, as if having made up his mind, "Since that's the case, I'll just pray directly to the fool." When the prayer was heard, Klein was lying on a luxurious bed in a first-class cabin, enjoying the spacious and clean room that money afforded. Male. Who would be praying at this hour? Klein pondered for a moment but came to no conclusion. He got up, walked 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the gray fog. The crimson star emitting the prayer was swelling in waves, but Klein frowned. He found that this star did not belong to any of the stars he was familiar with, it was a completely new star. He had encountered this situation once before, when Moon Emlyn, at the behest of the Sanguine Elder, had probed the fool. And now, Klein extended his spirituality and was surprised to discover Leonard's figure. Leonard. Klein was momentarily stunned. Although Leonard had long known the fool's true honorific name, and Alice had told him that Leonard might pray to him, still, why today? Why now? Klein frowned, unable to help but suspect Alice, who was responsible for delivering the message. He thought for a moment, summoned Alice, and asked her as she descended the steps. "What exactly did you tell Leonard?" Alice didn't understand the origin of this unprovoked trouble. She looked at Klein in confusion and naturally said, "Just, the content you asked me to say." Klein didn't believe her. She had too many precedents of misinterpretations, so Klein said directly, "Repeat it." Alice frowned, walked to the bronze long table, thought for 2 seconds, then grabbed the back of a chair and began to drag it. Klein quickly stopped her and asked, "What are you doing?" Alice then let go of her hand, turned her head, and explained her reason for doing so, "The seats are too far away." "Why do you still use this table when you call me?" Klein rubbed his forehead and told her, "Next time, in such a situation, you can stand or sit on the table. Now, first repeat what you said." Alice looked at him confusedly, but accepted the suggestion. She withdrew her hand, walked to the front of the long table, stood upright, and repeated her original words to Klein. "Klein asked me to tell you that Don Dantes, on his way to the southern continent, discovered Ince Zangwill's whereabouts on an island in the middle of the raging sea." While reciting this sentence, Alice even specifically put her hands behind her back, held her head high, and spoke in a very formal tone. It was a flawless relay. Klein frowned and explained to Alice the reason for his actions. "Leonard suddenly prayed to me just now." "Ah." Alice looked at him with a puzzled expression. Klein pinched the bridge of his nose and continued, "You see, you can't figure it out either, can you?" "I couldn't figure it out either. I even thought there was some problem with your relay." Alice blinked and asked Klein sincerely, "Why don't you call him up and ask him?" After a pause, Alice's eyes suddenly lit up, and she sat up straight, saying, "Anyway, I'm already up here. How about I try if I can pull him up?" Klein was momentarily stunned, but this wasn't a difficult request. He frowned and agreed to Alice's words. "All right." Alice excitedly extended her spirituality to envelop the crimson star. She was not unfamiliar with such actions. As an angel, she quickly realized that this behavior was very similar to how she received prayers. The praying believers, in her perception of spirituality, were like swelling stars. "However, I feel more. I can vaguely perceive the existence of other beyonders of the same pathway, especially high-sequence ones. Is it because of the uniqueness?" Alice blinked thoughtfully, trying to peek into Leonard's spirit body. This was her first time observing Leonard with such a special vision. She immediately noticed that a ball of light was hidden inside Leonard's body. That ball of light seemed to be composed of countless segments of worm of time, deeply hidden within the mental body. Pails. Alice was a little curious. She tried to extend her spirituality and gently pushed the ball of light. After instigating Leonard to pray, Pails quietly stayed within Leonard's mental body, while also observing the changes in Leonard's mental body. A force rudely and forcefully intruded into Leonard's mental body. Pails felt that it was like a small hand, touching here and there, and finally, pushing him. Is the fool such a character? Pails was momentarily stunned. He always felt that this didn't quite match the fool's character. Instead, it reminded him of another person deeply associated with the fool. He struggled to climb back to his original position, but that hand, as if seeing a ghost, instantly retreated. Pails was momentarily stunned. As he frowned in thought, Leonard had already opened his eyes and asked him, "Old man, did you notice anything?" Pails wanted to say yes, but he also felt that this matter was truly a bit strange. In order not to lose face in front of the fool's junior, Pails calmly replied, "Wait a little longer." So Leonard patiently continued to wait, and Pails also waited as he said. Not long after, he noticed an anomaly and called out, "Boy, are you still there?" No one responded to him. After curiously pushing the light orb, Alice was horrified to find the worms inside the light orb crawling around, in and out, moving with the light orb. This reminded Alice of some unpleasant dreams. She withdrew her spirituality and, under Klein's puzzled gaze, told him, "All right, you take over now." Klein looked at him somewhat inexplicably. Alice replied, forcing herself to be calm, "I just wanted to try if I could pull someone up. I've confirmed that I can, so I won't continue. After all, it's better for the fool to personally handle the first appearance of a new member." Although he always felt something was off, after thinking for a while and failing to figure it out, Klein didn't trouble himself further. He decided to pull Leonard up first and ask for clarification. Leonard sat patiently on the bed. Before long, a crimson light surged from his chest, completely engulfing him. By the time Leonard reacted, towering stone pillars had already appeared before him. They stood above the gray fog, boundless and grayish-white, supporting a magnificent palace like a giant's abode. With a bewildered green gaze, Leonard was stunned for a second before realizing that he had somehow sat down at the side of a mottled, ancient bronze long table, with high-backed chairs on either side and opposite him, exuding an air of solemn dignity. And at the head of the mottled long table, a figure was enveloped in thick gray fog, leaning back leisurely in the chair, seemingly looking down on everything in the world. A blonde, blue-eyed girl skillfully slid off the long table, turned around, tilted her head, then pattered over to a chair on the opposite side and sat down. Leonard's gaze unconsciously followed that figure. He had vaguely realized the girl's identity in his heart. It wasn't until she sat down that he suddenly realized there was another presence in this palace. That was, the fool. Leonard instinctively turned his head, only to feel that the aura emanating from that figure was vast and grand, like an unfathomable deep sea, or a towering peak whose summit could not be seen. In an instant, a flurry of thoughts flashed through Leonard's mind. He had a rough guess about his situation. As a Beyander of the Church, a believer who was certain of the true existence of deities, he could not resist his inner feelings and instinctively wanted to leave his seat to worship the presence before him. PFF'd. The girl's laughter was particularly conspicuous at this moment. This voice was not disguised as it had been during the Tarot Club, and Leonard easily recognized that it belonged to Alice. Halfway to standing, he suppressed his various thoughts, ready to continue getting up, but was pushed back by a force. At the head of the bronze long table, the figure's warning voice sounded. Fate. The content was brief, just one word. Leonard, sitting in his seat, could just see Alice biting her lip at that single word, her hands clasped over her mouth. Then, she turned her head and looked towards the head of the bronze long table with a pitiful gaze. Leonard found it hard to describe his feelings at that moment. The first reaction that popped into his mind was Pale's words. Could it be that the goddess and the fool really had a child? These were blasphemous words, and moreover, he was currently before a deity. Leonard wasn't sure if the fool had a hobby of mind reading. He quickly collected his thoughts and looked up at the fool. The figure within the gray fog didn't seem to be angry. He shifted his gaze from Alice to Leonard and said in a low, calm voice. No need for such trouble. You can call me Mr. Fool. As for fate, you two should know each other, yes. The fool, sure enough. Leonard exhaled. Although Alice had changed greatly since his time in Tingen, Leonard subconsciously couldn't help but treat her as an old acquaintance, holding trust in her, and thus also held basic trust in the fool. He relaxed a little, half rose, and bowed with a hand pressed to his chest, saying, Yes, esteemed Mr. Fool, I did indeed know Miss Fate. Alice couldn't help but burst into laughter. She leaned back in her chair, one hand on the table, the other covering her stomach, laughing unrestrainedly. Leonard stood there at a loss. He dared not look up, nor turn his head, nor sit down. Fortunately, Mr. Fool seemed to be accustomed to this scene and kindly said, You may sit down first. Leonard sat down uneasily. Seemingly confirming that he was seated stably, Mr. Fool then looked at Alice, who was still laughing heartily, and said to her coldly and dispassionately, Shut up. Alice bit her lower lip with her upper teeth, but her laughter still spilled out. She explained, as if arguing, You know this is funny. Klein looked at her expressionlessly. Alice saw this through the gray fog and had no choice but to hold back her laughter. This wasn't actually that difficult for a robot. It was just that, in most cases, no one was worth Alice making concessions for. Klein was one of those few exceptions. Alice wiped the smile from her face, clearly showing her displeasure, and her whole body slumped down. Seeing that she had finally quieted down, Klein didn't continue speaking with her and quickly took the opportunity to turn to Leonard. Why did you only pray to me, but not state the specific content? Leonard paused. He had originally intended to ask the fool for Alice's honorific name, or to ask the fool to relay a message, but such matters sounded too impolite, as if treating the fool as a messenger. So, after several revisions and hesitations, Leonard's final decision was to simply chant the honorific name and say nothing else. He looked around, carefully choosing his words, and said, I wanted to ask you. I have a friend named Klein Moretti, perhaps you know him. Alice's laughter interrupted his subsequent words. Leonard looked at Alice hesitantly, wanting to ask the fool if she was always like this, but considering the circumstances, he quietly stopped. Klein, however, knew why Alice was laughing. To be honest, it wasn't an excessive behavior, as this matter was indeed quite funny, watching two people he knew, one pretending to be a god, and the other believing the former was truly a god. Anyone would find such a thing amusing. But he was the fool now, and he certainly couldn't watch Alice laugh so lawlessly. He looked at Alice once more and said to her, If you cannot remain quiet, then leave here first. This sentence had more deterrent power than any previous one. Alice instantly quieted down. She bit her lip and began to look at the fool with a wronged expression. End of this chapter. Chapter 531 Chapter 109 Plan. Klein guessed that this was a reaction given out of consideration for Leonard. Otherwise, Alice would definitely pounce on him, crying and wailing, and if he looked up, he would find she hadn't shed a single tear. Of course, it was also possible she had shed tears, if she intended to be more professional in her acting this time. Klein thought this as he expressionlessly shifted his gaze, uttering a short word to Leonard. Continue. Leonard subconsciously glanced at Alice. Noticing his gaze, Alice bared her teeth and glared at him, but truly didn't utter a word. Leonard then understood. He bowed again to the fool before asking, Klein, did he also come in here? The fool's tone was without much fluctuation as he gave the answer. A different method. A different method. What's different? Could it be that he wasn't brought in by Alice? Leonard was momentarily stunned. When he learned of Alice's special nature, he had assumed Klein was also introduced to the fool by her, but now it seemed. Leonard frowned. He looked around, counting 22 high-backed chairs. Remembering the tarot cards Alice had him draw, he asked thoughtfully, "Do all these seats have their own owners?" The fool chuckled and said, "Not all of them. Besides you, other beings have been drawn here for various reasons. They request that I regularly convene gatherings for the exchange of information, the buying and selling of materials, the trading of formulas, and mutual assistance. This can help them rapidly advance and become high-sequence beyonders." Leonard listened, greatly surprised. In his view, such an organization seemed a bit too loose, but upon closer thought, he realized this wasn't the case. After all, they held their meetings in the presence of a deity, which meant they would directly face a true god at regular intervals. This was much more tightly knit than an ordinary organization. However, why would Mr. Fool agree to such a request? A suspicious thought flashed through Leonard's mind. His taut thoughts above the gray fog made his brain much more active, and he quickly thought of a possibility. Perhaps, Mr. Fool precisely wanted to give these people a legitimate reason to appear regularly. Thinking of this possibility, Leonard, being tactful, continued to ask, "Is Klein Moretti also a member of that regular gathering? Does he have a seat here?" "Yes, he is the founder of this organization, and the evil god they worship." Alice mumbled inwardly, lowering her head. The fool answered nonchalantly, "Yes." So Leonard immediately followed up with a question. "Respected Mr. Fool, may I join that regular gathering?" Below the gray fog, Klein glanced at Alice before saying with a smile, "You may. I remember, you have the star card." Leonard nodded and said, "Yes, Miss Fate had me draw a card." He paused, and seeing that the fool had no intention of speaking, Leonard hesitated and asked, "Mr. Fool, which card did Klein Moretti draw?" The fool said lightly, "The world. That is him, and it is not him." Leonard clearly didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. His eyes were puzzled, and he looked like he wanted to speak but stopped. At this moment, Alice raised her hand and said, "I have a question." Klein nodded slightly, and Alice unhesitatingly turned to Leonard, asking curiously, "You already knew the fool's honorific name, and you already drew that tarot cards, so why did you only choose to pray now?" Leonard paused, then explained to Alice, "Actually, it's because I had something I wanted to tell Klein, but I was worried he might not be convenient to receive a letter right now." Alice recalled briefly and understood what it was. "Ins Zangwil." "Yes." Leonard nodded. So Alice waved her small hand and generously said, "You can say it here. This won't be heard by 008. Leonard subconsciously looked at the fool's expression. Klein praised him with satisfaction in his heart, then nodded. Leonard then recounted the information he knew in detail. In the end, he saw Alice tell him with a strange expression, "Oops, he probably knows more than you do." Leonard's movements froze. He looked at Alice, then at the fool, and hesitantly asked Alice, "You mean?" Alice spread her hands. Leonard still wanted to say something, but Alice, on behalf of the fool, issued an eviction notice. "Go back. The message will be relayed to you. Backland time, Monday at 3 p.m., remember to maintain solitude." Leonard's movements paused. He turned to the fool, and seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, he stood up, bowed, and took his leave. Klein did not dispel Leonard's shadow when he bowed, so he enjoyed watching Leonard not letting Alice off after bowing to him. Alice clearly didn't have the mental fortitude to accept bows from acquaintances. Klein watched her uncomfortable expression, amused, and ended Leonard's summons. Only he and Alice remained above the gray fog. Klein then turned to Alice and sincerely reminded her, "Please, next Monday, try not to smile like that again, okay?" "I'll try," Alice replied without much sincerity. Klein glared at Alice. After about 10 seconds, Alice couldn't hold out and surrendered first. "All right, I know, I'll definitely try to hold it in next week, is that enough?" Klein then withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. After a few instructions, he cut off Alice's connection with the gray fog. Upon sensing Leonard's return, Pales slowly asked, "How was it?" Leonard exhaled and shook his head, confirming his current state before answering Pales's question. "You said, is the pathway controlled by the fool, the fate pathway?" Pales was silent for a moment before replying, "It shouldn't be. Why do you say that?" Leonard hesitated. I saw Alice, up there. Her interaction with the fool was a bit too natural, both unrestrained and intimate, which made me feel. Leonard paused, ultimately not uttering the statement that would have astonished Pales, only continuing. And there's something very strange. For some reason, it seems she wanted to laugh whenever I spoke to the fool. Hey, old man, do you know why that is? How could I know? Pales said slowly, however, now that you mention it, there is something very strange. What? Leonard asked subconsciously. Pales replied as if to himself. How could the child of night and the fool be of the fate pathway? Leonard's face once again turned pale. After taking several deep breaths, remembering Alice's tone when speaking to the fool above the gray fog, he hesitantly asked. Old man, do all angels, like you, show a bit of disrespect towards true gods? Pales was silent for a moment before saying, believe me, whether it's her or me, or even blasphemer Amen, we are all very respectful of true gods. Leonard opened his mouth and then closed it, feeling that his understanding of respect might be a bit off compared to these people. Is this the place? A member from the Machinery Hivemind team confirmed with the Punishers and Nighthawks, comparing the address on the flyer. After the Wish Witch incident, the local police planned to report it to a Beyonder organization, but encountered problems deciding which organization to report it to. According to usual rules, the principle for the Beyonder world to report to official Beyonders is determined by the faith of the parties involved, as well as by the partitioned area of responsibility. However, the 5 victim families had different faiths, gathering followers of 3 gods, and the Wish Witch's flyers could be found throughout the entire city. The police did not actively investigate the address on the Wish Witch's flyer, they directly reported it to all 3 official Beyonder organizations, letting them negotiate among themselves. As a result, their final negotiation led to them working together, with each step assigned to those skilled in it. For example, now, they had found the address on the flyer, a step assigned to the Machinery Hivemind team, who opted for a violent bombardment. After confirming the address, the Machinery Hivemind team brought out their prepared various large-scale damage weapons, and after the violent coverage, said to the others, all right, you can go in now. The Punishers and Nighthawks each sent people inside. A moment later, they came out and called for the mystery prior among the Nighthawks. After a while longer, they all came out together and announced the final result to the others. The person ran away, there's anti-divination, but we found this at the scene. The Nighthawks took out a slip of paper and displayed it. They all saw a note written in Loan language. Cassandra's Phantom, eyes gazing at despair, seeker of hope, honorific name. A member of the Machinery Hivemind team blurted out. The Nighthawks nodded and said, perhaps we should report this matter. No one objected to this. Involvement of an honorific name meant that saints or even angels were involved in this matter. Considering that this honorific name was a 3-part formula, they might also need to add the possibility of an evil god. This was no longer something they could handle. After a brief discussion, they dispersed, deciding to report the matter. Having had one experience, Selwyn indeed quickly spread the news of the Wish Witch. Although due to time constraints, it was still some distance from covering the entire city, Selwyn had already tasted the harvest. Someone had come to her door with her flyer, seeking help. Selwyn enthusiastically opened the door. Her hair was messy, her eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep, and her complexion was even worse. The person outside was startled by her appearance, a look of terror on his face. Selwyn, who had just been joyful, immediately became annoyed. She knew why the other person had such an expression. She had seen countless such expressions during this time, but she was still very unhappy. Her expression, which had changed from ecstatic to cold, made the guest outside even more terrified. He almost immediately nervously said, I'm sorry, I knocked on the wrong door. Selwyn became even more annoyed. She looked at the flyer in the person's hand and knew that this person had definitely not knocked on the wrong door. She said coldly, even the door can be knocked on wrongly, so useless. Seeing her expression turn cold, the person seemed to sense something was wrong and quickly and nervously said again, no, I'm sorry. I just realized I didn't knock on the wrong door, I apologize. You are the witch who can grant wishes, as the flyer says, right? I have something I need your help with. Selwyn sneered, you should know, right? Asking a witch for help comes at a heavy price. The person's expression immediately stiffened. He cautiously asked, "What kind of price?" Selwyn curled her lips, and the smile on her face suddenly became radiant again. Although at this moment, her appearance was far from beautiful, the person was still attracted. He gazed at Selwyn infatuatedly, feeling that her hoarse voice had become sweet. "Don't worry, it's not serious. Perhaps you can come in and tell me slowly." Okay. The person stammered twice, then followed Selwyn indoors. Behind him, Selwyn reached out and closed the door. Looking at his back, the smile on her face instantly vanished, replaced by a cold and malicious expression. After sending Alice away, Klein had to start pondering his next strategy. He had no doubt that Dwayne Dantes had already been detected by 008, so when contemplating related issues, he chose not to stay in the real world, but remained above the gray fog. Ince Zangwill had most likely already advanced to a demigod. Judging from his actions just now, Klein believed that Ince Zangwill was hiding from someone. Perhaps I should first figure this out. Also, with my current strength, dealing with a demigod is still too difficult. Moreover, what I need to do is orchestrate a play, perhaps I can leverage others. Klein set his mind on the person hunting Ince Zangwill. He thought, perhaps the other party could also become one of the actors in his play. In addition, I also need to find suitable marionettes as soon as possible. Klein frowned, remembering this matter again. Theoretically, the marionettist potion had already been fully digested, and marionettes were not a particularly urgent matter for him. But at this moment, Klein needed to increase his strength. In a situation where mystical items and various charms could no longer provide much improvement, marionettes were the fastest way for a marionettist to improve. Having set himself 2 tasks, Klein returned to the real world and used meditation to fall asleep. The next morning, as the passenger ship departed from Harmon Port, Klein looked through the window and saw a figure suddenly appear on the shore. End of this chapter. Chapter 532 Chapter 110 Gurain. While the dock was still faintly visible, Klein saw a figure suddenly appear there. This figure wore a white shirt and a dark blue jacket, had a high nose bridge, deep-set eyes, light blue pupils, and slightly curly brown hair. His facial features were sharp, and his chin was slightly raised, giving him a look of disdain for everyone. His gaze swept across, quickly locking onto the passenger ship Klein was on. Just at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, as if becoming a door to a dark, illusory place. Deafening hurricanes surged from the seabed, carrying large amounts of azure water upwards. Deep, dark lightning, like cracks in the void, continuously appeared and then vanished as itself healed. This blocked all sight between the passenger ship and the dock, making them seem like they were in different worlds. The raging sea once again displayed its terror. The passenger ship could not avoid, could not resist, and could only continue sailing along the safer, less stormy route. Klein's mind stirred. He immediately thought that the person on the shore might be the one pursuing Ince Zangwill. Under the manipulation of 008, the other party, just so happened, to almost catch the ship, and then, just so happened, to encounter the storm, losing sight of the ship. Klein couldn't help but sigh, realizing the other party was indeed a step late. If they had arrived earlier, allowing Klein to discover this sooner, the 6 misfortune charms he carried might have come in handy, providing some assistance to the demigod chasing Ince Zangwill. As charms of good but not excessively high quality, misfortune charms actually cannot allow the user to control the probability of every event occurring. It is just a general direction, stronger than the misfortune bestowed by a winner, but still limited. But since things had come to this, Klein could only sigh and calmly wait for the sky to clear. Amidst the storm, the passenger ship swayed and navigated through the doomsday-like scene, following the calmer gaps. Most of the passengers on board were calm, seemingly accustomed to such conditions, while only a few who were passing through the raging sea for the first time were trembling, clutching onto anything they could grab. Time passed by, minute by minute, the gales and lightning gradually subsided, and the sky brightened little by little. At this moment, Klein's spirituality was suddenly touched, and he subconsciously looked towards the direction of Harmon Port. Above the undulating deep blue sea, beneath the scattered white clouds, a point of blazing white fire flew from far to near at high speed. This fire grew larger and clearer, eventually revealing its complete form. It was a giant flaming spear. The flaming spear pierced through the sky and landed on the front deck of the passenger ship, but it did not ignite anything or burn through half a plank. It directly scattered and reformed into a human figure. This figure, with a high nose bridge, deep-set eyes, and blue pupils, was precisely the man who had suddenly appeared at the dock earlier. He was close to middle-aged, and slowly looked around, walking past the passengers whose eyes were wide and mouths half open, and entered the cabins. Dwayne Dantes, equally dumbfounded, was somewhat pleased, even if this demigod of unknown origin couldn't directly kill Zhangwil, causing him damage would be enough. However, Klein quickly realized they were on a passenger ship, and he began to pray that these two wouldn't fight on board. Otherwise, looking at all these passengers, he really didn't have much confidence. As his thoughts shifted, Klein drew a scarlet moon symbol on his chest. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang. He looked up and saw a person fall onto the deck. He was dressed exactly like Zhangwil when Klein met him, but the half of his face that was exposed belonged to another person. His almost triangular eyes were full of fear, and he propped himself up on the deck, constantly moving his body backward. This seemed to be just an ordinary person. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly. His attention fell on that area. At the cabin door, the middle-aged man with the high nose bridge and blue eyes slowly walked out and asked in Intis, his voice deep. "Who told you to carry that item and dress like this?" The scarf-wearing passenger frantically shook his head. "No, I don't know. He was also dressed like this, and he gave me £100, and told me to take this tea-ship to the southern continent, and then return by myself." The middle-aged man watched in silence, his gaze sharp, as if it could penetrate a person's soul. This made sweat furiously seep from the scarf-wearing passenger's forehead. His body trembled violently, and he stammered out an explanation once again, but the content of his description remained unchanged. During this process, Klein figured out the whole matter. He realized this was a layered trick by Zhangwil. He guessed that the demigod from Intis must now believe that Zhangwil had someone impersonate him to leave, while he himself remained at the dock. Next, the demigod would return to the dock to search for Zhangwil, unaware that Zhangwil was currently on the passenger ship. Klein squeezed the misfortune charm in his hand. He actually really wanted to do something, but at this moment, he was facing two demigods, one of whom was holding 008. If he made a move, he would only put himself in danger. The enemy of an enemy is not always a friend. Besides, the military still has people following me. Klein took a deep breath and abandoned the idea. And the demigod indeed withdrew his gaze. Blazing white flames suddenly surged from his body. Then, he transformed into a giant flaming spear and hurled himself towards the area where Harmon Port was located. The flaming spear grew farther and farther, and before long, only a speck of fire remained. Throughout the entire process, this demigod, apart from the very beginning, did not spare another glance at the surrounding passengers, as if they did not exist. Klein watched the demigod leave, sighing regretfully, but not disheartened. This encounter was, after all, rushed, and he hadn't made full preparations. Most of the houses in Ghislaine City were built along winding roads, with occasional flatter, more open areas serving as squares or markets. Klein, carrying his luggage, relied on his seer's spiritual intuition and casually picked a direction to walk, searching for relatively lively bars along the way. There weren't too many carriages on the road, and the rental types were only seen once or twice after a long wait. The most popular mode of transport in East Balam was the coffin, which stemmed from the death worship customs, from people viewing coffins as items that could bring peace and tranquility. Therefore, Klein would always see several people carrying a black coffin passing by, the lid much thinner than normal, like a car door that could be easily opened. Carried by 2 people, by 4 people, by 8 people, pulled by horses or unicorns. Such folk customs are a bit scary at night. Well, not much better during the day either. The whole city looks gloomy. Klein admired the scenery along the road as he entered a square. To his left was the Lord of Storms' church, and to his right were restaurants, bars, and other shops. As he stopped, a coffin carried by 4 people was just being set down by the roadside. As the lid opened, the passenger lying inside the coffin stood up and stepped out. He was a Northern Continent-style gentleman in a white shirt and black vest. The gentleman's formal suit was always draped over his arm, and only after leaving the coffin was it put on. Then, Klein watched this gentleman head straight for the Lord of Storms's church and enter it. After watching the gentleman's back disappear, Klein remained silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly changed his destination, turned and walked into the washroom of a nearby restaurant, then took 4 steps backward to above the gray fog, and sent Alice a message. "I found a place you might really like." He presented the scene he had just witnessed to Alice through the gray fog, exactly as it was. The grayish-white mist dissipated in front of Alice. She opened her eyes in surprise, tapped her head, and in a blink of an eye, appeared on the streets of Gulane City. She walked around the streets a few times and found several coffins carrying passengers. Alice was somewhat silent about this, but it had to be said that she was indeed a little interested in this peculiar mode of transport. It would be even better if she could use this mode of transport alone in the middle of the night to go to the cemetery and visit her own grave. After a regretful sigh, Alice found an empty coffin. She walked towards it, and as she stopped, she suddenly heard a girl's scream. Alice looked at the pallbearers and the surrounding people, finding that they seemed to have heard nothing. She tilted her head, remembering that an angel's hearing was indeed better than an ordinary person's. The screams seemed to be mixed with words. Although she couldn't make out the content of the words, Alice realized from the terror in the voice that it might be a cry for help. She frowned slightly, feeling the sound was a bit noisy, and couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound. A local man in his 30s or 40s was lying on top of a young girl, about 10 years old, beating her while forcibly stripping off her clothes. It was the little girl who was crying out. Alice frowned slightly and chose to deal with the man, the source of the problem. An unlucky bird forgot to watch where it was going and crashed into a stone wall by the roadside. A loose brick then fell down and hit the man on the head. The man, who had just been moving, permanently closed his eyes and fell onto the little girl. The little girl froze in place. Alice withdrew her gaze and said to the pallbearers in front of her, "Can you carry the coffin and take me for a ride?" The other party looked at Alice blankly, uttering a string of words she didn't understand. Alice was momentarily confused, then suddenly realized she didn't speak the local language. "Sorry." She hastily dropped this sentence, not caring if the 2 men understood, turned and stepped into a street, her figure disappearing into it. In the street where the incident had just occurred, the overly shocked little girl couldn't catch her breath and fainted. Alice's figure reappeared in place, her eyes solemn as she looked at the little girl. A moment later, the sleeping little girl fell into a terrified dream. Alice lightly lifted her foot and stepped into her dream. Soothsayer dream entry. Dreams are also the soothsayer's domain. One can enter others' dreams with a certain medium and change the scenes within the dream. Alice had used this ability a few times. She found that compared to the nightmare of the night pathway, this ability couldn't forcibly pull people into dreams, and compared to the dreamwalker of the spectator pathway, this ability couldn't travel through dreams. This didn't align with her expectation of a soothsayer's ability to collectively bestow dreams. Alice's final conclusion was that this could be achieved by combining it with other abilities. Although she hadn't found a way to create collective dreams yet, it was clear that she had already learned how to forcibly make people fall asleep and dream. Probability can solve everything. Alice's purpose in creating the dream was not to scare the little girl. After all, she had just saved this little girl, so there was no need to go out of her way to scare her again. Alice actually wanted to trick someone into being her translator. One great advantage of dreams is that even if the other party doesn't understand your language, they can still comprehend the content of your words. She made the dream into a misty street, then appeared in her own image before the still bewildered little girl, smiling at her. "I saved you. As a reward, you have to do me a favor, have someone carry a coffin and take me for 2 rides. I'll pay." The little girl looked at her blankly. Alice unceremoniously woke up the owner of the dream. The child opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was the dead man lying on top of her. A scream erupted from her throat. Alice's impatient gaze fell on her, and a dangerous aura emanated, causing the little girl's scream to abruptly stop. After waiting a few seconds, when that aura dissipated, the little girl bit her lip in terror, preventing herself from screaming, and at the same time pushed away the corpse on top of her, nervously standing up and looking at the figure standing by the wall. She wore a white robe, upon which light seemed to flow. Her hair was bright, radiant gold, and her deep blue eyes held annoyance and impatience. That face was not much older than hers, clearly not a local. The little girl recalled the scene in her dream and nervously stood up, tentatively bowing in thanks. The other party frowned at her, her eyes slightly bewildered. The little girl then realized that this powerful adult was actually a foreigner who didn't speak the local language, and a strange sense of familiarity arose in her heart. But why did she want to ride in a coffin? The little girl blinked. Her limited knowledge told her that this was a local specialty, and the adult in front of her might be a tourist. Such a down-to-earth guess reassured the little girl quite a bit. Although she realized the other party couldn't understand her words, the little girl still said, "Follow me," and then led the way to find an empty coffin. Alice didn't understand the little girl's words, but seeing her turn around, she vaguely guessed something and followed. Sure enough, before long they stood before an empty coffin. She watched the little girl go forward and say a few words to someone, then turn back and hold up one finger to her. Alice thought for a moment, then took out a gold coin and handed it over. The little girl wanted to say something, but didn't get the chance, because the pallbearers had already approached ecstatically, inviting Alice to lie down in the coffin. End of chapter. Chapter 533 Chapter 111 Bugs. Oh no, I gave too much. Alice watched the pallbearer take back the coins with a hint of reluctance, then glanced at the little girl beside her, deciding to maintain her image and put this dead on Klein. Lying in a coffin wasn't actually that interesting. After the novelty wore off, Alice started wanting to leave. But then she remembered her gold coin and felt a pang of regret. She lay in the coffin, conflicted and gritting her teeth. As she was pondering, the familiar gray fog suddenly enveloped her. She heard Klein's curious voice. "Alice, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever asked you, what exactly have you seen from me?" This was a question Klein remembered after capturing a winter marionette. Upon first hearing Klein's question, Alice was genuinely stunned. What had she seen? She had seen the mist from around Saphira Castle, and what lay behind that mist? The Lord of the Mysteries. But she couldn't tell Klein this. Alice frowned, hesitated for 2 seconds, and, before Klein returned to the real world, simply lay in the coffin and went above the gray fog. Under Klein's questioning gaze, Alice blinked and told him, "I can't tell you what it represents, but if you're curious, I can materialize those images. With the gray fog blocking it, it shouldn't cause you any harm. And, well, I can probably censor some of the patterns and symbols. Anyway, you just need to see the general shape, right?" This was quite thoroughly censored. Klein thought for a moment and confirmed with Alice. "Is what's behind that also information only angels above can know?" Alice explained. "More or less. Because you can't conceal the specialness about you, Beyonders of the monster pathway can directly see the surrounding gray fog through you, and what that gray fog represents." After a 2-second pause, she looked at Klein, her expression solemn as she told him. "Which is, the true owner of this castle?" Klein's breathing quickened instantly. He pressed his hand on the table, his eyes fixed on Alice, wanting to say something, but his voice changed several times before finally reverting to his initial question. "I want to see the specific images." "All right." Alice nodded, materializing the scene with Klein's help. It was what she saw through the mist on Klein, and also the scene Alice saw every time she tried to ascend Saphira Castle. A light door tinged with a bit of greenish black, countless light orbs, transparent and translucent worms clumped together, and innumerable complex patterns and symbols. Of course, those patterns and symbols were censored by Alice. Klein frowned as he observed the image. His gaze first fell on the cluster of light orbs, and he told Alice with a strange expression. "This is my meditation scene." Alice reached up and massaged her forehead. Klein then went on to observe the light door and the 2 different types of worms. Alice, who had seen these many times, was clearly intimately familiar with them. The images she materialized were very realistic, and Klein saw familiar things in them. "Worm of Time." "Yes," Alice nodded, "Worm of Time, and the door, wait a moment." Her voice abruptly stopped, as if she had thought of something terrifying, and she stared at Klein with wide eyes. Klein also became nervous from her attitude. He asked hesitantly, "What's wrong?" Alice swallowed with difficulty, her eyes fixed on the transparent worms with a profound gaze, and she replied with a twisted expression. "I think I know what your mythical creature form is." Klein followed her gaze to the pile of transparent worms, his expression also becoming strange. He asked hesitantly, "I'll turn into worms." Alice shook her head, her tone heavy. Not a worm, but, well, judging by Eamon and Pales whom I've seen, you'll turn into a pile of worms. Klein gasped in horror. This was truly terrifying for him, who was still human for now. He found it hard to imagine himself turning into a puddle of transparent worms clumped together in the future. Just thinking about it, he felt his sanity was under severe threat. At this moment, Klein felt it would be better for him to turn into some kind of furry animal. He glanced at Alice. Even though the Alice before him could already be called a snake of fate wearing human skin, Klein didn't feel much psychological comfort. Turning into a snake at least sounded more acceptable than turning into a mass of worms. Don't worry, Alice calmly comforted, look on the bright side, at least you won't have to worry about a big belly when you're pregnant with me. You can put fewer worms in that area. Quote, question mark, quote. This unconventional comfort made Klein unable to resist glancing at Alice. After his mouth twitched, his expression became even stranger. Alice, you shouldn't like playing with worms, right? Alice remembered the feeling of the worm of time crawling on her hand. She quickly shook her head, then stopped, and said hesitantly. No, I'm not actually afraid of worms. I'm afraid of the worm of time because. That was Eamon. Without her needing to say it, Klein understood the reason. He realized Alice could never be afraid of him, so he asked hesitantly. So, do you like playing with worms? Alice looked at Klein and fell into contemplation. They stood in silence. After more than 10 seconds, Klein changed the subject. By the way, can you still locate Ludwell? The hell, General. Considering Alice's sometimes good, sometimes bad memory, Klein specifically emphasized Ludwell's title. Alice slapped her head, remembering such a person, and after greeting Klein, she briefly left above the gray fog. After confirming in the real world, Alice returned to Saphira Castle and nodded, saying, Yes, do you need to find him? Klein nodded and said, possibly soon. Alice made an, okay, gesture. They chatted casually for a few more sentences. Alice remembered she was still lying in a coffin, and to prevent the pallbearers from actually thinking she was dead, she returned to the real world. Klein watched Alice's figure disappear, vowing in his heart that he would absolutely never show his mythical creature form in front of Alice in the future. He always felt Alice would reach out and scoop some up, or pick a few up to play with. He hoped she wouldn't accidentally crush them to death. Klein sighed, unable to resist drawing the scarlet moon symbol on his chest, sincerely praying to the goddess who shared his plight. Klein met Mr. Azek the next day. It had been a long time since he last saw Mr. Azek. Klein's face showed surprise upon first seeing him. A few breaths later, he suddenly noticed that Mr. Azek was standing next to the marionette. This was due to the positioning medium. Klein, who knew multiple angels, quickly realized this, understanding that Mr. Azek was actually locating him by relying on the bronze whistle. He couldn't help but imagine Mr. Azek simply grabbing the marionette and leaving. Perhaps he should pay attention next time. He closed his eyes. Mr. Azek looked at his new face and said, Are you ready? Ready? Of course not. Klein smiled without any guilt and told Mr. Azek. The method to locate Ludwell is with Alice. I need to call her. Upon hearing that name, Mr. Azek's movements paused. He looked up at Klein and asked with a slight hesitation. Circus. This was his deepest impression of the name. Klein's mouth twitched, and he showed an awkward but polite smile. Mr. Azek's gaze left him, and he said indifferently. You contact her. By the way, is your glove sealed? Klein had mentioned this to Mr. Azek. He displayed the creeping hunger and explained. This is the seal Alice made. Mr. Azek's gaze fell on the glove, paused for a few breaths, then retracted. He nodded. Klein then told Azek about his divination dream as a warning, making some concealments along the way. Azek nodded calmly, expressed his pay attention to, and finally asked. How do you plan to contact her? Klein replied, I can pray to her. Azek's gaze froze for a moment. He seemed to have a question, but ultimately said nothing, only nodding to signal him to begin. Klein then lowered his head and prayed to Alice in front of Mr. Azek. He could feel that upon hearing the three-part honorific name, Mr. Azek's gaze clearly froze for an instant. Alice's figure quickly solidified beside them. She blinked and soon saw the legendary Mr. Azek. Their only previous meeting occurred when Alice first pushed open the grave and climbed out. Alice hadn't forgotten this person who watched her climb out of the coffin and then watched Klein climb out with her. She was silent for 2 seconds, then showed an equally awkward but polite smile. Hi. Mr. Azik's gaze fell on her, and his brows furrowed little by little. He asked thoughtfully, Miss Fate. Alice turned to look at Klein. Klein turned to Mr. Azik and said to him, there's only one preparation left, and that's to confirm that Hell General Ludwell isn't in a dangerous place, and there are no numinous episcopate demigods nearby. Upon hearing this, Alice immediately raised her hand and said, I can confirm. Neither Azik nor Klein were particularly surprised. They both looked at Alice. Alice closed her eyes, found the long unseen monocle, and was very pleased to find that Eamon was not around. Of course, this wasn't the primary object to observe. She scanned around once more, then opened her eyes and told them. It's very safe there. Azik and Klein both nodded, then stood in place with Alice, looking at each other. A few seconds later, Alice asked sincerely, should I lead the way or just take you there directly? Mr. Azik was silent for 2 seconds before replying, you can take us there directly. Alice suddenly understood and extended her hand, then looked at the 3 people in front of her, silent for a second, and turned to Klein, asking, can you carry your marionette yourself? Klein wordlessly reached out and grabbed his marionette. Alice then teleported them, and soon, they returned to the real world. After stabilizing himself, Klein surveyed his surroundings. This was a somewhat familiar environment. The huge ship, dark and tinged with eerie green, the pale mainsail adorned with a black tulip, and the zombies, skeletons, wraiths, and specters, and other undead creatures either manipulating the sails, patrolling back and forth, or practicing with cannons, all proving this was the Hell General's flagship, the Black Tulip. Alice was also observing the surroundings. What was different from her last visit was that the Black Tulip now had quite a few living beyonders. The captain, Hell General Ludwell, with a thin rapier at his waist, wearing a ruffled shirt, a lavish coat, a white skull-adorned tricorn hat, and a silver-white mask covering his face, was standing at the entrance to the ship's cabin, looking in their direction. Suddenly, the square, dark ring on Ludwell's right hand vibrated slightly, and a light flashed. The pale flames in the arrogant pirate general's eyes flickered noticeably, eventually shrinking to an extreme point. Immediately after, Ludwell bent his back, and under the dull, surprised, or lifeless gazes of his crew, he prostrated himself on the deck before Azik Eggers, kissing it. Alice stared at this scene in astonishment, her mouth agape, and she uttered a compliment to Azik Eggers. So cool. This was pretty much Klein's inner thought too. He had guessed several possible reactions from Ludwell, such as a demigod lurking on the ship, or perhaps being unprepared and easily dealt with by Mr. Azik. He never expected the other party to kneel and beg for mercy at first sight. He and Alice stood in place, equally astonished. Alice looked earnestly at Mr. Azik. Azik raised a hand to adjust the silk top hat on his head, and walked unhurriedly towards Ludwell, who was prostrate on the ground. 92. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he stopped in front of Hell General Ludwell and spoke in a low voice. How far along is the numinous episcopate's artificial death plan? Ludwell's forehead was pressed tightly to the ground, and he replied hoarsely. The artificial death can now actively influence high-sequence beyonders who fail their advancement, but it cannot yet respond to prayers and rituals. After describing it, he slightly raised his upper body, took off the square, dark ring on his right hand, held it in both hands, and offered it forward. Alice watched in surprise at Ludwell, who was clearly conscious but behaved even worse than someone controlled, and only after the ring flew into Mr. Azik's palm did she ask aloud. If your attitude towards him is because he's an angel, then I'm also an angel, why don't you kneel before me? Klein turned his head to look at Alice in astonishment. Mr. Azik didn't move. He shifted his gaze from Ludwell, who didn't even dare to lift his head, and explained to Alice. High-sequence beyonders of the death pathway have a strong suppression over low-sequence beyonders. End of this chapter. Chapter 534 Chapter 112 Confession. Oh, Alice suddenly understood and nodded. Azik, having finished his explanation, looked down at the ring in his palm. After a few seconds of examination, he picked it up and placed it on the index finger of his left hand. Suddenly, a terrifying, profound, indescribable, and lofty sensation emanated from him. The zombies and skeletons, some naked and some clad in tattered leather armor, all knelt on one knee, bowing their heads, seemingly daring only to look at his leather boots. The flying wraiths and shadows likewise fell to the ground, pressing tightly against the deck, no longer floating in midair. The remaining pirates on the ship fell to the ground one after another, burying their faces in the deck, not daring to lift them in the slightest. So cool. Alice looked at Ajik's back, astonished, feeling an urge to ask for the ring and try it on. Ajik took 2 more steps, arriving at Hell General's side, then turned his body to face Klein, and said to Ludwell, "You will be his puppet for 1 year. When the time limit is up, you can return to the spirit world." "He's actually letting him go back," Alice blurted out. Ludwell's body, which had been trembling with anger and unwillingness, stiffened. He prostrated himself, pressing his forehead against the deck, and said quickly, "Yes, great death consul." Klein looked at Alice with a complicated expression. Mr. Ajik also stopped and glanced at her. Alice subconsciously covered her mouth with her hand under their gazes. Ajik's gaze lingered on her for a moment, then smoothly shifted to Klein. Klein looked back at Mr. Ajik blankly. After a few seconds of silence, Ajik withdrew his gaze and refocused his attention on Ludwell. Alice blinked innocently, realizing that her behavior just now might have been a bit too embarrassing. Fortunately, Ajik's attention wasn't on that. Mysterious symbols, rendered in pale and eerie green, appeared one after another, intertwining to form an illusory bronze door. This bronze door quickly shrank, landed on Hell General's forehead, and drilled inside. Then, Ajik turned his head, nodded to Klein, and then pointed at Ludwell. Klein walked forward expressionlessly, manipulating Ludwell's spirit body threads. Alice tilted her head, looking for the monocle she had left on the ship. "I'll give it back to Eamon then." "No, I'll give it to Will Osepton then." Alice tossed the monocle in her hand, then remembered Amon's cryptic words and frowned. She still hadn't figured out Amon's purpose, but ever since she started doubting the relationship between the Key of Light and the Lord of the Mysteries, Alice believed that whether she could understand this matter might not have much impact. After all, it seemed that neither she nor Eamon were truly deciding the direction of things. Although these two existences now seemed no different from being dead, considering the abilities the soothsayer displayed in the Lord of the Mysteries, potential influence on fate, Alice believed the outcome of this matter might have already been predetermined. Of course, this didn't mean she didn't need to try. Alice suspected that if she didn't possess the appropriate strength or do the appropriate things at the right time, what awaited her would not be anything good. In other words, for her, perhaps both overexertion and excessive slacking were not good things. The truly beneficial choice was, just right. But how could she determine what was, just right? Alice sighed, realizing that there was only one possible answer to this question: Miss Fate would tell her. Alice gathered her thoughts, then asked Klein and Ajik, who had already turned Ludwell into a puppet. "What are you going to do next?" Without needing a response, Alice, who had asked the question, received the answer herself. She saw a thick darkness emanating from Ajik, and a slender, pale female hand emerged from the darkness. Alice's body stiffened because of that hand. Her intuition told her that behind that hand was a terrifying person she absolutely did not want to meet right now. But Alice inexplicably wanted to see the full picture. So, as the two different thoughts pulled at her, a figure appeared along with the hand. It was a woman's face. She wore a starry skirt, her features beautiful but her eyes vacant. Alice's gaze froze for a moment, then met those lifeless eyes. The image dissipated. After 2 seconds of blankness, Alice looked at Ajik and Klein, who were still in front of her, took a deep breath, and uttered a crisp word. "Goodbye." Klein and Ajik looked at her with confused eyes, but Alice didn't explain. She just raised her hand and drew a scarlet moon symbol on her chest, devoutly saying, "Praise the goddess." Quote, question mark, quote. Klein's gaze froze on her. He seemed to realize something and was about to speak when Alice vanished on the spot. She didn't go home, but instead appeared directly in a secluded street near St. Samuel Cathedral. Then Alice walked out of the street and unhesitatingly stepped into the cathedral. After a half-beat pause at the cathedral entrance, she muttered in a low voice, "Maybe I should go to the confessional, but what I confess might scare the bishop sitting opposite to death." Alice shook her head, sat on a long bench, closed her eyes, and prayed in her heart. "Goddess, I won't pinch your face without your permission again, even if it's the face of a divine descent vessel. Really, I will definitely ask for your permission before pinching." After Alice left, Audiobook turned to Klein and asked with a frown. What did she mean by that last part? Klein silently withdrew his gaze. He could guess that Alice had definitely seen something, and it was probably related to the goddess. It seemed she had been warned, afraid to say anything. But if Klein were asked what exactly Alice had seen, he couldn't think of it. So he thought for a moment and said to Mr. Audiobook, "She must have seen something." Mr. Audiobook was silent for a moment, then withdrew his gaze from him and said coldly, "We're going to the raging sea. Give me that copper whistle." "All right." Klein guiltily handed over the copper whistle, outside a house near the port in Byam. Alice was patiently waiting with Alger and Star Admiral Katlia for the people inside to finish dinner. Before this, Alger had actually contacted Alice about Katlia's arrival and meeting, including the intermediate information search phase. But Alice wasn't interested in any of this. Her original agreement was simply to watch the show. Alger was well aware of this and didn't expect anything further after reporting. It wasn't until tonight's operation that Alice finally appeared on the scene. Alice, who hadn't listened to the plans and discussions, actually didn't know how they were going to act. She looked at Alger and Katlia and found that Alger also had a hesitant expression. Alice quickly realized that Alger also didn't know the details of the operation, so she lost her interest in asking and just watched Alger silently. Alger received the message from her eyes and turned to Hermit Katlia. Just as he was about to ask, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. When she saw the thin, pale, sickly figure, Alice blinked and called out his name. "Heath Doyle, Miss Fate." Heath Doyle respectfully bowed to her. Alice waved her hand and stepped back a bit, leaving the main stage to Katlia. Heath then looked at Katlia and said to her, "Captain, they didn't notice anything unusual. They made those mushrooms into cream soup and prepared pan-fried fish as the main course for tonight." "Very good." Katlia took off the heavy glasses perched on her nose and looked at the house's dining area, blocked by a wall, with her mysteriously purple eyes. Heath Doyle didn't babble. His figure instantly darkened, returning to the shadows, having stealthily gone somewhere unknown. Mushrooms, fish, Alice's brow twitched. She remembered the resealed creeping hunger and looked at Katlia with a look of dread. As if receiving her gaze, Katlia nodded to her. Alice swallowed nervously. This exchange seemed like a game of charades to Hanged Man Alger. Although he realized that the core of tonight's operation was mushrooms, and poisonous mushrooms at that, he still couldn't figure out more details. He hesitated and asked, "Will this cause Artisan Sharf's death?" Wild artisans were quite rare, and Alger didn't want to lose such a friend, when there was still room for maneuver. For him, the ideal solution was to imprison this guy and make him an artisan exclusive to himself and Hermit. "No." Katlia calmly shook her head and casually explained, "Both the intelligence you provided and the details observed by my crew mentioned one point. Sharf doesn't like eating fish, even dislikes it intensely. This might be related to him getting a fishbone stuck in his throat when he was a child." Alice swallowed again. She decided that from now on, she would absolutely not eat fish when eating mushrooms. "Dislikes eating fish," Alger murmured, glanced at Alice, who was swallowing, then at Hermit Katlia, feeling that these two seemed to have some secret, excluding him. He was puzzled but didn't ask, deciding to observe first. Her figure instantly became transparent, as if turning into a statue composed of countless starlight. The statue shattered, and brilliant starlight surged. It suddenly arrived at the doorway of the house and drilled in through the gap. Bits of starlight reassembled inside, and Katlia's figure reappeared. Then, she heard the whistling wind and the thud of an impact. The doorframe shook, the door opened, and Hanged Man Alger, masked and hooded, entered the target building not much slower than Star Admiral. Alice, who was there as a mere decoration, followed in openly, seeing the full scene. Artisan Sharf was retreating in horror, away from the long tea table. 2 men and 1 woman were sprawled on the floor, continuously vomiting mushrooms. Their clothes were already torn open at their chests and abdomens, and mushrooms were growing out of them, one after another. Noticing someone entering, these few instinctively looked up, their faces already showing white mycelium, clump after clump. Alice reached up to her forehead, realizing that this was indeed Frank Lee's handiwork. As expected of mushrooms that can kill a sequence 5, she praised. These words made Hermit Katlia and Hanged Man Alger both pause, then turn to look at her. After a moment of thought, Hermit Katlia realized that this was probably Gehrman Sparrow's achievement. Katlia turned back, pinched her mouth with her right hand, and whistled. Illusory ropes emerged from the ground, coiling like snakes to bind the 3 primordial moon believers. Is there a way to stop it? Katlia tilted her head and asked the shadow in the corner. After a moment of silence, Heath Doyle's voice came from there. Frank said he hasn't experimented with a way to stop it yet, only cremation. Alice breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she didn't have to get involved. Cremation? Katlia's eyebrows twitched. She immediately pulled out a handful of powder from a dark pouch and threw it over. The powders seemed to have a life of their own, accurately landing on the 3 primordial moon believers and the various mushrooms. Silently, crimson flames rose, quietly burning everything they touched. Artisan Sharf had been stunned with fear when he witnessed the mutation. After someone broke in, he initially wanted to resist with his mystical items, but he quickly recognized the newcomers, so he rationally gave up and decisively stood aside, waiting. He told himself that he still had high utilization value and wouldn't be directly killed no matter where he went, and Star Admiral had always had a good reputation. The worst-case scenario would be joining the Star Pirate group. Moreover, this pirate admiral herself was more beautiful than the portrait on the wanted poster, with a completely different temperament, but who was that lady next to her? Sharf tugged at his wolf-tooth necklace. Confusion flashed in his heart, then a fawning smile appeared on his face, his gaze occasionally sweeping over Alice. Although rumors about Miss Fate mentioned that she was a blonde, blue-eyed girl who looked young, people couldn't possibly suspect every girl who matched the description of being an angel. Without Gehrman Sparrow nearby, and Alice not displaying the unique deterrent force of a demigod or above, Sharf didn't think in that direction. He was only puzzled as to what kind of girl could appear in such a situation. And her status seemed not low. As he was pondering, Alice, as if sensing something, turned her head, stared at him for 2 seconds, then turned to Alger and asked a chilling question. If we dig out his eyes, will it affect his ability to create mystical items? It will. Alger paused slightly, then answered without hesitation. However, if you wish, you can still do so, or do you wish to wait until he finishes making the mystical item he's working on? Sharf froze. He looked at Alger, who was respectful in attitude and humble in tone, and suddenly had a bad premonition. An unknown fear spread through his heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 535, Chapter 113, Kindness. Alger's words indeed gave Alice a bit of inspiration. She understood that the artisan Sharf's value lay in crafting mystical items, which naturally made her think of Klein's marionettes. According to her knowledge, marionettes could retain Beander abilities. But Klein already had 2 marionettes, and Alice hadn't asked Klein how many marionettes he could have at most, but she imagined that a sequence 5 wouldn't have too many, certainly not enough to support a circus, so each marionette should be carefully considered. The artisan wasn't a sequence that provided personal strength. Their advantage lay more in crafting mystical items, and mystical items couldn't be entirely counted as direct combat power. As for selling them for money, although acting as a rich man made Klein's finances extremely tight, Alice didn't think that the artisan Sharf could compare to pirates in terms of quickly acquiring money. And in the long run, Klein wasn't without fixed assets. Alice shook her head, dismissing the thoughts in her mind, and said to Alger, "You all handle it. I'll ask the world once he becomes a demigod if he's interested in crafting mystical items. Anyway, leaving a permanent marionette slot open after becoming a demigod shouldn't have much impact, and he should be a demigod soon." Alice began to eye Sharf with the look one gives to miscellaneous objects. From her occasionally furrowed brows, Sharf sensed a kind of dissatisfaction, different from the anger he felt after being offended just now. This was more of a critical appraisal. The difference wasn't actually obvious, but as an artisan, Sharf was very familiar with the look he gave mystical items. He was certain this girl was looking at him with that exact gaze. Alice's words actually revealed a small amount of information. Alger and Katlia realized that the world Gehrman Sparrow, after becoming a demigod, could acquire the ability to craft mystical items through some method. Alger quickly remembered Senor, who had explored the island with him, and formed a certain conjecture in his mind. Perhaps it wasn't only possible after becoming a demigod. Was it just that the slots were full now, and there would be new openings after becoming a demigod? Alger thoughtfully noted this down, then, after 2 seconds of contemplation, turned to Sharf and said, "You should be glad Miss Fate is in a good mood today." He didn't say too much. For well-informed people, the title, Miss Fate, was enough to explain most of the issues. Sharf immediately connected Alice with the rumored person, his face changing several times in an instant, finally dropping to his knees cleanly and shouting, "I deserve to die, Your Highness. If I had known it was you, I definitely wouldn't have looked around. I'll gouge out my own eyes right now." As he said this, Sharf pulled out a dagger from his person and ruthlessly aimed it at his own eyes. This act of begging for mercy was too decisive. Alice watched in surprise until the dagger touched his eyelid before she hastily called out, "Wait a moment." Sharf, who wasn't truly intending to gouge out his own eyes, decisively stopped, put down the dagger, and knelt back on the ground, preparing to praise Alice's benevolence. "You truly are a benevolent highness." "No," Alice interrupted him, "can I go out first, and then you gouge them out?" These words stunned Sharf for a moment. He raised his head in shock, forgetting to disguise the emotions in his eyes, while Alger, after a moment of silence, spoke. "Miss Fate has always been kind-hearted and cannot bear such bloody and cruel scenes." Katlia turned her head to look at Alger without a word, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, said nothing. Alice herself didn't know how to comment on that sentence. She turned to look at Alger, saw that his expression was calm, showing no emotion, and after a brief silence, gave him a thumbs up, then said to Sharf, "That's right." Then, she exited the room without looking back, closing the door behind her. Sharf knelt awkwardly in place. He looked up at Alger, then at Katlia, and seeing that both were expressionless, gritted his teeth, picked up the dagger from the ground again, and plunged it towards his eyes, simultaneously shouting words of repentance. Unfortunately, these words soon turned into screams. Alice irritably covered her ears, and after the sound faded, she silently dropped a restart. So Alger and Katlia saw that the dagger that had been removed was put back into Sharf's eye socket, and his eyeballs flew back into their sockets, reattaching to his eyes as the dagger was removed again. Before they could be surprised, Alice pushed the door open, poked her head in, and said, "Keep digging. This time I want to see a live version. Also, no screaming." Alger and Katlia swallowed hard, then Katlia calmly asked Sharf, "Did you hear that?" He did hear it, but Sharf was a bit distraught. He seemed to understand why she looked at him with the gaze reserved for mystical items. But Sharf knew he couldn't resist. Unless the true primordial moon was willing to save him, or an angel under the primordial moon was willing to save him, a mortal's resistance was meaningless against an angel. On the contrary, if he kept digging, perhaps she would get bored and let him go. Thinking this, Sharf once again wielded the dagger against himself. This time he only dug halfway before Alice restored him, then Alice frowned and said, "Forget it, it's boring. I'll wait until the world becomes a demigod." What a boring thing to say. Alger looked at Katlia, who, as if she hadn't heard Alice's words, asked, "Shall we continue?" Alice nodded. So the pirate general turned around and asked Sharf, who was still kneeling on the ground, "I originally intended to find you through a friend to craft a mystical item, but I found you consorting with followers of the primordial moon. The three of them aren't strong enough to restrain you at all, so why are you still here?" "Wait," Alice interrupted them, "primordial moon." She frowned, looking at Sharf. Sharf, who originally had other thoughts, immediately decided to be honest. He truthfully replied, "They originally had a strong Beander in Biome, and through some kind of floral scent and powder, they infected me with a strange illness, making me quite weak. Although I've recovered now, during the time they controlled me, they told me that by believing in the primordial moon, I could cure my stubborn illness through a certain ritual. I couldn't resist the temptation and tried it, and it really worked. I felt like a man again." At this point, his voice stopped, and he gave an embarrassed smile. Alice blinked. It took her a moment to understand the meaning of that sentence, and she looked down at his lower body with a slight hesitation, blurting out, "You couldn't do it." Sharf opened and closed his mouth repeatedly several times. After a huge internal struggle, he finally replied, I was too indulgent before." Alice tilted her head, remembering Rosel's remarks in his diary, and thoughtfully said, "It seems that even with the improved physique of a Beander, these kinds of problems can't be avoided. Speaking of which," she eyed Sharf with a strange expression before slowly saying, I know an apothecary. The last time I saw him, he was already a beast tamer. I remember he particularly liked this type of medicine. The first time we met, he wanted to recommend this potion to me, and then he found out I wasn't an adult. Sharf began to ponder Alice's intention, considering whether he should ask where this apothecary was. After a few seconds of hesitation, he continued. That wasn't through medicine, it was a genuine return to my youthful state. After that, I twice dreamed of a moon that looked both bloody and alluring. I think I must have truly become a follower of the primordial moon, so I don't dare to escape. As he said this, he stopped speaking and looked at Alice with a cautious, hopeful gaze before tentatively asking. Perhaps, you would be willing to. Alice knew what he wanted to ask. Once a person truly believes in an evil god, a devil, or some hidden existence, unless they are willing to continue down that path and slowly become fanatical, even if they regret it and are protected by official forces, having no problems for a long time, they might still silently strangle themselves in their sleep years later. This was almost impossible to save, unless one was qualified to receive the blessing of an earthly angel at the level of a pope from the major churches, or accepted isolation by certain sealed artifacts, living permanently underground. Of course, in similar situations, many also did nothing and still lived to old age and died normally, but most of those were mortals, objects easily overlooked by evil gods, devils, and hidden existences, whereas Sharf was a very useful artisan. Alice also had the ability to provide this blessing, but she unhesitatingly refused. I am not willing. Not to mention she wasn't willing to confront the primordial moon and attract her attention. Even if she didn't mind, she was too lazy to bother with someone who had offended her. Sharf's expression changed. Alice noticed his face, thought for a moment, and decided to give him a little hope first. I didn't like the way you looked at me before. I'm very angry. These words carried a childish capriciousness. Sharf recalled the rumors about the angel's personality, and his heart stirred, his face no longer so ashen. A hint of surprise flashed in Alger and Katlia's hearts, but neither showed it. Katlia directly said, "What mystical items do you have now? I'll pick some, and leave you a few." Ah! Alice was startled for a moment. This should be the spoil-sharing segment, but Alice was clearly not very familiar with it. In her impression, the recipient of the spoils should be dead, or at least not present. To ask directly, she looked at Sharf with a strange expression, realizing that he nodded without any backbone, saying, "Okay." Next, Alice watched him put down the short dagger he had originally used to gouge out his own eyes and tell them. This short dagger is called Blade of Venom. It adds a random potent poison to every injury, and what kind it is purely depends on luck. Its negative effect isn't significant, it just causes medical treatment to fail and accumulates a feeling of drunkenness. Alice looked at him in surprise, unsure whether to praise his bravery or despise his spinelessness. Perhaps I should praise his wisdom. Alice's mouth twitched as she listened to him continue his introduction. She wasn't actually very interested in mystical items, most mystical items were more about their fun effects in her hands. As for improving combat power, honestly, if she could, why couldn't she just avoid fighting? It wasn't until Sharf finished his introduction that Alger pulled out the gargoyle glasses and the scepter of C's words, telling them. These glasses were custom made for me, and the scepter was a commission from the world. As he said this, Alger glanced at Alice. Alice, as expected, went over and picked up the scepter, waving it casually. Several wind blades shot out, aimed at Sharf's table. Alice felt no guilt about the table being split in half. She patted the scepter and directly ordered, "Sing me a song." The scepter of C's words, just as Sharf had said, was very willing to sing. Hearing Alice's words, it immediately unleashed its voice and sang a song. They were lucky, this song was one of the scepter of C's words, better performances. The singing was beautiful and melodious. Alice listened contentedly, without interrupting, so it wasn't until the song ended that she realized the three conscious people present were all looking intoxicated. Among them, Alger, whose emotions were usually tightly controlled, even uncharacteristically showed emotion, exclaiming, "Music! Compared to it, my singing truly doesn't deserve to be called a song." Alice couldn't resist, and tapped Alger's head with the scepter. Alger quickly snapped out of it, apologizing profusely. "My apologies, Miss Fate." Alice ignored him. As if she had found a fun new toy, she waved the scepter and tapped Katlia's and Sharf's heads as well. Katlia and Sharf showed no anger whatsoever. Like Alger, they proactively expressed their apologies. Alice shook her head, swung the scepter twice like a stick, then tossed it to Alger, saying, "You hand it over to the world." Alger caught the scepter and nodded. There were no other items among the remaining ones that interested Alice. Alger and Katlia then divided these items. Afterward, they had Heath Doyle clean up the scene, and Katlia once again asked Sharf, "Why did the followers of the primordial moon want to control you?" Sharf didn't hide anything and immediately confessed. They seem to have some plan that requires the assistance of an artisan. What exactly it is, I don't know because it hasn't started yet. Alice frowned and looked at Katlia. Katlia nodded at her, then looked at Alger. After a few seconds of eye contact with Alger, Katlia turned to Sharf and said, "Since you are already a follower of the primordial moon, taking you with me would be of no benefit to me." Chapter 536 Chapter 114 Deception. Hearing this, Sharf paused and looked at Alice. Alice was pondering the meaning of Katlia and Alger's eye contact. She vaguely guessed that Katlia intended to use Sharf as bait. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Aren't you taking him with you? When the world reaches sequence 4, I'll give him to the world, okay? Give him to the world." Alger and Katlia glanced at Sharf, intuitively feeling that these were not good words. Sharf showed a hopeful expression. He naturally knew the consequences of believing in an evil god. In his opinion, if he couldn't find the protection of an angel on earth, staying with the followers of the primordial moon would be safer and more suitable for him. Of course, if a true angel on earth stood before him, he would not give up hope. Katlia did not want to cause further complications. She nodded calmly, then said to Sharf, "However, I hope to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you, so I need a few drops of your blood. This will help me find you anytime." Indeed. Alice's eyes lit up. She realized that Sharf was indeed bait and warned Katlia. "I hope my gift is alive." Katlia nodded steadily. Sharf, after glancing at Alice, showed a bitter expression, agreed with a "fine," and then picked up a paper cutter from the side. The matter concluded after Katlia asked Sharf's surname. Subsequently, Alger and Katlia discussed the previous events for a few more sentences. Alice, bored, asked what she truly cared about. "Are there any more of those mushrooms?" After a few seconds of pause, Katlia replied, "Frank had a new inspiration and abandoned this experiment. The ones used just now were the last few mushrooms, and Frank will not produce this kind of mushroom again in the future." Alice's eyes showed clear disappointment, but in a moment, she thought of something else and asked curiously, "New inspiration? What kind? Are there any results?" "So those mushrooms came from Frank." Alger's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he pulled out this person's information from the bounty list. In the Storm Church's bounty list, toxin expert Frank Lee was only a sequence 6 biologist, but Alger recalled the Beander characteristic of a druid that Katlia had bought not long ago, realizing it was prepared for Frank Lee. This was not good news, as the bounty list also detailed Frank Lee's transformation into a pirate. Alger was shocked when he first heard about it. Although he had never been on the future, Alger believed that Frank Lee truly lived up to his name as toxin expert, judging by Katlia's unusual expressions whenever she mentioned related matters. However, was he also the one who completed Miss Fate's commission? Alger recalled Alice's previous commission regarding the City of Silver's food, his expression slightly silent. Hopefully, Miss Fate had shown the food to the world and Mr. Fool before sending it over. Alger glanced at Katlia without changing his expression, seeing that she paused for a few more seconds before saying, "I don't know much about his experimental progress. Perhaps you can write to him and ask." Alice nodded, indicating that she understood. After finishing this topic, she no longer concerned herself with Katlia and Alger, but instead pondered whether to go straight to bed or eat something. It was at this moment that Klein's voice appeared. Upon hearing that he had obtained news about Calderon City and needed someone to explore with him, Alice thought for a moment, went home, lay on her bed, and then went above the gray fog to find Klein. Alice, who had already heard the statement, met Klein and asked him for detailed information about Calderon City. Klein truthfully recounted the information he had gathered. Alice listened thoroughly, then asked Klein, "Do you still have the misfortune charms I gave you?" "Yes," Klein replied, "there are 6 left." Alice nodded thoughtfully, then said to Klein, I can offer you a new charm, one you've seen, restart. Besides that, before you go, I can give you some good luck. As for other things, do you know why the red light can't enter Calderon City? Klein was slightly startled and blurted out, why? Alice shook her head and said, I don't know, but I feel that I probably can't get in there either. This was Alice's intuition. Having likely experienced this intuition, he didn't question it. Instead, he frowned and asked thoughtfully, is that place restricted for high-level existences? Alice shook her head and said, I'm not sure. After all, I haven't been there, nor have I idly wandered around the spirit world, although I suppose I actually could. However, there might be one person who knows something about it. Klein's heart stirred, and he asked directly, who? Alice glanced at him and spoke a name, your messenger, Rini Tinekar. Klein only paused for a moment before realizing this was indeed possible. Rini Tinekar lived in the spirit world year-round and should know something about Calderon City. If there were restrictions on high-level existences entering, she was undoubtedly the most likely to know. Klein noted this down, and just as he was about to hear Alice bid farewell, Alice opened her mouth and said, do you know what stage Frank Lee's experiment has reached? Klein was startled for a moment, then answered without changing his expression. Not quite sure. The last I knew was about those mushrooms. Why do you ask? I was just asking. Alice shook her head. Oh, by the way, Captain and Ms. Daly's wedding is coming up soon. What do you plan to do then? At the mention of this, Klein's expression became somewhat heavy. After a moment of silence, he forced a smile and said, I think there's a way for Captain to know who I am the moment he sees me. You know, I can't show up with a dead person's face like you. Alice nodded, accepting this, then asked, what way? Klein frankly said, I can attend as your male companion. Alice stroked her chin, looked Klein up and down, and said thoughtfully, why not a female companion? You could turn into Hatsune Miku. Are you sick? Klein cursed immediately. Alice spread her hands and replied, no, I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it, if you attend as my male companion, you'd have to listen to my suggestions on how you look, right? In that case, it would make me feel like I hired a cosplay commission. If I attend a banquet and my male companion is a cosplay commission I paid for, that would make me feel very pathetic. Klein opened and closed his mouth several times before finally asking sincerely, wouldn't Hatsune Miku make you feel like you're hiring a cosplay commission? Alice shook her head and replied, no, it wouldn't. If you dressed as Hatsune Miku, I'd think it was your personal hobby, and I would only respect and bless it. Klein stared at Alice dumbfounded. After a long while, he raised his hand to close his jaw, gave Alice a thumbs up, and praised. You're really something. Alice smiled modestly, then suggested. However, such a request does sound a bit too difficult for you, and it's not good for your image. If you're unwilling, I have another suggestion. What? Klein suddenly had a bad premonition. He asked cautiously. Alice shook her head and said, besides me, standing next to someone else might also let Captain recognize your identity. I mean, you could be Leonard's female companion. I think Leonard definitely wouldn't make such an excessive request of you. You can decide your own appearance, personality, and persona, though the latter two might not be needed. Also, I bet he really misses you and would very much like to attend Captain's wedding with you. Wait a minute, Klein hastily interrupted her, why do I feel like you're trying to set us two up when you talk? Alice lowered her head to review her words. After 2 seconds of thought, she looked up and asked Klein. Do you prefer Leonard or Eamon? Klein looked at her with a bewildered expression. Seeing his reaction, Alice shook her head and said, don't you think that your behavior of faking your death, disappearing, and then being with someone else is very much like a fickle scumbag? Klein asked her expressionlessly, who am I with? Alice was silent for 2 seconds, then changed the subject, have you thought about what identity you'll appear as? Klein met her gaze expressionlessly. Alice quickly lowered her head guiltily and said cautiously, this time, I really wasn't thinking in that direction. No, wait. Alice's movements paused. She suddenly remembered the soothsayer's special prophecy, looked at Klein with a strange expression, and murmured, no way. What? Klein frowned and asked. Alice's expression suddenly turned serious. She looked at Klein solemnly and asked him, what do you think of that book? I mean, the book that says you two are together. Alice carefully stared at Klein. Klein had intended to refute, but he realized something was amiss from her emotions and hesitantly asked her. "What are you trying to say?" Alice exhaled and voiced her concern. "I'm worried that it's a prophecy." Klein was stunned. This was not an entirely impossible conjecture, especially since the person sitting before him was not an ordinary soothsayer, she was already a true god chosen by fate. Although this often sounded like a joke, at certain times, such as now, Klein would recall this matter and then worry about the prophecy Alice spoke of. Alice pressed her lips together and said nothing. She had not yet told Klein the truth about the soothsayer, but she knew she could not let Klein believe this prophecy. Tell him about the prophecy's ability. No, that won't do. Similar thoughts were stopped as soon as they arose. Alice genuinely didn't want to tell anyone about this. She couldn't explain why, but since she felt that way, Alice decided not to tell. She looked up at Klein, her tone solemn, and said, "In mysticism, the views on divination and prophecy are different. Divination is the process of receiving revelations from fate and then interpreting them. It's not necessarily accurate. You can believe it, but not blindly, and certainly not rely on it. But prophecy is different. Prophecy is a result obtained by truly glimpsing fate. It will inevitably come true, but..." Under Klein's worried gaze, Alice suddenly smiled. "Perhaps we can decide the way it comes true." "What do you mean?" Klein looked at Alice confusedly. Alice tilted her head slightly, lowering her eyes, and said, "Back then, when I obtained the Beander characteristic of a winner, Charlie King foresaw his own death, but he didn't choose the fated path of death. Instead, he shot himself. What do you say, if he revived later, would fate recognize this death?" Klein was only startled for a moment before recalling Alice mentioning that she needed a mother. He looked at Alice in shock, and Alice spread her hands and said, "Besides that, I actually think we should have other ways. For example, if what he foresaw back then wasn't his death, but the scene of his death, could he actively fulfill that scene? I mean, fake death." Klein's breathing quickened. Alice's conjecture reminded him of the magician's acting method, which was a sequence that deceived fate through performance. No, it couldn't be considered deception then, but perhaps later. Klein's heart stirred. He looked at Alice and opened his mouth to speak, but Alice made a shush gesture, telling him, "Although I'm not sure if fate can hear you here, I suspect it can't. You'd best not say it out loud." Klein nodded happily, then said thoughtfully, "So, although the prophecy will inevitably come true, the way it comes true might be very unique." Alice nodded and said, "I think so. Just like the soothsayer in that story who could predict their death, and then commit suicide when the time came." Klein's mouth twitched, and he subtly dismissed her. "You should go back. I'll ask who can go to Calderon City with me. Oh, by the way, the reward. Ice cream." Alice raised her hand without hesitation. Klein, who had expected this, rolled his eyes at her. Then, with the spirit of not letting an opportunity pass, he suggested, "Can you help me seal the scepter of the sea god?" Alice agreed to his request. After learning that Klein planned to go to the outskirts of Calderon City for reconnaissance tomorrow, Alice abandoned her plan to sleep, first completed what she had promised, and then said, "All right, that's it then. Remember to buy me ice cream when you get back." End of chapter. Chapter 537 Chapter 115 Calderon City. In the dim room, the dark blue-covered book silently opened, and silver, shimmering characters appeared. "You've been discovered again." This was Cassandra. At this moment, she had already fled 2 cities with Selwyn. This was the 3rd city, but unfortunately, although Selwyn's experience in spreading news became richer each time, they were discovered even faster. Even though she wasn't very lucid and her thinking ability had severely declined, Selwyn still vaguely sensed that something was wrong and frowned, asking, "Why so fast?" Cassandra replied calmly, "Don't be nervous, this is a good thing." "A good thing?" Selwyn's sharp voice questioned. "If being discovered is a good thing, why don't I just stay and get captured?" The silver text on the paper extinguished, and after a moment, new text rippled out again. "The good thing I'm referring to isn't being discovered, but gaining attention. Do you still remember the cipher I asked you to leave behind?" Selwyn was startled for a moment, then replied, "Of course I remember. You said, if someone recognized that cipher, they would come find me and then help me." After a 2-second pause, her blurry vision refocused, and she asked in a low voice. You mean, this matter attracting attention will help? She was carefully choosing her words. Cassandra remained silent for a moment, and seeing that she couldn't organize her thoughts, continued. Yes, attracting the attention of official beyonders is beneficial, not harmful, to you. Of course, the premise is that you cannot be captured before the person who will help you arrives. However, with me here, you temporarily don't need to worry about being captured. You will surely meet the destined person, who will lead us out of our current predicament. Selwyn looked at the text on the page, frowned in thought for a moment, then spoke again, asking. Actually, I've always wanted to ask you. The text you left behind seems to be an honorific name. Does it belong to someone? Like the person you're trying to contact? If I recite that honorific name, will I get a response? No, Cassandra replied mercilessly. Quote? Selwyn was startled, her eyes wide with surprise. As if noticing her confusion, the text floated, offering a new explanation. Because, Cassandra, does not exist. Cassandra. Selwyn frowned, isn't that you? On the page, the silver text flickered within that sentence, forming a new statement. I call myself, Cassandra, simply because the, Cassandra, in that story was cursed like us, and died from her own prophecies like us. But the person I am looking for, he is not, Cassandra. Selwyn's eyes were hazy, understanding and not understanding this sentence. Cassandra seemed to have lost interest in continuing, and immediately arranged a new line of text. If you don't leave now, it will probably be too late. On Monday morning, Klein, who had received Sharon's reply, organized his items and prepared to explore the outskirts of Calderon City first. He had previously inquired through various channels and confirmed that the outskirts of Calderon City posed no danger to him, while the inner area had restrictions on high-level existences, with at most demigods being able to enter. Therefore, he invited Sharon to explore Calderon City together. After learning that Sharon would need another 1 or 2 months to prepare, he decided to go ahead and scout for information himself. With the luck bestowed by Alice, my safety should be guaranteed, and if there's real danger, she should warn me. Klein checked the items on him. And I still have 7 advanced charms on me. Considering the price of advanced charms, it's possible that all my assets combined are not worth as much as these charms. As soon as he thought of this possibility, Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He took out the freshly made, restart, charm, put it aside separately, and then organized his other belongings. After confirming he hadn't forgotten anything, he began to ponder his departure. For safety, Klein decided to contain the tyrant card in his spirit body form to explore. This way, if he encountered danger, he could immediately end the summoning, which provided another layer of protection. After some preparations, Klein appeared above the gray fog, looking at a pile of blasphemy cards. He paused slightly, and suddenly thought of something. Why don't I try using the Wheel of Fortune card? He hadn't considered this possibility before. After all, it was Alice's item. But when he happened to see it while rummaging through miscellaneous items, Klein couldn't help but consider this possibility. After all, if he needed it, Alice wouldn't refuse this level of borrowing. At most, she'd ask for a few more ice creams. Klein's mind stirred, and he quickly brought this up to Alice. After Alice demanded 5 ice creams on the spot, he began to haggle with her, and finally successfully bought temporary usage rights to the Wheel of Fortune card for 8 ice creams. Why did the price keep going up? Because Alice didn't quote lower, she directly quoted higher prices, with an attitude of, if you're so capable, don't buy it. Klein, forced to agree, was afraid Alice would go back on her word, so he stuffed the Wheel of Fortune card into his body. Then, like every time before, the aura around him began to change. The aura of the Wheel of Fortune card was far less majestic than that of the Tyrant card and the Black Emperor card, or rather, Klein felt that its aura was even weaker than his own. Silently, he put on a white hooded robe, the hood directly covering his head. He had no other clothing or decorations on his body, and even his shoes had disappeared. Klein was momentarily stunned. He remembered Alice's attire, remained silent for 2 seconds, then began to consider what he should bring. First, the charms Alice gave him must be brought. Then, Klein looked at the sea god scepter and other items in the pile of miscellaneous goods, frowned, and suddenly felt that he shouldn't bring too many things. I'm just going to scout the situation. If I really encounter danger, I can end the summoning and return at any time. Bringing too many things is just a burden to me. These charms should be enough. If not, I can take a sea god scepter for self-defense. This thought appeared in Klein's mind. His mind stirred, he picked up the sea god scepter and was about to step out, then suddenly stopped. No, that's not right. This is the influence of the Wheel of Fortune card. Klein instantly woke up, retreating from the state of acting on intuition, his eyes slightly surprised. Klein temporarily took out the Wheel of Fortune card and tried to feel the difference between his current state and his previous state. At that time, I seemed to rely more on intuition than reason. Also, I seemed to be very confident. Klein hesitated for a moment. Although the form it took was that he didn't want to bring anything with him and just wanted to go directly. In fact, Klein still felt that this reckless and intuition-driven way of acting was actually a trust in fate. Its core idea was not to rely on mystical items, but solely on fate. But the results seemed to be correct. Hesitating for 2 seconds, Klein still retrieved the Wheel of Fortune card, deciding that no matter what his intuition told him later, he must bring all his possessions. This was not a distrust of intuition or fate. Klein merely realized that he was, after all, not of the fate pathway, and his spiritual intuition was probably still different from theirs. He didn't think relying on fate was a good idea for a seer. In fact, to avoid relying on fate, Klein had planned in advance how he would operate when the time came. The journey to Calderon City was very smooth. The aura of the Wheel of Fortune seemed very special. The strangely shaped spirit world creatures along the way, after seeing him, passed by as if they hadn't seen him, continuing their own business as if he didn't exist. Only occasionally, Klein would want to take a detour for some inexplicable reason. Although he had reminded himself to remain rational before incorporating the Wheel of Fortune card, Klein still followed similar intuitions. Fortunately, the outcome was good. He traveled smoothly through the spirit world and finally reached his destination. The scene before him was no different in essence from other parts of the spirit world. Rich and vibrant color blocks overlapped, a thin mist permeated some areas, and in various deep, secluded spots, pairs of eyes shifted away one after another. The robe on his body swayed slightly after he stopped. Klein didn't care about this. After a brief discernment, he let Winner Enzo and held General Ludwell enter a seemingly thin and normal cluster of vibrating air. Suddenly, the field of vision he gained through the two puppets widened, revealing a magnificent city that could only appear in myths and legends. This city was different from normal ones. It did not develop upwards, but extended in circles, one after another, towards the end of a deep underground pit, giving an overall impression of an inverted mausoleum. The buildings inside had various styles, but all were equally strange. Some were towering, pale stone pillars with huge single-room houses polished onto their tops. Some were long and rectangular, with doors on the roofs and no windows. Some were built underground, with a tombstone at the entrance. Some were constructed from white bones, messy and fragmented. And the closer to the end of the deep underground pit, the better preserved the buildings were. The closer to the top, the more collapsed areas there were, full of the decay and dilapidation brought by time. Klein made the two puppets stop, standing at the edge of the city, overlooking everything, but he couldn't see what the buildings at the very bottom looked like. That area was shrouded in deep darkness, as if no light had penetrated it for thousands of years. After a brief observation, Winner Enzo voluntarily lowered his head and chanted in ancient Hermes in a hoarse voice. The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The yellow and black king who holds good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, Klein's ears, outside Calderon City, were filled with illusory, overlapping prayers, and he distinguished that it came from a man with a deliberately hoarse voice. It was the puppet's prayer just now. Klein breathed a sigh of relief, silently muttering to himself almost imperceptibly, "This means Calderon City doesn't block the gray fog, at least the outer layers don't. Hey, I actually thought about going straight in just now. This Wheel of Fortune card really is something. Luckily, I planned what I needed to do before coming. Could it be that robot is for dealing with this kind of situation? I should go in now." He said this, but he was not at all urgent. Instead, he manipulated held General Ludwell, making him raise his left arm and open his palm. Illusory light suddenly erupted, then collapsed inwards from a single point, forming a pair of double-leaf bronze doors. These doors were slightly blurry and extremely illusory, their surfaces covered with countless mysterious patterns, giving an indescribable sense of deathly silence and profound depth. With a creak, the mysterious bronze doors moved backward, opening a crack. Through this crack, Klein saw a patch of the deepest, darkest darkness. In the darkness, pallor surged, sometimes rolling up, sometimes falling, like a river flowing through a lightless night. On both sides of it, giant, pale stone pillars vaguely appeared, extremely similar to those in Calderon City, yet even more exaggerated. Just then, pairs of transparent eyes and unnameable faces suddenly emerged, crowding the crack of the illusory bronze door, eager to pass through. Klein's eyes stung slightly, and he quickly made Puppet Ludwell clench his left palm. Clang! The illusory door covered with mysterious patterns was pushed by an invisible force, closing instantly and disappearing from Winner Enzo's sight. This mysterious door, which separates life and death and leads to the underworld, seems to have had its direction changed. What's behind the door is no longer the underworld, but the core area of Calderon City, the deepest part of the underground pit. Klein nodded thoughtfully. In this way, many abilities in the necromancy domain will be rewritten and undergo abnormal changes in Calderon City. With this understanding, Klein experimented with the abilities of the death pathway, as well as Winner Enzo's abilities, and the abilities of the mystical items he carried, only refraining from experimenting with the charms that were one-time use. As the experiments concluded, Klein made Winner Enzo and held General Ludwell descend step by step along the pale staircase at the entrance, approaching the outermost edge of Calderon City, where all the buildings had collapsed. When they were nearly 200 meters away, they passed through a thin mist, their heads feeling slightly dizzy, and the scene before them abruptly changed. He had already entered Calderon, the city of the dead. The hairs on his body stood on end, and Klein felt his heart begin to pound. It was as if a raging storm had risen within his spirituality, particularly noticeable in this silent city. Klein knew what this meant. It was a warning from the depths of his spirituality. He stopped, his brows furrowed. Is there anything unusual here? Lost in thought, Klein used creeping hunger to hide in the shadows, controlling Winner Enzo and held General to guard him. End of chapter. Chapter 538. Chapter 116. Proposal. The surroundings were so silent that not a sound could be heard. Klein, after staying with his two puppets for a short while, realized the biggest anomaly here. It was too quiet. Klein cautiously and uneasily remained in place, a thought of escape appearing in his mind. Besides, he hadn't come here entirely without gain. At the very least, he had tested the effects on his various abilities. The more he thought about it, the more tempted he felt. Klein reached out and pulled his two puppets, and just as he was about to leave, a loud bang suddenly broke the surrounding silence. Dong, dong, dong. The sound was heavy and crisp, as if someone was striking metal heavily. Klein temporarily gave up the idea of leaving and listened carefully for 2 seconds before letting Winner Enzo put down the heavy golden disc and walked towards a broken tombstone not far away. That half-broken tombstone corresponded to a structure leading underground. On it, written in the language of the dead, were the words, "A fellow who was easily angered, died from competing his head's hardness against someone else's hammer." Winner Enzo walked around the broken tombstone and reached the entrance of the mausoleum-like structure. He extended his left palm, turned the doorknob, and pulled open the door. With a creak of rusting metal breaking, the heavy door slowly opened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows condensed from pale light flew out. They grazed Enzo's face, head, torso, and inner thighs, flying into the distance, plunging into the ground, and disappearing, while the Winner was completely unharmed. It must be said that such a puppet is simply a divine artifact for adventurous exploration. Klein sincerely sighed, then had Enzo look into the building below. It was a blacksmith's shop. A giant with dark green skin and a head like a shattered watermelon was holding a large hammer, continuously striking an anvil, but there was nothing on it. Because the giant with the cracked heads, spirit body threads, were normal and did not belong to someone else's split soul, Klein quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to have Enzo observe further, his body suddenly went numb, and his thoughts slowed down. Klein was not unfamiliar with this feeling, As a marionettist, he knew this was a sign that his spiritual threads were being controlled by someone. A sudden shock seized his heart, and before he could react, a silver river enveloped the entire area, and the sluggish feeling disappeared from his body once more. Klein instinctively looked towards the entrance. A figure stood there. Klein saw a simple flaxen robe and long silver hair, as well as a pair of gentle yet indifferent eyes, and pure, illusory, layered wings. Ouroboros. With just one glance, this name appeared in his mind. Without thinking, Klein grabbed Ludwell and vanished from the spot. Ouroboros stood still, and the shimmering river reappeared from his eyes, encircling the outskirts of Calderon City. However, the vanished figures did not reappear a second time. Finally, the river could only ripple twice before shattering in place. Ouroboros looked at the scene before him without a word. After a long silence, he suddenly moved his head, shifting his gaze to Winner, Enzo, and to the invisible figure in a translucent white robe that had appeared beside Winner, Enzo. Klein opened his eyes above the gray fog. The first thing he did was contact Alice. Hearing news of Ouroboros again after a long time, Alice did not seem happy. She rushed to above the gray fog, frowning as she asked, "How did you meet him?" "I don't know." Klein replied honestly, then recounted his experience. Alice listened patiently with a frown but couldn't find the reason for Ouroboros' sudden appearance from his words, or rather, she only found one. She asked somewhat uncertainly, "That card." This was the only possible reason. Klein frowned and said nothing. Alice exhaled, shifting her attention to another matter. "You said you came back with Ludwell in the end, so where is your other puppet?" "Still there," Klein admitted frankly. Alice reached up and held her forehead. She closed her eyes and then opened them, then told Klein, "I really should have gone with you. Even if I couldn't get in, I should have stood at the door like Ouroboros." Never mind. We need to go retrieve your puppet." Klein said nothing. He had just thought of this himself. There was a very strong mystical connection between the puppet and himself. Ouroboros could probably find his whereabouts through Winner, Enzo, who was left behind. And once found, "I have a question," Klein confirmed to Alice, "if Ouroboros were to kill me, you wouldn't have any chance to call for help." Alice said without hesitation, more seriously, "You might not even realize someone wants to kill you, or rather, you wouldn't have time to realize someone wants to kill you." Cold sweat broke out on his body. Klein stiffly looked at Alice. Alice thought for a moment, then reassured him. "Don't worry, you're not like me. Although Ouroboros doesn't seem to be interested in me right now, he might chase me down one day just like he chased Will. No one can be sure, it all depends on the intentions of fate. But you're different. You're not on the same chessboard as us. You need to worry about Aemon and Zeratul, and perhaps that Mr. Dor. I don't know if there are others, but in any case, it doesn't include Ouroboros. You are not enemies." Klein couldn't help but remind her, "Don't forget, I've angered the true creator several times. According to you, Ouroboros is currently serving the true creator." Alice's eyes deepened as she looked at Klein, and she softly said, "For high-sequence beings, this isn't a matter of life and death. However, you first need to become a high-sequence being." Klein looked up and met her gaze. A few seconds later, Alice suddenly rubbed her chin and said, "I have a suggestion." "What?" Klein asked, puzzled. "I have Ouroboros' honorific name," Alice told him faintly. "Anyway, as long as Ouroboros wants to, you'll be found sooner or later. Why don't you just directly ask Ouroboros to bestow upon you that, what was it called?" Klein was momentarily stunned, then tentatively replied, "The spirit world plunderer's true soul body." Alice's eyes lit up, and she happily told him, "Yes, that's right, that's it. Why don't you directly ask Ouroboros to bestow it upon you? I have his honorific name. As for the ritual, just do it casually. And the sacrifice, Alice originally wanted to say ice cream, but hesitated and swallowed it back, then sincerely suggested, "Perhaps you could give him a set of tools for painting frescoes. You can consult Anderson Hood." "Ah." Klein looked utterly bewildered. Alice said nothing. She continued to recall her brief interactions with Ouroboros in the past, then offered another perspective. "If you could offer some personal items or relics of the ancient sun god, he might also be very happy. But that's a bit too much to ask." Klein finally couldn't help but interrupt her, frowning as he asked, Are you sure this will work? Alice shrugged and said, are you worried he'll lose his mind and kill you? Don't worry, I can go with you, that way he'll be too busy trying to kill me to bother with you. Quote. Klein looked at Alice in shock. Alice continued, as if it were the most natural thing. To be honest, if it weren't Eamon who is currently carrying Will Osepton, bringing Will Osepton over would be the best. That way, he wouldn't even be able to bother with the two of us. Klein was shamefully tempted. After 2 hours of sleep, Klein slowly got up from the bed, rubbing his still throbbing head. Then, he rang the bell by the door, waiting for the attendant to come up. Not long after, a local native, dressed in a white shirt and red waistcoat, deliberately in Loan attire, arrived outside and knocked on the door. Klein turned the doorknob, pulling the outer door open a crack, and in a low, hoarse voice, instructed. Send another lunch to the room. I ate too early before. At this moment, his appearance had already changed to the tanned puppet N. As a gentleman with 2 servants, living in a luxurious room, it was impossible for him to personally go to the door to instruct the attendant. Speaking of which, I need to retrieve my puppet quickly, otherwise I'll have to find someone to replace my missing servant. One lunch, any special requests? The native attendant took out paper and pen, writing as he asked in a rather strangely accented Loan language. Klein responded in equally awkward Loan language, mainly red meat, with a glass of sparkling sweet wine with ice and lemon. Does that include 2 servant meals? The native attendant asked, following protocol. Klein was silent for a second before saying, it does. His 2 puppets had already lost the ability to eat, but to conceal this, Klein had to order 2 servant meals and then eat 3 meals by himself. This was his biggest problem when he was on the southern continent. Can I offer one of those meals to Ouroboros as a sacrifice? No, I can't. In that case, I'd have to pay for the tableware. Ouroboros isn't Alice, he probably wouldn't return the dishes after eating, would he? Klein hesitated for 2 seconds, deciding to believe that the King of Angels under the true creator was a bit more normal than Alice. Next, while controlling the puppet to tidy the room, Klein simply called Alice over, inviting her to help him with the extra lunch, and also decided to discuss the details of praying to Ouroboros with her. Although the whole thing sounded absurd, there seemed to be some logic to it. Following Alice's suggestion, Klein first summoned Rini Tinekar and sent a letter to Anderson Hood, who was currently nowhere to be found, asking for his opinion on fresco materials. Afterward, Klein firmly rejected Alice's demand to pay for all the ice cream at once, trying to make her realize the fact that a normal person doesn't eat a dozen ice creams at once. Alice regretfully accepted this, then snatched Klein's sparkling sweet wine, and then asked curiously. If you eat 3 servings of food by yourself, won't you get fat? Nonsense. Klein rolled his eyes at her. Alice rubbed her chin and asked sincerely. I know that even now, you can't have too much change in your body shape, so when you disguise yourself as a female, you probably can't disguise breasts. Klein had a bad premonition. He vigilantly told Alice, it's not completely absent, I can manage a little. Alice nodded thoughtfully, and asked curiously. But if you get fat enough, would you be able to disguise female breasts? Quote. Klein looked at her in surprise, subconsciously considering this possibility. This was entirely possible. After a few breaths of thought, Klein pinched the bridge of his nose with a hint of helplessness and said. To be honest, when I was impersonating Irene, when I had thoroughly digested the faceless potion, I originally thought I had no psychological barriers to disguising myself as a female anymore. But for some reason, some words become very strange once they come out of your mouth. For example, now, I'm starting to feel that disguising myself as a female is a shameful thing again. That's normal, Alice said, finishing her last sip of sparkling sweet wine, offering a rather profound insight. Even if you truly think it's nothing, it doesn't mean you think being ridiculed and discussed for it is nothing. Then, she put down her cutlery and finally reminded Klein. Don't forget to tell me when Anderson Hood replies. Klein agreed to Alice's words, then found an excuse to quickly send her away, and only then began to ponder. He knew a bit more about Anderson Hood's whereabouts than Alice, mainly thanks to Dunnits. He knew Anderson Hood was currently with Dunnits. And coincidentally, Klein had just thought that Ouroboros was a king of angels of the monster pathway. He should be able to see the worms and light clusters on him, just like Alice, and guess his origins. Perhaps, as Alice said, for high-sequence beings, the things he did to the true creator were not enough to make them mortal enemies, but it probably wouldn't make their relationship too friendly either. Klein believed he should warn Dunitz to be careful. Anyway, Anderson-Hood and Dunitz were together. He could just have Dunitz ask Anderson-Hood about suitable fresco materials later. After all, if he sent a letter via messenger, they would have to pay gold coins. Just consider it saving them money. Klein made up his mind and once again went above the gray fog. Seberang, Kukva city in the northern state ruled by Massagnés. Anderson-Hood was cutting meat with a small knife, while Dunitz opposite him was ungracefully holding and gnawing on a piece of meat. Suddenly, Dunitz's movements paused, and Anderson-Hood followed suit, stopping and asking him, "What did you remember?" Dunitz looked at Anderson-Hood hesitantly, and after 2 seconds of deliberation, first asked a relatively light-hearted question. "I remember you can paint frescoes." End of chapter. Chapter 539 Chapter 117 Mr. Starr. Why are you suddenly asking this? Anderson looked puzzled. Dunitz became more nervous, and he answered as smoothly as possible. "I just suddenly remembered, you accidentally, because of the murals before." He looked Anderson up and down, his meaning obvious. Anderson was suspiciously silent for a moment. He didn't want to bring up what happened then, so he changed the subject. "That's not what you really want to say, is it?" All right, Dunitz took a deep breath. "Actually, I wanted to ask, if I want to give a gift to someone who likes to paint murals, what should I give?" "I don't like painting murals," Anderson reminded him after 2 seconds of hesitation. It took Dunitz a moment to understand Anderson's meaning. He shouted loudly, "I'm not giving it to you." This time, Anderson was surprised. He asked in astonishment, "Then who are you giving it to?" Dunitz paused, "It's not me who's giving it, it's. He grew increasingly guilty under Anderson's unwavering gaze, even stammering his words. Anderson's eyes became more and more suspicious, and finally, he couldn't help but ask. "Are you hiding something from me?" "No," Dunitz blurted out. This almost instinctive reaction made Anderson narrow his eyes. Dunitz tensed his back nervously, but unexpectedly, after a few breaths, Anderson suddenly burst out laughing. "Look how nervous you are." He reached out and patted Dunitz's shoulder, shaking his head. "All right, I won't ask then." "Materials for painting murals, right?" Dunitz hesitated and nodded, his eyes wanting to speak but holding back. Anderson, however, seemed not to notice and began to speak volubly. Although he failed the examination of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, he was not a fool like Dunitz after all. He spoke logically and reasonably. Dunitz quickly interrupted him, then found paper and pen and began to record. Anderson gave Dunitz, who was diligently taking notes, a meaningful look, then continued to speak. Dunitz, of course, noticed the strange gaze. When Anderson finished speaking, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you asking me anymore?" Anderson looked at him with a half-smile and said slowly, "I'm worried I might accidentally choke to death when I start eating later." Dunitz's eyes were still a little confused, but Anderson had no further interest in explaining. He speared a cut piece of meat with his fork, put it into his mouth, chewed it carefully, swallowed it, and then exclaimed, "No wonder you're eating it so deliciously." Dunitz was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously took a bite of the grilled meat. After a few bites, he suddenly remembered that he still had something to say, so he continued to ask, "Have you heard of the Aurora Order?" The afternoon was the time for the Tarot Club. On Monday afternoon at 3 o'clock, within the crimson light, figures gradually materialized. Alice sat in her seat, her gaze falling upon the seat belonging to the star. Newcomers are always worth paying attention to. Besides Alice, the first to notice the newcomer's presence was Miss Justice Audrey. The moment the figure solidified, she intended to stand up and greet him, but as she looked around, she spotted the new figure. New member. Out of a spectator's instinct, Audrey began to observe. Black hair, greenish eyes, no coat, waistcoat with a shirt, a slightly awkward sitting posture. He doesn't seem to like sitting so formally usually. Estimated height around 180 centimeters, a somewhat casual demeanor, a relatively tense state. With just a glance, Miss Justice Audrey read a lot of information from the somewhat blurry figure. She quickly noticed that this new member was scanning his surroundings at a very fast pace. Such behavior in itself was not a problem. Anyone coming to such a strange and secretive occasion would instinctively survey the other members, trying to grasp their characteristics, understand the general situation, and calm their inner self. But the problem was that Mr. Hanged Man's gaze moved too quickly. His gaze swept over members like Moon and Mr. Hanged Man, without any pause. To Audrey, this was a very clear phenomenon, meaning that Mr. Hanged Man was not observing the environment or scrutinizing the members, but rather looking for someone. Looking for someone with a clear target. Miss Justice Audrey became excited. She realized that this new member probably knew one of the members present. Just as she was about to continue observing, Alice finally couldn't help but lightly cough and then asked, "World," with a smile. "World, aren't you going to greet your friend?" This sound finally made Leonard find his target and also drew the attention of others. Everyone suddenly realized that the newcomer knew World, and then speculated about their relationship. Klein, hidden in the gray fog, twitched the corner of his mouth, but he didn't blame Alice for it. After all, exposure wasn't Alice's problem, she just accelerated the process. Obviously, Leonard's quick search for World, and the change in his emotions upon seeing World, were the root causes of all the problems. He helplessly manipulated World to turn his head and meet Leonard's gaze. Probably knowing that this was not the occasion to speak, Leonard, after confirming World's presence, retracted his gaze and maintained an upright sitting posture. Miss Justice Audrey also withdrew her gaze from the two of them, stood up, and bowed. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Other members, including Audrey, also stood up and bowed to the Fool, except for the newcomer Leonard and Alice, who remained seated. She would blend into the crowd and shout, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," but would not stand up to bow. Leonard paused for a second, and just as he was about to stand up, Alice spoke softly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Starr." Leonard looked up at Alice with a slight hesitation, and responded hesitantly. "Good afternoon." He knows Miss Fate. Miss Justice Audrey's eyes flickered as she watched this scene. Leonard's body language revealed a subtle trust and familiarity, making her realize that Mr. Starr might have more than one acquaintance. And their relationship should be quite good, or rather, he is also relatively special to Miss Fate. Alice, unaware, looked at Leonard, confusion evident in his green eyes. After meeting his gaze for 2 seconds, Alice suddenly slapped the table and said, "What are you looking at me for? Do I have writing on my face? Look at the blackboard." Confusion appeared in the eyes of the Tarot Club members, only Klein quickly managed to hold back his smile. Leonard was even more bewildered. He was now unsure whether he should stand up. Klein, unable to watch any longer, spoke up to introduce him. "This is Mr. Starr. Sit down, you all introduce yourselves." Everyone sat down. Klein looked at Hermit Catlia. Catlia bowed before sitting down. "Mr. Fool, I haven't received any new diaries this time." Alice frowned and glanced at her. Klein said impassively, "Let's begin the transaction." The first to speak was Moon Emlyn. He temporarily shifted his attention from the new member and looked towards son Derek, asking about the matter he had been longing for. "Did you get the vampire Beander characteristic?" This time, he received good news. Son Derek nodded and said, "I have accumulated enough merit and exchanged for the Beander characteristic." Next, with Klein as witness, this long-established three-way transaction was finally completed. World delivered the Priest of Light potion formula to son Derek. They then set the time for delivering the gold pounds and items. The Star Leonard understood the Tarot Club's procedure during this process. He pondered for 2 seconds, and seeing no one speak, he proactively said, "I need a mystical item." Alice looked at him curiously, and the understanding Miss Justice Audrey interjected promptly. "What type?" Leonard let out an "ah," and subconsciously responded, "I don't know." He only had such a plan and hadn't thought about the details yet, but then he was pulled into such a gathering and discovered the possibility. "I don't know. Is this not a fool?" "Never mind, Alice is pretty much the same." "Two fools." Klein, who understood his acquaintances quite well, suppressed a smile and muttered to himself. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, with unclear meaning, the Star Leonard immediately felt a bit awkward and quickly added, "I mean, the type is not limited, as long as it is more focused on the attack domain. used relatively covertly, and has fewer negative effects, I can accept it. He was doing this to leverage Nightmare's strong control ability. At that time, he himself could control the target, and Pale's Zoroaster could manipulate the mystical item to deliver a fatal blow to the stunned opponent. Once he became a spirit warlock, with the help of natural spirits or wraith shadows sealed in his teeth, he could also achieve such a coordination, using his mind for 2, or even 3, tasks. After Mr. Star finished explaining, Mr. Hanged Man Alger didn't dwell on the details and asked, "What level do you generally need?" "A relatively powerful kind among grade 2, sealed artifacts, corresponding to sequence 6 or sequence 5 level." Leonard first habitually described it in the tone of an official Beander, then switched to a more common expression. At this moment, Miss Justice Audrey, Hermit Catlia, and Mr. Hanged Man Alger all keenly had a thought flash through their minds. Mr. Star is an official Beander, or at least was. In their opinion, while Beyonders not belonging to official organizations would often use the concept of several grades of sealed artifacts, when they needed to express their meaning and needs precisely, they would undoubtedly not consider such vague descriptions, but would certainly lean towards more direct and easily understood types. Thus, the conclusion was easily drawn. And in this way, something became even more interesting. Mr. World is actually very familiar with an official Beander. How did they meet? And how did he bring an official Beander into the gathering? Miss Justice Audrey didn't speak, maintaining her spectator posture, enjoying herself. Mr. Hanged Man Alger knew more. He immediately recalled Alice's attitude towards Leonard. Such an attitude couldn't actually deduce too much information. After all, he wasn't a spectator. Mr. Hanged Man Alger couldn't read too much from Leonard's behavior and couldn't confirm whether they knew each other. But Alger knew a bit more than Audrey. For example, he knew that Miss Fate at the Tarot Club was once an official Beander, a Nighthawk from the Night Church. He silently withdrew his gaze and hummed. A Sequence 5 mystical item costs at least £9,000. If it meets your requirements, it could normally exceed £12,000. Very straightforward. The star Leonard nodded. I understand. Upon hearing his answer, the Fool Klein almost covered his face, then sighed deeply in his heart. Isn't this revealing his trump card to Mr. Hanged Man? I bet if he has a suitable item, the quoted price will definitely be above £12,000. However, this guy Leonard is quite rich. That's right, with a Marauder Pathway old man guiding him, he should have saved a lot of money. I understand, he's not afraid of being ripped off because he can also buy from the Hermit of Fate gathering, allowing him to compare performance and prices. But the problem is, that gathering only happens about once every 6 months, which can't keep up with the Tarot Club's pace. At this moment, Klein couldn't help but consider whether to sell suitable items that had overlapping functions and would be rarely used after becoming a demigod to Leonard. Mr. Hanged Man Alger responded steadily and calmly, "All right, I'll keep an eye out for you." Hermit Catlia and other members also expressed their stance. Alice really wanted to raise her hand and join the conversation, but she herself didn't meet the conditions, nor did she have any suitable items, so she regrettably remained silent. Fortunately, Leonard's new question gave her a chance to speak. "But how will I pay you then, and how will I get the item?" As soon as Leonard finished speaking, she was the first to raise her hand and say, "You can ask Mr. Fool to deliver it. Ask the Fool to deliver it." Leonard's mind went blank for a moment. Although express delivery was not a local term, compared to Alice's other coined words, it was still within the realm of comprehensibility. And because of this, Leonard felt a sense of dread welling up. To have a true god act as a postman. Leonard wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Fortunately, Miss Justice promptly explained. "Miss Fate means you can seek help from Mr. Fool." Seek help from Mr. Fool. Leonard looked at the head of the bronze long table somewhat blankly, taking some time to connect the two people's words. Is it through the sacrifice ritual and the blessing request ritual? Miss Justice Audrey confirmed his guess. Leonard once again considered the possibility that the Fool and Knight really had a daughter. Next, World warned Hermit Catlia to be careful of investigations by the Aurora Order and the Numinous Episcopate, and no one else proposed new transactions. Chapter 540 Chapter 118 Could it be Grandma? During the free discussion segment of the Tarot Club, no particularly valuable information was brought up. It seemed everyone's discussions this week were rather uneventful, so they resumed teaching the son, Derek, the languages of the outside world. This segment caught the attention of the star, Leonard. Noticing his confusion, Alice slapped her forehead and explained to him. Little son comes from the forsaken land of the gods. The forsaken land of the gods. Leonard looked back in surprise. After receiving Alice's confirming nod, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Only then did he gain a clearer concept of the fool's power. Alice guessed his general thoughts from his expression and suddenly felt the urge to laugh again. Remembering Klein's previous warning, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand and mischievously called out to Leonard. Len, Mr. the Star. I remember you're a poet, but I don't think I've ever heard any poems you've written. I've only heard others say you can't write poems. Can you write a poem praising Mr. Fool? Quote. Klein glared fiercely at Alice from within the gray fog. Poet, one's position determines one's perspective. The first thing that popped into the hanged man, Alger's, mind was the night church's midnight poet. I don't know much about Mr. Fool's deeds, Leonard demurred. Alice calmly replied, I can tell you about them. Leonard opened his mouth as if to speak, then stopped. The world glanced at them and said, I hope you're just introducing, not spreading rumors. Alice blinked innocently. Next, with the world's efforts, the focus shifted back to the son, Derek. When the time was almost up, Klein ended the tarot club. Alice didn't leave this time either. Klein looked at her suspiciously, unable to figure out what she wanted. After they stared at each other for a while, Alice finally couldn't help but remind him. Ice cream. Klein agreed with a complicated feeling. Having learned from the experience with the Dixie pie, Alice didn't ask Klein to send it over via ritual. Instead, she went to pick it up herself after he bought it. Klein, using the Faceless's Beander ability, disguised himself and completed this huge order. Along the way, he also purchased some mural materials according to the information Dunnets had sent. Klein had originally planned to perform the ritual at night, but after dinner, Rini Tinekar emerged from the void and delivered a letter to him. Leonard's, Klein reached out to take it, while also noting whether Rini Tinekar lingered. He found that the messenger lady quickly returned to the spirit world. Phew, it seems Leonard paid for it. Klein breathed a sigh of relief, pulling his other hand out of his pocket. He quickly felt a bit puzzled, not understanding why Leonard didn't relay it through the fool, or tell him directly at the tarot club. Perhaps he wasn't used to it. He shook his head and unfolded the letter. Ince Zangwil appeared in East Balam, suspected of meeting Palenque Tasub of the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction. Ince Zangwil, Klein chewed on the name, slowly leaning back into the armchair. In the letter, Leonard hoped he could also conduct some investigations in secret to find out Ince Zangwil's purpose. But the problem was, it was mentioned last time that 008 had a characteristic similar to whatever is said will be known. Knowing it also meant being known by it, and it was adept at arranging coincidences, making people unknowingly follow its baton. In this situation, investigating Ince Zangwil would be difficult to do without 008 noticing. Not only was there little chance of success, but it was also easy to expose oneself, Klein thought while enjoying the shoulder massage service from Held General Ludwell. He reread Leonard's letter, hoping to find more clues and potential entry points for investigation from those few sentences. East Balam, numinous episcopate, artificial death faction, Palenque Tasub, what does Ince Zangwil want with them? Artificial death faction, as Klein thought. He suddenly remembered something that almost no one knew except himself and Mr. Ojik. Even Alice probably wasn't aware of it yet. The Evernight goddess had initially controlled the uniqueness of the death pathway, which was the artificial death. She was currently usurping, digesting, and mastering the corresponding authority. After some deliberation and thought, Klein finally decided to pray to the Evernight goddess, who was disguised as the artificial death, that is, to pray directly to the artificial death. Klein couldn't be bothered to prepare materials from the death domain, so he directly used those from the night domain as substitutes, setting up the altar. Next, Klein skillfully lit the candles, dripped essential oil, and drew symbols like human and secrecy from mysticism on the imitation parchment. In the rising faint tremors, he placed the Ojik copper whistle on top. Immediately after, He placed the white feather, stained with light yellow grease, into the silver bowl where herbal powder was burning. He saw that it didn't curl at all, showing no signs of charring. He silently exhaled. Klein stepped back, and chanted in Hermes language. You are the essence of death. You are the monarch of the deceased. You are the final destination of all living beings. I implore your help. I implore to know the purpose of Ins Zangwil's contact with the numinous episcopate. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 candle flames suddenly expanded, appearing much brighter, yet tinged with dark green, and the surroundings instantly became chilling. Klein, feeling a little uneasy, closed his eyes and meditated for 30 seconds. He walked to the front of the altar, picked up the full moon essential oil, and dripped 1 drop onto each of the 3 candles. After doing this, he retrieved the Ajik copper whistle, grasped the imitation parchment, held it up to the candle flame symbolizing me, lit it, and threw it into the silver bowl. With a whoosh, the previously undamaged white feather burst into pale flames, completely engulfing the entire silver bowl and obscuring Klein's vision. 2 or 3 seconds later, the flames completely receded, leaving only a pile of powder in the silver bowl. The powder moved by itself, forming one word after another. Evil spirit possession, needs to be exorcised. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Anthony put down a document, pressed his brows, and muttered to himself. Wish which. This was already the 4th related incident reported. All incidents were compiled and sent to the cathedral, and finally reached him, and the instruction he received was, this matter was entirely Alice's responsibility. This was a rather outrageous instruction. As the night church's final contact person, Anthony knew a little more inside information than others. For example, he was quite certain that the church's attitude towards Alice was overly polite but lacked intimacy, seemingly not intending to give her real power. No, it can't be said to lack intimacy, at least the goddess seems to be very fond of her. Anthony paused at this thought, silently drew a scarlet moon symbol on his chest, pondered for 2 seconds, then picked up the document and left the room. Of course, he wasn't planning to find someone else to convey this matter for him. As a saint, his nightmare abilities couldn't cover the entire city. After realizing that the princess wasn't within the range he could cover, Anthony decided to deliver a letter. Also, I can go into her dream tonight and see, is that why you're here now? In the dream at night, Alice asked after listening to Anthony's statement. Anthony nodded. Alice looked him up and down thoughtfully, frowning gradually. Although the church hadn't explicitly stated it, Alice had sensed the church's attitude, or rather, the goddess's attitude. It had to be said that, so far, among the high-level existences Alice had encountered, apart from Aemon, seemingly no one had a particularly bad attitude towards her. At most, they would endlessly scold her like the true creator, mainly because she was impersonating Ouroboros. Perhaps some people just ignored her. Thinking of Adam, who was as good as dead, Alice shook her head. But no matter what, actually, so far, the Evernight goddess was considered the most friendly among them. She had provided Alice with a lot of convenience, both at the beginning of her awakening and now. And, remembering the feel of the demonic wolf, Alice looked up at the sky with a guilty conscience. Therefore, she trusted the Evernight goddess very much, and also didn't really care that the goddess refused to believe her during a critical period. After all, if it was just raising someone else's child, the goddess had already, wait, whose child am I? Alice's thoughts wandered again. She pulled Klein's face out of her mind, as this was probably the current mainstream view, but Alice quickly put it back down. She felt that to the goddess, Klein was also similar to a child or a pet. Could it be that I am actually a grandchild? Alice seriously considered the possibility of calling the goddess, Grandma, next time. Anthony watched her expression change on the opposite side, shaking her head one moment, nodding the next. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, do you need the relevant information for this matter? Yes. Alice nodded unceremoniously. Finally coming back to her senses, she focused on what Anthony had told her, frowning as she asked. Do you know where she is now? She didn't mention a name, and Anthony didn't really care, as everyone knew she was referring to Selwyn and Cassandra. Therefore, Anthony just nodded then shook his head, saying, the information she disseminated included locations, but each time, when our people went to the specified location, she had already disappeared. The cathedral conveyed the relevant intelligence to the lower dioceses, requiring that if suspicious traces were found in a diocese, they should not investigate but report immediately. Currently, what we have are the reported results, but we are not sure if the other party has already left. Alice nodded thoughtfully and asked again, are the archives related to this matter in the church? The church she referred to was naturally St. Samuel Cathedral. Anthony nodded and said, the cathedral side has sent over the relevant materials. If you need them, you can come to the church to pick them up. Additionally, if you need help during the investigation process, the churches in each diocese will also provide you with convenience. Alice tilted her head and asked curiously, so, when investigating this matter, am I really a saint of the church? Anthony's expression was hesitant. At this moment, he wasn't sure if he should continue speaking. His promotion process within the church had given him rich professional experience. In his impression, similar words should be a sign of displeasure, but, if this would make her unhappy, she should have been unhappy a long time ago, right? He looked at Alice hesitantly, then relaxed when Alice returned his gaze with a confused look, regaining his composure and saying, you are also a saint of the church in normal times. If you truly demanded the rights corresponding to a saint, would anyone refuse you? Alice blinked. She realized this might be true, that probably no one would refuse her. It's just that the people who often appeared before her would change from saints to an angel, so, could it be that the church doesn't have enough angels and can't spare one to watch over me? This guess made Alice's heart fall silent for a moment, because as far as she knew, the Fool Church currently had 3 angels. One was Renik Tinakar, the messenger of the Fool's dependents German Sparrow, one was Mr. Ajik, Death, and the other was her, perhaps, in the impression of some people, the paper man angel on the grey fog could also count. After a while, Pales might also be considered an angel of the Fool Church. Would the City of Silver consider Aemon an angel under the Fool? Thinking of this possibility, Alice couldn't help but laugh out loud. Anthony next to her looked at her with a confused expression. Noticing Anthony's confusion, Alice quickly suppressed her laughter and said, I'll pick up the information tomorrow. Anthony nodded and bid her farewell, looking at the transparent object on the altar before him, Klein revealed a smile that subtly conveyed excitement. The object was palm-sized, formed by intertwining worm-like strands, vaguely humanoid, filled with colorless liquid, from which bubbles frequently emerged, diffusing a faint black bitterness. Klein didn't dare to look too closely, because the subtle details of the weightless transparent object had even richer structures, forming unnameable patterns and symbols, seemingly integrating concepts like knowledge, power, change, secrecy, weird, and madness directly into it, making them no longer abstract. This brought Klein intense dizziness, even a feeling of his spirit nearing collapse and his soul about to lose control. This was the true soul form of the spirit world plunderer. Ouroboros had agreed to this extremely unfair transaction, accepted the mural materials he sent, and delivered this characteristic. This filled Klein with pleasant surprise. Even though it meant the tragic event of his winner marionette completely losing contact, he couldn't restrain his excitement. Gazing at the object on the altar, he muttered softly, marionettes are so easy to find. End of chapter. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.